at her home soon. Okay, so with that, let's call this meeting to order. This is a retreat workshop to work on our sort of strategic goals and plans. So we just need a motion to adopt our agenda, which has one item, which is discussing the city strategic plan, sort of. Any motion to adopt? Mr. Hey Santos, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Areola. Madam Clerk, if we'll just go around a roll call vote real quick.
Sure. Commissioner Johnson is driving.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Simmons is absent. Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Okay. Commissioner Areola.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Hey Santos.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye. That motion passes unanimously. So a couple of you that just joined us, we got word that the county commission canceled their meeting for this afternoon, which was originally our reason that we needed to end by 1 because of the airtime. But we don't have that restriction now. So it has been suggested that we attempt to keep going through the afternoon. And what that will do is hopefully get us out of having to meet Thursday morning prior to our city commission meeting. So my hope is that we get on a roll here and we really start getting into some good work and we keep going through. If we do that, and if it's the desire of the commission to do that, we will take a break. My goal would be at noon, take an hour recess so everybody can stretch their legs and get some lunch. And prior to that, taking 30 minutes of public comment. So kind of shooting for 11:30 to turn to public comment. And we can ask Larry at that time, you know, if there's a long line of people waiting to speak, then we'll arrange for the full 30 minutes. And if there's just a couple people, we could go, you know, a little bit longer if we're still in the middle of stuff. And so we can kind of play it by ear, but let's make that our target to try to break around noon and then come back at 1, unless there's an objection from anybody on the commission. Does that seem reasonable to everybody? Go ahead and please speak now if you can. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like for us to take a break, like at least a 10-minute break every 2 hours or something. 4 hours
Sure.
of sitting here is I can't do it. And
that's fine. That's a great suggestion. Okay. Yeah, that's a great suggestion. Lyle, you know, with some assistance from our staff, I know, developed this program. And so I'm just going to sort of lean on you a little bit to kind of figure where our natural breaking point is.
I work with this.
Yeah, perfect. And I think you would do that anyway if we were meeting in person. Get up, you know, stretch our legs, get a beverage. So yeah, let's just kind of make that our goal around every 2 hours or so. Try to take a little break, a short recess, and come back. That's a great suggestion, and I know I will benefit from that as well, Commissioner Ward. Okay, so with that, I'm going to just say a couple things and then ask the city manager to say a few thoughts, and then we'll get right into it and let Lyle introduce himself. I know all of you have had a chance to talk to him, but the members of our community that are listening in have not. I've done a lot of these, probably 10 of them, and each one's a little bit different, but they're very important to help us focus our thoughts, our efforts, and really bring some clarity to what it is that we are trying to accomplish as an elected body. The one thing the 2 or 3 things that I really feel are important to keep in mind as we go through this is, first of all, what is our role as an elected body? I've served with lots of different people, and you know, some of the folks, not just on the city commission, but say on a county commission or in a state legislature, that are not as effective as they would like to be. They come in with a lot of energy and good ideas and a true heart, but they don't end up being as effective as they would like to be. And one of the unifying themes of that is that they get stuck in the weeds. They get stuck in sort of very minute details of what they are trying to do, as opposed to the sort of large, big picture, visionary stuff that they ran for and why people elected them. And so helping us learn how to keep focused on that role, that large strategic role, and work collaboratively to move that along once we all sort of settle on what that vision is. The second is to give us a better understanding of the role of senior management, primarily the charter officers. Those are the folks that we come in constant contact with. Those are our conduit to the rest of the organization. And so helping them understand what we expect of them, helping the public understand what their role is, and giving them the clarity they need to then go and be effective at their job. And then the third is what is the expectation for the other 2,200 people that help us do our job? From the guy that helps rebuild sidewalks and lays concrete, to the person who makes fleet decisions, to the person who is doing accounting in the financial department. We really need to, as a commission, this is not something that we typically talk about, but we need to, I think, give some really clear direction to our charters on what we expect from all of those folks, because we can't direct them. We can't, get involved in the micromanaging of their job performance or their responsibilities or anything like that. So the only chance we really have to do that is in a group setting like this, when we're all focused on it. And that's something a little bit atypical of sessions like this. But I'm not going to let the opportunity pass without having that conversation. And so, keeping us focused on the big vision, strategic stuff, understanding staff's role and the tactics of that. How do we empower them to implement that vision? And then, how do we serve as the bridge to the rest of our neighbors in translating that community voice and how we advance that. So those are just a few thoughts that I have. Mr. Feldman, did you want to add a few thoughts of your own?
I do. Thank you, Mayor. So, I've only been here now about 6 months, a little over 6 months. And the one item that I think I'd like to make sure we get out of these next couple of days is really defining what the priorities of the commission are, and talking about what the deliverables around those priorities are, and how we're going to hold your staff accountable on those deliveries. And then really just buying in and saying, look, some of these are going to take us a year or two to do. Some may be low-hanging fruit and we can knock them off in a few months, but we need to just concentrate on what those priorities are and not keep changing them as we go throughout the year. Because if we keep changing them, we can't budget to them, we can't program to them, we cannot execute to them. And that just creates a level of frustration for you as a commission, creates a level of frustration for us as staff, and doesn't really get us to where we need to go at the end of the day. So when I've worked with Lyle in the past, the product that we get out of this, besides or in addition to a vision and a mission and a plan, is really the identification of what those priorities are, how we're going to measure what those deliverables are, and then that gives me something to work back with my staff on. I know it would give the other charters something for them to work with their staffs on it as well. And then we need to report regularly back to you and tell you what our progress is and how we're doing. So I've worked with Lyle now. This is my fourth city that he and I have gone through the strategic planning effort on, and I think it's been successful every time we've done it. So I'm looking forward to replicating that here.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Feldman. And Lyle, welcome. We're excited to have you with us.
Thank you.
Why don't you introduce yourself, not so much to us because we've all had a chance to talk to you, but all of our neighbors out there listening and watching.
Hi, I'm Lyle Summick, and I am a strategist more than just a facilitator. I end up doing a lot of writing. My background is I grew up in California. Why I go back that far? I started my work. My folks were involved in the community, forming the first neighborhood association. Went to work for the city of La Mesa, California, at the wastewater treatment plant, and worked there 3 summers. So my experience with cities started when I was in high school as a sophomore. Got a bachelor's and master's degree from San Diego State. Worked my way up to an assistant city manager in San Diego. There was a political controversy where a group wanted to build in the floodplain. The city denied it. The residents did a referendum and threw out our comprehensive plan, development standard, and zoning ordinance. And for 5 years, there was no regulation by the city. The mayor and council, half of them resigned. The manager resigned. So I decided to shift careers, went to this school, the University of Southern California, where I got a PhD in public administration, became a college professor and was involved in starting the Graduate School of Public Affairs in the University of Colorado, and was a college professor for 10 years. They eliminated our program, and I started to do over 30 years ago what I'm doing now, is working with cities all over the country. And the approach that I take, it combines, Mayor, what you talked about is defining roles and responsibilities and putting together then a plan that is like driving your city to the future. So today we're going to start that process. If you're driving to the future, you start with looking at what is the vision, what's the destination. Then we need a map, how to get there. That's our 5-year plan. Our mission is the vehicle that's going to be able to take us there. The itinerary is the 1-year action agenda. The clients I work with are long-term. I moved to Florida in 1990 when Bill Moeller, who is the Center of Public Management at Florida State, asked me to help and create that. And I had a lot of clients here, so moved to Florida. I live in Palm Coast, not far from here. And I have about 40 clients that I work with annually. Most of them are long-term. My job with you all and with your cooperation so far is put together a process, institutionalizing strategic planning as an ongoing process, not as a one-time put on your shelf process. So that is my background. I try to bring all of those elements as well as insights from other cities. The document that you have in front of you, the Leader's Guide working document, is a combination of reference material. We can change any of the work that you've done already. For the neighbors, I have had a chance to interview all the mayor and city commissioners individually and have had, in some cases, follow-up conversations, very helpful. I've had interviews with all the charter officers. I also was able to meet with the GRU, Ed, with his leadership team and identified issues from their perspective. And those are reflected in this document because the strategic planning should not be additional work. It needs to incorporate the real work within the city and incorporate your aspirations of what you want to be with what are we going to deliver in the next year. And this time is very challenging with COVID-19 out there. In the last 6 weeks, 5 cities that I work with, each one has been impacted very differently. So that is my background. the approach that I use in general. I have a couple of suggestions unless you all give me other feedback. I'd like to keep this as informal as possible. And by doing that, do it by first name rather than commissioner last name. I think that it facilitates the discussion. It should be relaxed. As I mentioned earlier, when Adrian brought it up, I react very strongly if it doesn't need to be exactly at 2 hours. If there's some times that appear, we can take those breaks. I see Commissioner Johnson's on now. Hi. So for me, it tends to be a productive session. If you're having a little fun, you're relaxed and feel able to put out any ideas. The document and the drafts that I have in here reflect the meeting I also had with the leadership team in the city. We spent a day. They completed worksheets on what successes they feel good about for the last year. What are the challenges they're feeling? Even COVID-19, where are they seeing increased service demands, decreased service demands? What are things that need to be put on hold or moved up? All of that is in the working document that you've had. And were extremely helpful. Hopefully what happens today, we'll focus on the vision, mission, and may get into the plan depending upon our timeframes. And then we'll final it up with a action agenda tomorrow with the governance issues at the end. After I meet with you all, I'll have a follow-up meeting with the management leadership team. Who is going to do what when? So when it comes back to you, you will see who is being responsible, what are the key issues they're going to address on that issue, what are the activities and milestones, and what are the time frames that you'll see it as the city commission, from a workshop or work session to a final decision to a report. So that will all be coming back to you. The plan will be summarized. If you look at any football coach, what do they have? They have a 1 page. You'll get a 1-page summary of this. It can be your guide and gets laminated. We'll also work with staff to put together an ongoing process where you can get regular updates on the status. And as Lee pointed out, hold the group accountable. So that's a little bit about me and the workshop going forward. I would like some feedback if it's okay to call you by your first names and keep this informal.
Yeah, thank you, Lau, for all that. And it will certainly not be the worst thing that I will get called today. So I have no problem with that myself. Commissioner Santos, was that the old line or was that something new?
It's something new. I just want to confirm something because Lyle said it, but this is a strategic plan for the full city, not just for general government, because my 4 years beyond the commission, that has never been the case. GRU's kind of just done their own thing and showed it to us. And I want to make sure that if we're doing a strategic plan, we're doing it for the city, all city employees, all of our goals and stuff like that, because I think it will be a failure if we continue to go down a path of bifurcation.
And I'm approaching it, Adrian, as a city.
Okay.
And
you may be approaching that, but I look in the documentation, I don't really see like department stuff or GRU in there. I just want to make sure that I don't want to waste time again. I'm not wasting time, but I just want to make sure that we have a strategic plan for the whole city.
GRUs is in there.
Okay, good. All right. Thank you.
We even had a follow-up conversation where Ed and Lee and I spent a couple of hours going through looking at the relationship between general government and GRU. They'll be involved in setting together the action agenda and having that as well. So Ed and the GRU staff have been tremendous to work with, and I found that extremely helpful. We had a very candid and open conversation from my perspective, and I think Ed's as well.
That's music to my ears. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ed, do you have any comments on this at all?
Yeah, Ed, do you want to just sort of confirm what we just heard or deny? And Mr. Bolarski may be away from his computer right now. So we'll,
No, he just popped
Can you
on.
hear me now?
we got you.
I don't see a picture, but I hear his voice.
Okay, let me, there's my picture as well.
Nice.
Yeah, no, Lee and I,
Rocket.
not Lee, I'm sorry, Lyle, and yeah, we had the whole leadership team, had the executive team, went through a nice analysis, and then we had follow-up as well. I think I would say what Commissioner Hayes Santos might see in there. I didn't see as well. I didn't see some of the sheets that we put together that were kind of our accomplishments and our challenges. So that you might be seeing the same thing I did, Commissioner. But we did do those, and so yeah, we went through a bunch of those things, and I think it was very worthwhile, and it was pretty inclusive. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for bringing that front and center, Adrian, because it's we don't want to sort of fall back into past practices when that is so important. Go ahead. You can still.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I guess Ed said that there's some sheets. I guess could we get those sheets? He says they're not in his book, and I don't see them in mine. Maybe they are on what page? Our staff can work on that during the day, I guess. Thank you, Mr.
Sure.
Mayor.
Absolutely.
We'll make sure you get those. So if I have avoided some things or Ed did not get them in here, make sure that I get them to the commission today.
And then Ms. Gainey, I know that you already probably are making note of this, but putting them up on our public records portal because I'm guessing we probably just got a request for them. So if we'll just upload them to the public records portal as well, people can go look at those when they have it. Okay, then I'm excited to get started. So Lyle, we'll just turn it over to you and get to work.
Okay. This morning, if you could bear with me a few minutes, I'd like to make sure we have a common framework for working with this. And after that, I'm going to turn it to you. We'll first do a performance report looking at the last year. And then from there, we will go into you all talking about your legacy and vision. I will have a draft is in here, and we will go through that. And I see all of us as full partners in this process. If you would go to section 1 and go particularly to page 3 in section 1. I'd like to just, and it starts with what Lauren, as mayor, you said, the commission manager form of government. If you look on page 3, from my perspective, the role of mayor and council or commission is to govern. And govern means focusing more on what questions. So during our workshop here, I'm going to ask you a lot of what questions. What are the outcomes? What do you want? What's the value? What are your thoughts on actions? Your job as governing, as a board of directors, is really what is the direction for the city? What are the services? What are the resources? And that's really the responsibility of all of you. Management, including the charter officers and the city manager, is to figure out how to get there, how to implement the direction that you put out, how to achieve the goals, how to implement the programs, how to complete the projects with the given resources. But for me, there's a key here, and that's why I've sought a lot of input from others, and that's the overlap between mayor and commission and management. If you look at that, there's an overlapping circle there. That overlapping circle is part of today. It's in your work sessions. It's in your daily operations. There's an alternative model out there that some of you may have been exposed to. It's called the Carver governance model. That actually separates the two circles. So council or commissions do not get involved in the how questions. But as we go through this, particularly as we get into the plans And your thoughts about what you want to see done will also creep into what are your expectations and parameters about actions about how it will be done. The actions are the services provided by your community builders and employees. That is what folks see on a day-to-day basis. However, if that is not what their expectations are, who do they contact? They contact the 7 of you. You're fair game 24/7. You could be at the grocery store trying to get groceries to go home and cook a meal. I believe you have a tattoo on your forehead and a target saying, I am a commissioner 24/7. To say this is a part-time job, it is not accurate. And that feedback coming from the community, from your neighbors, is what you hear. And I really urge commissioners to say, let me check into it, because there may be another perspective on it. It may be a lot of history on that issue. It gives you an opportunity to get background. And so for me, the magic words for elected officials is, let me check into it and then work this process. For me, there is a hierarchy there. And your job as the city commission is to listen, to set the direction, to determine what is the vision, what is the mission, what are the services, what are the resources, what are our programs, what are our priorities. And that's what we're going to be doing during our time together, is focusing on what. Questions or comments on that particular page?
Continue.
Hearing any? I'd like to have you flip over to page 17. For me, for this system to work, it revolves around teamwork. And teamwork is working together to achieve things that add value to the residents, to your neighbors' lives on a day-to-day basis. And it also adds value long-term for the community. And I have a very simple definition. I'm one, if you can remember it, you're more likely to use it. And now I'm going to ask for a little participation on some of you, particularly the ones I can see. How many of you eat Frosted Flakes or have eaten Frosted Flakes? There's a cup, there's 4 or 5 of you. No on Arena. But do you remember what Tony said? They're great. If you can remember that concept, teams and great, that defines for me what is an effective team. It starts off with a G. G is goals that are the unifying purpose for the team. And that is the unifying vision, the unifying mission, unifying goals, unifying work program. That's what brings the community together. In our society today, we're very fragmented and polarized, and there's a lack of a lot of common goals. So for me, strategic planning starts with that common goals and a lot of the elements that we are talking about here today and tomorrow. The R stands for role. Role is each one of us will play different roles and have different styles of playing that role on a day-to-day basis. I am a very large guy. For me, if we were playing as a football team, I am slow but large. If I would not be able to play wide receiver or in the backfield, for me, my job would be to block. But if everybody on the team looked like me, we would have a very ineffective team. And so from my perspective, the diversity of ideas, diversity of approach, diversity of style is very important. Pulling each one together to think about what can I do to contribute to that common goal. And I'll give you an example in terms of style. If I brought a kit in here and we were going to assemble it in the conference room at City Hall where I'm sitting right now, how many of you would read the instructions? Please raise your hands. Who would not read the instructions? Raise your hands. There's a couple of you. I see Harvey and Gail got their hand up with me. We may have leftover parts, but the thing still stands. That's okay. So if I was on the city commission here, I'm a visual person. If you gave me a 3-inch thick notebook, I would want an executive summary and I'll look at the other. But I'm going to be more influenced by going out into the field and looking at, oh, that setback's a little closer than I thought. So others of you will read the instruction and say, hey, why didn't you read through it all? I have prepared in different ways. So it's understanding and appreciating the differing styles. My wife, Julie, is an auditor. She retired from Ford Motor Credit. Her and I have different styles. She's very detailed. I have no idea how much I have in the bank. Why? She checks 4 or 5 times a day. Let her do that. The key is we have common goals that pull us together. So for me, it starts with goals and then appreciation, the individual diversity of ideas and perspective. The third part is teams need to execute. And that means doing database decisions on a timely way. And for me, that isn't the end. An effective team evaluates and adjusts. And I give advice to mayors and city commissions all over the country when I speak. It is best to come up with a workable solution, try it out, and then make adjustments. Because if you strive for perfection in our planning today or in others, we're not going to achieve it. We won't be able to make everyone happy. We're not going to be able to make sure that it's a perfect solution. We need to look at 3 months, 6 months out. Is it getting us to the outcome? And you'll hear me talk about outcome because outcome links to the goals. And so for me, execution isn't just making the decision. It's monitoring performance. It's holding folks accountable and making timely adjustments. Not who's at fault or who screwed up, but rather what did we learn and what do we need to do to add value to the community? A is an attitude that we as a community are in this together. It is respect for each other. It's a willingness to cooperate, and it's a willingness to celebrate successes with our community, looking at what did we achieve together. Because one of the things I learned back in La Mesa early on is cities can expand community resources through partnerships. And there's a theme throughout this of partnerships improving the quality of life for our residents and expanding resources. T is trust. Trust is earned over time. Why? Because we've achieved our goals, we've fulfilled our role, we executed and did things that added value. We feel good about it because we accomplished this together, and that's where trust is built. And it's based upon performance. For me, you'll hear me use a lot of these terms as we go through the day in strategic planning, because I believe effective teams have that strategy and are able to produce results that add value to the community. Any comments about that model from anyone? Flipping to the next page is there are different types of teams. There are teams that are communities and teams that are athletic and even teams that are orchestras. We get characterized by basically looking at the community. If there's constant turmoil, if there's constant conflict, there's a lot of internal infighting and everything is personal, you'll be classified as a loser. And it's tough to get out of that label. You can drive around communities as you travel throughout this state. They look bad. There's no hope for the future. And it's tough for them to mobilize both the community's resource, because many times there's a lack of trust and confidence in the city government.
Lyle, can you pause for a second? We have a question or a comment from Commissioner Jotz from Gail. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Gail.
Gail?
Can you, what page are we on?
18.
We're in section 1, page 17.
Thank you.
You got it? And that was one I just talked about. And now we're flipping over to page 18.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Thank you. just flip the green and I can call on you. I'll be glad to do that. So, and Lauren, you can help me if I miss somebody too. Just
Yeah, well, I've got the participants page bar up, and the commissioners are used to raising their hand when they want to speak. So I'll let you know if somebody wants to jump in.
okay, and they can flip me too. Just give me a hand up. I'll try to get that as well. I can see most of you.
Does that work?
Yes, now I can see Gigi too.
Hey, Mr. Simmons, we all decided to go on a first name basis today. So welcome, Gigi.
Is that okay with you?
That's perfect. I'm Gigi.
We're keeping this as informal as possible as we go through today.
I know
Gigi.
I'm outside, so
Gigi,
I know,
I'd say
I
I like your I like your backdrop screen, but I realize it's real.
Yeah,
That's all right.
yeah.
It is real with things moving. And there's David. I see him now as well. On this page, there's a couple of key points. Then there are cities that are competitive. The team works okay together. They do things okay. They get by okay. But the key is the community and the commission's acceptance of that's about as good as we can get. And in sports, I relate that to it's like being a Cubs fan. A true Cubs fan, I have Midwest clients, if they're in first place in September, they say, well, I still have time to blow it. So for me, it's an acceptance. That's about as good as we can get. The real challenge today, and where strategic planning fits in, is creating winners and creating champions. And the real difference between a winner and a true champion is the ability to sustain winning over time. And what does winning mean? It means achieving goals. It's refocusing that goal and direction. So for me, strategic planning is part of that ongoing process. The cities I work with, most of them are 10 years or longer, where we come back a year later and say, did we achieve our goals? Do we need to tweak our goals? Usually the vision stays fairly constant and the mission once that framework is in place. But looking at the plans and the action agenda, they get adjusted on an annual basis. Winners say, look at, we're successful. Champions share that success. Look at what did we achieve as a community? And it builds the trust and confidence for other neighbors to want to get involved and partner with you in achieving those successes. Winners tend to be dependent upon one leader. Champions have multiple leaders and are always looking at building other community leaders as you go forward. A game plan is, what are we going to do this year? A strategy is, what is our strategy multiple years for achieving things? It is being guided by achievements versus being guided by outcomes. And so I'm going to ask you a lot on outcomes today. The following pages give you some ideas about pitfalls. But for me, that's a framework. We're going to focus on you and the board of directors as mayor and commissioners, and working together as a team to build this strategic planning framework. Any comments there from any of you? Going to page 27 in the same section, 27. Looking at what are the effectiveness of mayor and city commission. There are 12 points that I talk to groups about. One is focusing on the vision, goals, and priorities. And we're going to do a lot of that today and tomorrow. A second key is making timely and courageous decisions. If you look at your community, there's 20% that are going to be very satisfied with what you do. There's also 20% that will never be satisfied. There's 10 that lean either way, and there's 40% that they only get involved when they are personally affected. And a key today is rallying as much as you can of the 80 to 90%, but there will always be someone who will not be satisfied. You could give them 100% and they still may not be. And the key is at times looking at making what is best decision for the community long term. And that revolves around making courageous decisions. It means providing clear directions and expectations. So as we go through the document of vision and mission, I'm going to ask you to prioritize what's most important for you. So we will poll you. So it's not a list of 10, 20, or 30 things, but what are the smaller number that are most important to you? It means negotiating, not only today, but it's an ongoing process of coming out with what is best for the community, combining a variety of ideas. It means treating each other with respect, respecting each other's ideas, and respecting the input from your neighbors as well as your community as a whole. Having open communications, and hopefully we have that as we go through it. I'll be trying to encourage that dialogue as we go through our workshop together. It means also monitoring performance. And as Lee pointed out, it's giving you regular feedback where we are. The cities I work with usually have a dashboard where you can track your priorities and look at, are we on schedule? Are we behind? Are we ahead? It's having a presence in the community. It's being accessible to your neighbors. It's also going to the community as beyond your political supporters, looking at everyone out there and being open to new ideas. It's acting as a board of directors and recognizing that you know your community, but you ultimately have the responsibility for determining the policy direction. It means thinking strategically. What are the strategies to get us to the outcomes? Identifying who partners are out there, both internally in the city and in the community, and keeping the big picture of outcome and value to the community in our minds as we go through this. It's aligning the organization, everyone, all our charter officers to all our community builders and employees, so that everyone is going on the same direction and operating through the same processes. And the final one is sharing successes and celebrating. And for me, that one I really urge you, when you achieve something in the strategic plan, do something a little weird that creates a memory. Too many times cities use the golden shovel and the big scissors, and they're not doing things that are, oh, I can remember it. And I'll give you an example, and I'll pick on Lauren, you for a moment. A city that I work with in North Carolina dedicated a wastewater treatment plant. The city employees built a 20-foot toilet out of styrofoam. The mayor did the first flush to dedicate the plant. It roared throughout the valley. They slid through it, and everybody who in the community got a sludge bar, a Hershey bar that said the dedication. Let me tell you, folks can remember that. It also could be passing from one library to another when another library opens up and involving the community. It's not doing it looking at what did I do, it's what did we achieve as a community as a whole. And in these trying times with COVID-19, and we will spend some time talking tactically about where the city is on this and what needs to be done, particularly tomorrow, that is needs for celebrations and providing a sense of hope and direction for the community. So for me, that is the framework. Any comments before we move on?
Yeah, well, I'll just, I mean, not to, beat this to death, but when I was looking through this last night, number 2 on this list just jumped out at me. And I want my colleagues to hear from me how critical I believe that this is. We are, as a body, as an organization, trying to do enormous things that if we do them correctly are going to have a multi-generational impact on our community and will serve as models for other communities who are trying to achieve the same things, but maybe don't have the resources or the political makeup right now or whatever to get there. Excuse me. Hesitation is a momentum killer. And if the majority of this commission believes in what we're trying to do, ideally a unanimous majority believes in what we're trying to do, and it's what we represent as an elected body, it's so critical to make the decision, take the action, and move on. I have seen good ideas in my, let's call it 12 years, 10 years of service over 12 years of chronological time. I've seen great ideas get crushed because of hesitation. And because then people start sowing doubt, and in the lack of any real information or knowledge, people are able to really destroy an idea without any basis or grounds for it. It's not politically difficult to do. You can take any idea, no matter how good, and if it just sort of lingers out there, it's that old cliche, death by 1,000 cuts. And so I just, this is the call to courage, I think, in this list, that if we truly believe it, if we've engaged with our neighbors, if we've had the discussions, if we've questioned the assumptions, and we still believe that this is where our community is ahead, then we need to make the decision and move on. And I just, that's the only way that this commission and this community is going to get to where we need to go. And so thank you for including that. And I didn't want that. All of these with a dozen, points are important, I think, Lyle, but that one, none of the others happen unless you have courage and really pay
That's correct.
And Harvey, you wanted to jump in here as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's a hard habit to break, by the way, the not saying Mr. Mayor and Commissioner so-and-so.
Yes,
It'd be a lot easier if we were not on the computer, but whatever. Two words jumped out at me over the last few minutes, and one is dashboarding. We really need to focus on reporting back to ourselves and to the community where we are. We have allowed that to not happen. We've talked about it a lot. We've even voted on it, but we need to start seeing it. That's a thing that needs to happen. Second, celebrating. We are a community that is really good at celebrating sports victories and really awful at celebrating the things that we are good at otherwise. I mean, we move from huge thing to huge thing to huge thing and say, well, of course, we should have been doing that all along. So why would we celebrate that and expect ourselves to climb the next enormous mountain without saying, wow, look at the view from this mountain. The things that we have done as a community over the last 3 years, the victories that we've achieved, and the things that we've started and haven't finished yet, are things that a lot of other communities couldn't even begin to start work on. We need to remind ourselves as a community that that's happening, that it's real, that it's a thing. I mean, if you list the stuff that we've been working on, let's compare that to any other city our size around the Southeast and probably around the country. And there are darn few that can keep up with it. But because we do so much and then beat ourselves up and move on to the next thing, we don't realize how much progress we've made. There's a long, long way to go. Nobody's saying there isn't, but we've moved the ball, and we should be aware of that. Thanks.
Thanks, Harvey.
Let me respond, Harvey, to yours. I think 2 points, Harvey. You will get a dashboard from what we're doing because there will be milestones that you can track against. The celebrating and building off his point, if you've got a long-term project that's 3 to 5 years, celebrate milestones along the way as well. Because if you waited till the end, you lose some of that momentum and opportunity. And I think, and it's doing it with the community. It's not a small group of folks. It's involving a lot of your neighbors. Invite them in and say, look at what did we achieve, not as a city, not as mayor and commission, but what did we achieve as a community? And here's the value to you and in your lives. And I think too many times it's the same old traditional, here's the ribbon cutting or the shovel, and it's not looking at doing something that creates positive memories and builds trust. For me, if you on my birthdays, I can remember maybe 5 of my birthdays. All of those had special memories because the others sort of blend together. My birthday's terrible. It's the 23rd of December. But it is, if I can create that memory and give them a token to go back to their homes and say, hey, I can remember this, that celebration has much more value. What is the result? Greater partnership with your neighbors, greater trust with our neighbors, and a confidence that you will be doing things that add value to the community. So that's where I believe the celebration is extremely critical, and many cities do a terrible job of it. So I wanted to further comment on Harvey's. Other commissioners want to speak at this point? Good. Moving on to section 2. As one who is considered a senior, which I find hard to believe, but I wake up at the middle of the night, and about 5 years ago, this piece on page 2 in section 2, I got up, wrote on a pad, went back to sleep, and then came up in the morning and said, there may be value here. And it's one that I get a lot of positive feedback from commissioners and mayors throughout the country. And this is looking at the difference between governance and politics. And I'm going to read it. Governance is serving the community. Politics is getting elected or reelected. In other words, as soon as you get elected, your responsibility now as a member of this board of directors for the city of Gainesville is to be responsible for adding value to the community and governing. Governing is guided by vision, goals, and value to the community. Politics is guided by ideology, a cause, or philosophical principle. Governance is shaping the future, community's future for the long term. Politics is responding to the moment, current crisis, and more often today, we're seeing folks create crisis for their own political advantage as well. Governance is taking responsibility. Politics is making promises. Governance is exercising an ability to influence others. Politics is the use of personal power. Governance is finding pragmatic solutions to problems through collaboration with our community, collaboration with each other. Politics is starting with the solution in mind. And we're seeing more and more today, starting with the solution and not necessarily solving the problem. Governance is being data-driven, and Gainesville's taken a number of steps there to increase your availability of meaningful data that measures outcomes. Politics, on the other hand, is playing to people's emotions. Governance is negotiating by trading off to find a workable compromise. Politics is demanding an advocacy to win. Governance is educating and mobilizing support. Politics is rallying supporters and creating zealots. Governance is creating community benefits and value. Politics is taking personal credit and receiving personal recognition. And what I'm seeing over the last several years is where politics is dominating good governance. And what we're going to be doing here today is focusing on the governance, doing things and setting forth a strategic plan that adds value to the community and enhances the quality of life of every resident in your community, every neighbor seeing benefit. So the rest of this you can read on your own, but I did want to reiterate this as we get into this. Any comments about what I just read? Any comments or reactions?
Well, I think that's a great framework for us as a body and as an organization, but there's a lot of good personal introspection I get from that too. And it's going to help me evaluate and reevaluate how I approach many aspects of my job. So I appreciate you writing that down as you woke up as a fireman.
Oh yeah. It was one of those senior moments that had brilliant clarity. And then in the morning, if I hadn't written it down, I probably wouldn't have remembered it. It's been refined based upon feedback from a lot of mayors and commissioners throughout the country that have experienced this. And so today, our focus is on governance. Any other comments there? For the sake of time, I'd like you to go to section 3. And I want to just be slightly redundant by going to page 2 in section 3. Vision, this is the model that I use for strategic planning. Let me see if I can make it more visible since I don't have charts today. For me, the vision is the overall destination in our journey. It could be 10, 15 years. I use the arbitrary thing of 15 years. And that is looking at your preferred future. The vision is a capturing in value-based principles. What do you want to see in the future? For me, that is the basis for testing a lot of the things that we'll be doing today. It's ultimately a responsibility of the mayor and city commission to define that vision, where you want the community to be, and to focus it. I have prepared a draft vision. We can change the heck out of it. I got plenty of whiteout as we go through today. The plan is a 5-year plan about how to get to that destination. It's around goals that are outcome-based, objectives that are measurable, and then defining what are the challenges and opportunities, what is the value to our neighbors, and what are specific actions, and you'll be prioritizing those today and tomorrow. I have a list of things from all the charter officers, and they're reflected in here. The execution, the E, is developing an action agenda, a 1-year itinerary with deliverables. And there's 4 elements to this action agenda and itinerary for execution. Policy are those things that are the responsibility of the mayor and commission. They are, what are our resources? What are our programs? What are our services? The management job is to implement, and that will be a management agenda, and you'll see that. And you're going to prioritize the management agenda. The management in progress are things that our staff is working on. We will have deliverables and timeframes for major management in progress items. Capital projects are major projects, physical construction. They may be in design, they may be in construction, but we are going to have those as all part of that 1-year action agenda. And by the time we get either tomorrow or Thursday, we will have that in place. The staff will then put together action outlines of who's going to do what when, with timeframes and milestones that will link then back to how you talked about is to the dashboard. The mission is looking at what is the purpose of city government? What are the parameters about how we provide services, and what are our service priorities? This is the vehicle that's going to take us to this destination. It also gets at looking at partners that we may need to involve in achieving it. The core values and core beliefs are what do you expect of your employees and community builders. They're the ones that are providing the fuel to achieve the goals, implement the programs and services. And for me, there's a set of performance standards and expectations that come from you. And I'm going to seek your input on that today as we go through it. So for me, this is reconnecting the dots of what is strategic planning. And you'll see that as we go through our time together. That is the model that I use. One other thing I'd like you to look at, and then we'll see if there's any other comments, is going to page 3. As we do this strategic planning process, and for me, it is a collaborative effort. I'm going to come back and it will be addressed particularly during your budget process, and that is, how big of a house do you want to be? If you look at the diagram on page 3, it is a house, and it looks like this for those who are watching. There are, on the first floor, are core services to the community, core business activities in which you have no choice. You have to provide them. If you don't, you go to jail. There's not a lot of those. I was talking with staff. You don't need to be in the fire service. If you go to Knoxville, Tennessee, the government is not involved in fire or EMS. It's provided by Rural Metro. You subscribe to it. If you subscribe, you get services. If you may recall, several years ago when a house burned to the ground in Knoxville, the person had not subscribed, and as a result, the fire department didn't fight the fire. They squirted on both sides. So for me, the core services, the first floor, are things we have no choice with. The second floor, are things that we get into that are necessary for daily living. These are basic core city services. But just as important is the third floor, and that is the quality of life services that add value and define livability in the community. These are all important to make a livable, sustainable, and equitable community. And we'll talk about those terms as we go through today, particularly the equitable. And then there are community add-ons. How did we get into those? Maybe an individual neighbor made a request. All of a sudden, it becomes a service. It may not even appear in the budget, but you're providing that service. And I'll give you an example. One Florida city that I work with in South Florida was doing 48 city community events and festivals. 48. And when they looked at it, they said, are all of these adding value to the community? They ended up establishing criteria and identifying 4 as the primary community events. The others needed to have partnership and cost. Another example of an add-on is in Plano, Texas, when I started working with them. They, police department, added animal traps. They would take them out, set them up, and provide them free. The council never made that decision, but it was on the eaves. And today they did not provide it because it was not seen as integral to the house. But one of the things we cannot forget, and we'll see this throughout the strategic planning, is the foundation. That is our financial resources, our human resources, our infrastructure, our finances, it's our equipment, and it is our information technology. Those foundations, if the foundation cracks, the staff and will not be able to provide services, and the house will collapse. The final thing that I'd like to frame before we jump into talking about Gainesville is on page 4, and that is sustainable city. What is a sustainable city? It really, for me, is a balancing between personal livability for our residents, environmental stewardship, it is economic opportunity for all, and building a community for all. For me, sustainability is a blend of all of those. And if you look at our discussions, and you all brought up to me the terms of sustainable community, equitable community, and you're going to see that as I've drafted it as a cornerstone for your vision that we'll talk about in a few minutes. So for me, these three parts hopefully do some framing for our strategic planning efforts coming up. Comments about either the strategic planning model, the house for defining services, because this process will have a decision for budget, funding, funding, funding. Funding becomes the F-bomb for a lot of our services. We'll not make the decision today, but we will identify that it needs to be addressed and incorporated in the budget process for your final decisions. And then the final one is a sustainable community. Lauren?
So this is just one of those things I'm trying to put a pin in the approach for people. This is where I feel like it's really important for our staff through the city manager, through the charter officers, to make a strong case to the commission to for those those things right above the foundation, because frankly, those are things that elected officials are not hardwired to think about. You know, maybe we have a particular interest in IT or fleet management or you know, what's going on in the you know, budget and finance office, but probably not. All of us ran for things other than that. Those things are important to accomplish what we want to try to do, but you know, most people that get elected run because they want to reduce racial disparities or improve community policing or you know, address climate change. But none of that happens unless those things are not just working well now, but are being planned for as your analogy, as we drive down the road. Lyle, I'm sure that you have too many examples to list of communities that have neglected investing in those areas for a short run solution that end up with a much longer long-term solution. I heard story after story after story at the American Public Power Association conference I went to several years ago about utilities just investing nothing in maintaining their infrastructure. It basically ran everything into the ground, and then all of a sudden they had, you know, they had to raise rates, you know, 50%, 75% over many years to undo that sort of past sin. And so, you know, we need to find a way for us to hear clearly from our 6 charter officers what those needs are, and we need to listen with our good ear to make sure those are being addressed, or we can't do the other things, you know, or we're doing great harm to a future commission because we just neglect all these things now, and then you know, we're fortunate enough to have term limits here and we're done, and then it's somebody else's problem. And that can be a hard conversation because it doesn't have the sexy that the big things, the big visionary, you know, things that excite us and excite our neighbors to get involved and get active. And there needs to be a bridge of understanding there. And so, you know, if we can not necessarily talk about it right now, but you know, I think there needs to be a set aside conversation in our budget deliberations to show why that is. And I'm just gonna, not to belabor this point, but I believe it's been made clear that we have some significant IT needs. We have some significant website upgrade needs. We have a cybersecurity vulnerability because of that. And you know, that means we can't spend money on other stuff. But if we don't do that, then we're putting ourselves at great risk. And making ourselves less able to deal with those other things later on down the road. Gigi, you also wanted to get in here, and then Harvey, we can get you next. If you'll just raise your hand so I remember.
Thanks, Lauren. Lyle, I have a question.
Sure.
On your service responsibilities, the foundation, I just believe that foundation is the key to everything, that you have to have a solid foundation in order to provide services.
That's
so
correct.
I just believe in a solid foundation. So my question to you is, how did you come up with the core business choices? Are these just the basic responsibilities of city government from your opinion? Because now in the new world that we're living in, I'm looking at the basic foundation choices, and some things to me are missing. Some things are not there. For instance, I believe that planning should be a foundation, properly planning. And I don't see that. So I guess where did you get these foundations? Was this from the commissioners, some of the things that we discussed with you? How did you come up with this? And I just don't think some of these are relevant to the new world that I'm living in creating a solid foundation and moving forward on some of the things that city government should be able to provide and serve for the community. So I just wanted some history on how you came up with this and your
All right.
thoughts.
It's a good question. There is no model.
Okay.
This is my model. Every city defines their core services. That, Gigi, could be a goal for the next year, would be to activity would be to review your services and figure out where do they fall in the house. For me, every community needs to do it on their own. I don't say what they are, but as you go through that, within every department, there are things that go from no choice all the way up to community add-ons. So I know Lee has done this in other cities where they actually inventoried the services and then applied this model for your community. For me, it is not, this is broad categories, but each city and community needs to define it on its own. One of the things that is key is, and I'm linking it back to Lauren's comment, is a lot of cities have forgotten that foundation.
Right.
Gainesville has been very good in the water and sewer area, and Ed and GRU talked to me about it, is you have a pretty good idea about your water infrastructure and your sewer. You go down the road here, where I spend some time in Fort Lauderdale. Every week there are new sewer breaks there. And when Lee was there, they were trying to get a hold of what is the condition, because a lot of cities have no idea what that foundation looks like. And for me, that needs to be brought to you, as Lauren said, to say, hey, we've got a critical need here, because you all talked to me about technology. That may be up there in that basic service for you all. So for me, it's you as the commission defining what applies. Does that make sense, Gigi, what I just said?
That makes perfect sense. That makes perfect. So this is just a template.
That is template's a good.
Just a template. Okay. Thank you, Lyle.
Thank you.
Thanks. Great observation, Gigi. Thanks for bringing that in. Gail? Oh, I'm sorry, Harvey, and then Gail.
Thanks, Lauren. See, I didn't say Mr. Mayor. I'm kind of proud of myself. And as we move forward in all this, I would ask the charters to make sure that we don't miss foundational things. That if we need to take care of the house, we count on you to tell us that before the house falls down. And that's not every time we talk about doing repairs and improvements to the building that we used to work in before March. There are folks who on cue will write letters to the editor about it and how horrible it is. but we have to do that. The community wants there to be a city hall. And it's our responsibility to make sure that City Hall is in good repair. And that's a minor point in all this. But if the charters don't tell us about those things, we don't know that we have to budget for those things. And we need to be aware that every time we talk about the not interesting foundational stuff, people are going to pick at us. We need to be prepared for that and be prepared to say, I appreciate your opinion on that, but we don't want the roof of City Hall to fall in, for goodness sake. It's okay to have those conversations when people pick at it, but we absolutely depend on the charters to tell us what infrastructure issues there are so they can be fixed. And when I say tell us, I don't mean at the last minute. When we come up with grand plans and strategies for other stuff that we want to do, that's after we've come up with those things is not the time to say, oh, by the way, you got to spend $1 million on a roof. So stay involved in telling us what isn't being fixed and what needs to be fixed so that we're prepared to carry that message with us. Thanks.
Thank you, Gail.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lauren. I'm looking at the sustainable community part of this, and I know that I often seem like a broken record over this, but I'd like to say it again, is that, eventually we're going to have to make decisions about how we prioritize, and especially with the kind of new world that we're living in, that's unfolding every day. I think the personal livability piece of this is the most important piece to focus on. When we say the sustainability of a city, I'm thinking about the people that live in it. And, I am going to say that I think that we are luckily and uniquely positioned to be very sustainable, in part because we own our own utility, in part because, of UF Health and our healthcare system here. But I also at the same time want to make sure that everyone kind of has access to all of the services that you literally need to live, like roof over your head, our food system, our water, air that we breathe, all of that. Like we're talking about foundation in terms of, I've heard some infrastructure, but the foundation of the new world that is emerging and how we are going to be able to sustain, protect, and care for the people that live here as we kind of move forward. I think an important step in that process, and I'm sure the city manager and our charter officers are thinking about this, but I'm thinking back to the fact that we still haven't gotten FEMA reimbursement. How will we be able to sustain ourselves with this, money that's supposedly coming in on the books, but, we're continually kind of incurring some more expenses. What is the plan B around that? So I'm just going to summarize by saying that the important piece of this for me is the personal livability of our residents here and what it's going to take to maintain roofs over people's heads, foods in people's mouths, water coming out of the sink, electricity on, and the health of the people that live here.
Gail, you and I chatted about in our conversations is the community building as well, because that is an equitable community. So for me, a lot of the things is personal livability, as you're talking about, but it also is building that community as a whole too. So those are, and for me, that is part of that balancing act. So right on target. The other part of it that was brought up is when you're talking about, Harvey, your point, City Hall is one structure, that's a physical, but there's another front porch for cities today, and that's the virtual front porch that folks are having to see. So we've got, our lives have become a little more complicated with COVID because now folks are getting even a lot of seniors are saying, I like sitting at home. I like to be able to do it virtually. So I think we've got a couple of front porches which go back to the importance of that foundation, all elements of it. And we will have opportunities not only here today, but during, I'm sure, your budget process to hear from your charter officers what is needed in the foundations as well as in the service areas as well. Any other comments from the commissioners?
We're good.
Okay. You guys doing okay at this point? Need a break or you go all right?
I was wondering, is this a natural breaking point? It might be.
Yes, it is.
Great. So let's do that. Let's take 10 minutes. And so we will be in recess until 9:42.
That is what my clock says in your conference room.
Okay,
Great.
very good. Madam Clerk, we're in recess. So Lyle, I think as we get re-engaged here, I think it's a good segue before we move on to the next section to hear from our other charter officers that we haven't heard from yet. Any thoughts or expectations they have, and I think especially
That's fair.
as we have the conversation of making sure the house is in order and our foundation solid and all those things.
And they'll have comments on each section as well.
Sure.
You have opportunities for input. So who do you want to start with?
I don't really care. And if any of the charters, if you're not interested in chiming in now, that's fine as well. But would love to give you the opportunity.
There's Ginger.
I saw Ginger tune in first. So Ginger, do you have some thoughts for us to consider at this time?
I have many thoughts, but I think that the approach to the program is in line with expectations I had when I first met with Lyle. And I know internal audit is a little bit different than the other city functions, but I think our audit plan should support what you all are doing in the next couple of days, how you are defining your vision and mission and strategic goals and objectives. And then our internal audit plan should be agile, but also reflect that we're carrying out those goals that you establish.
The other thing, Ginger, you and I talked about is getting out outcomes so that you can then use those as a basis for the audits that you're conducting.
Agreed.
Yeah, so Ginger, I think just all of us would appreciate anytime there's an intersection between what you just said and what we're doing. We'd love to get your specific input on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Ginger. Let's see, Nicole, did you have anything you wanted to add at this time?
Not really, Mayor. As you all know, my office is a support function for the city. So I certainly look forward to you all developing priorities and strategies, and we'll help you carry them out.
Very good. Prevent us from making any long-term strategic decisions that are unconstitutional, for example. Omi, anything you'd like to add at this point?
Yeah, sure. I would just say that I'm really looking forward to this plan, looking forward to outcomes. I think it's certainly going to as well help shape our policy program and what that will look like for the next several years, really trying to make sure that what we're focusing on from a policy standpoint, or at least from a research standpoint, is in alignment with the commission's strategic plan and focus. So I think that'll be very instrumental in helping us doing that, as well as even, trying to aid in educating our community from a civics perspective, where they can plug in and where those opportunities are for them to get involved in what's going on locally. So I certainly look forward to the discussion.
Beautiful, thank you. And Tanisha.
Good morning. I actually don't have anything right now, but I am 100% certain that I'll have some coming later.
Excellent. Okay, we'll look forward to that. Thank you, Tanisha. Okay, Lyle, I'll pass the.
Did Ed have any other comments?
Apologies, I'll pitch the ball back to you.
Did Ed have any comments?
Ed jumped in earlier. If there's anything in addition, feel free.
Nope.
You just want a chance to show that awesome backdrop again. My girls watched the launch with me the other day. It was their first one, and it was a pretty special experience. I remember when I was about their age watching the first space shuttle take off. It kind of felt like our family came full circle there. Anyway, I digress. Thank you for keeping us on course.
Ed, your hair is still getting longer. Is that it from our last conversation?
Yes, it is, Lyle.
Going to section 4, I'd like to take a few minutes and have you comment looking at the last year briefly. These came from the mayor and city commission successes and from the interviews. The first were on page 3 and section 4. So section 4, page 3. The equity, formal policy and direction. We'll come back and talk further about it linked to the vision and the mission as well as actions. Comments about equity as a success for the last year from anyone? Anyone? Was that a success for the city commission?
I don't want to step on anybody, but you know, it's something that I feel like we've been building to for several years as both an entire organization and an elected body, and I, you know, just from that, I felt like this past year we took some really significant steps in formalizing that and institutionalizing that. I don't feel like it's all the way there yet,
right?
But certainly much more sort of integrated into the organization than we were, you know, 3 or 4 years ago. So yeah, I mean, I think we took some big strides this year in that area.
Because a number of you brought that up in the interviews. Gail, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I mean,
Gigi?
I think, yes.
Hi, Gail.
Hi. Yes, I think that, yes, we did take some significant steps, like the mayor said, towards acknowledging the work that we need to get done in the city. And I think that the next few years will be focused on building the capacity to do that work and actually getting the work done. So I think it was, I consider it a success in terms of, you know, we began the process, but I also think that we do have quite a long way to go. And I'm looking forward to the work and the way that it unfolds.
Stay tuned for the rest of the documents in our time together. Gigi, you had a comment too?
Yeah, thank you, Lyle. I think this is where we as a city, this particular topic, we're kind of not on the same course, because you have GRU with Ed, and in my opinion, what I've seen over the years, his equity and diversity and the things that he's done with the with GRU, with the utility side, has been more forward than general government side. For instance, they have a leadership program. The city has a leadership program, and on a consistent basis over the years that I've seen, Ed and his team has always put minorities in this leadership academy or leadership program, giving them an opportunity to advance in city government or in their respective divisions or departments. Whereas I haven't seen that in general government side in I don't know how long. So when you talk about equity for as formal policy and direction, and I'm speaking specifically on direction, when I look at GRU, it's more forthcoming in the way they interact with their minority employees, more so than I've seen on the general side, by giving them opportunity for advancement, by creating different divisions, or I know like Yvette, she's been real good at going into the communities and doing outreach, more so than I've seen on the general side of government. So I think when we talk about equity, we need to really start bringing the city as one, not just general government and GRU. So we need to really focus on that. And I'm glad we're having this conversation, because I've seen, and I want to say that just leadership, in my opinion, is just more in tune to the needs of their particular employees. And I've just seen that over and over again with GRU in certain instances where they have given their employees opportunity for advancement. They focused on minorities, that, you know, and I've just seen this from personal experience and witnessed some of the things that they have done for minority employees, more so than the general government side. So I would hope that we can interact and put all that together and move forward as one city, not a divided city when it comes to equity.
Good.
Thanks, Lyle.
Harvey, did your
Yeah.
hand up too?
Thanks, Lyle. To follow on the comments that the Gail and Gigi made, first, what Gigi was saying applies across the board. We've got to stop saying the city and GRU as if they were different things. That's not what the charter says. Our foundational document says all this stuff, and we know it's our responsibility, but we can't manage it as two different things. It's all the same thing, or it doesn't work very well. And we've got to, and I know we'll talk, I imagine that we'll talk more about this.
Yes, we will.
But we've got to, that's something I hope we can celebrate in a year or 5 years down the road, is having changed the way that we think about this. Specifically from an equity perspective, and thinking about the earlier comments about celebrating, it doesn't have to be everything to celebrate it. I believe if we wait for that 3 to 5 year success to celebrate, we'll never celebrate.
That is correct.
It will always be, moving on to the next mountain, and that's exhausting. That makes people bitter and angry, and I mean, it makes people watching us bitter and angry. It makes us bitter and angry. We've got to, using a football analogy, since we had done some of that, you can't win the championship if you don't win the first game. Well, I guess you could, but if you don't win those early games, you're not gonna win the championship. You've got, and when you win, again, to a more specific football analogy, when you get a first down, everybody in the stadium cheers, right? Because if you don't get those first downs, you don't win the game, and you don't get a touchdown. Then you don't win the game. Then you don't win championships. You got to pat yourself on the back as we go. We move. And
that's why I put this down as a success, because I heard that from you. That foundation has been laid to get into some of the things that Gail
on equity over the last
year
and a half. And if we don't recognize that we have done work on it, we will never feel good about doing the work. We will get to a point where we're bitter and just showing up because we have to. And that's the wrong way to do this. If we don't bring joy to what we're doing, we're not going to achieve great things, in my opinion. So thanks.
What I'm doing is taking notes of all your comments, and you'll get this back from me as part of a performance report. So your points, including the GRU ones, Gigi, that you brought up, will be recorded here.
Hey, Lyle, I just want to tell Harvey, it depends on the team that gets the first down.
Any other comments on this one before we go to the next one?
Defense here.
Any other comments on equity as a success? Yes, Rena?
Depending on when we start the year, but I will, to Harvey and Lauren's point of those baby steps, and you have to celebrate them. While it is still far from what I would like it to be, our police department has finally certified some of its officers as bilingual, so they can not have to use the language line, and we know which officers have been flagged as bilingual and can use that in the field. And I think that's an important foundational step towards being accessible to all people and visitors in our city. So I'll give us that one. And I guess if you count last month as part of the year,
sure,
having Gainesville Cares also work with our immigrant population, I think was a good step towards equity and recognizing that they live here and don't have the same access. Good
points. Any other comments on this one? A next one that was brought up in my interviews was a sales tax for parks and sensitive lands. Lauren, you flashed? Green?
Nope.
Comments from anyone on this as a success? Harvey?
Maybe the reason that we didn't all jump up and down and say that's a huge success is because it's something we expect of our community. We've done in the past, we keep doing it, which doesn't mean we shouldn't celebrate it. We should, but I think that might be the reason that it didn't automatically, pop in everyone's head as a success, because it's just what we expect of ourselves.
Comments from others on this, Gigi?
Yeah, I agree with Harvey, but also the history of our city is just based on the love of nature, the love of outdoor play and cultural activities. And I think from a District 1 standpoint, as a District 1 commissioner, when I see all the parks that the sales tax has helped to rejuvenate for us, the new equipment, and just have put things in our location where we are, for instance, like the Cone Park track, that's like one of the best state of the arts track in the county. And so when I look at what the sales tax has done for my district and how it has enhanced the environment surrounding my district, it was a huge success. And right now, currently, we're working on a major park, Unity Park, that's going to transform a neighborhood. So yeah, I shout to the rooftops, the sales tax for our parks and our nature and land. It was a great success, and we do not celebrate it as often as we should. And I think sometimes it's the preconceived notion in certain communities, like, okay, all we have is a park, big deal, but it's just not a park. It's not just a recreation facility. It's something bigger than that. It's a place where people gather. It's a place where people can come. So I think if we say that more often and celebrate that, you'll have more people more excited and thankful for what the city has done to enhance the quality of life, because that's what we're doing. You enhance the quality of life. So yeah, I thought the sales tax was great.
Yeah, the whole issue of community building goes back to having those gathering places that you're talking about, Gigi, as well. Comments from others on this as a success? The CRA new model, is that a success? Commissioners?
I don't feel like we know yet. It's so young. I think that the model took a long time to develop. I think that the work plan is still not, I think if we went out to our community and asked them what the CRA work plan was for the next 10 years, almost nobody would be able to tell you. And so I think there's optimism with the new model, but I don't think that there's a definitive understanding or acceptance that the model is going to be successful. There's a lot of work to do there. That's something that I honestly believe the City Commission has got to, put at the very top of our priority list to get that sorted out. And then I do believe once it's sorted out and we've done, solid community engagement, we have a good work plan together that our community is behind, then it takes just a little fine tuning over the next 10 years or 9 years by the time we get down to it. But
this is one of those foundational things as well, Lauren.
Yeah. And we this change happened under duress, and I think we made the best out of a difficult situation. And I think we went into it with optimism that we could actually come out with something better than what we started with, which is I still reserve the right to believe that. But beyond that, I'm just very tentative about accepting that it is a success. We've just got tremendous work to do to make sure that it is.
Harvey, you had your hand up too?
Yeah, thanks, Lyle, and thanks, Lauren. Look, nothing we talk about on here is going to be done. The work of the city is never done. If we built something, and let's use, for example, the Fire Station 1. After many, many years of work on getting that ready, a couple of years ago, we finished it, and it's in use, and it's great. But it's still not done because we still have to fund the maintenance of it, and we have to make sure that it stays in great shape. We have to make sure that our firefighters have what they need there. So nothing is ever done in this. There's no point at which we can say, all right, we finished that one, knock it off the list. That's true of the CRA as well. Even though it started under duress, it was kind of a forced march. The hundreds and hundreds of hours that nearly everybody on this screen put into it needs to be recognized. We got to a point where we know, I think it's a good thing, we know, and it was the city's plan, how many dollars are committed to this over how many years. That's a really big step to me. We expanded what's possible, and that's a big step. Instead of leaving the East Side CRA out there on an island with no money to work with, we've created a situation where there is money to work with. And the beginning of a plan for how to spend that money. Yeah, there's a whole lot left to do, but getting to a point where we can actually spend that CRA money, county and city money, taxpayer money, in the places where it needs to be spent is something that we didn't have before. That's a big deal. We ought to take a moment and think about that being a success, because there's opportunity to make progress now. Before, there was not, because there was no money to spend in the places that where it needed to be spent. We shouldn't just walk by that and say, whew, glad we got that forced march over with. We should say, wait a minute, there's something to work with now. To me, that's a big deal. Thanks.
Great points. Comments from others? Any other comments? Bargaining units, 3 contracts was brought up by a majority of you. Harvey's racing. David, was your hand up?
Yeah, it was for the CRA. Do you mind if I just pop
back to the CRA? Go ahead.
Yeah, so are we gonna take time to discuss projects, or is that for another day?
When we get to the plan, there will be specific projects that have been identified. We have over 100 actions that we'll be discussing as part of that process, and those include the CRA ones.
Okay.
Do you have any comments about it as a success or achievement this past year?
I think I'll let the comments lie as they were. But I think it's exciting that we get to work on those projects. Okay, that's it.
Any other comments on the CRA? One more time. What about the bargaining units? A lot of you brought that up to me. See Gail and Harvey's heads nodding on this one. Comments about this as a success? Any?
Yeah, that's a huge deal. We came into office with one of the 3 major bargaining units was under a long-term contract, and one was uneasy and one was flat out angry. And we got to a point through talking with the members of those bargaining units and really getting down to brass tacks on this, where we have up-to-date contracts with those 3 major bargaining units. That's something that didn't exist when I came into office, and something we ought to be very proud of. We are in a situation where most of our workers that are represented by these bargaining units have said, yes, we like this contract. This is good. We're happy to be working here. That may be a stretch, but at least, you know, we've got those contracts in place. And it took an enormous amount of work on the part of the bargaining units and on the part of city staff to get there, and to just walk by and say, well, again, yeah, that's how it should be. It is how it should be, but it wasn't.
It was the way it wasn't, right?
Thanks.
Comments from others on the bargaining contracts? The relationship with the university and Santa Fe College. Any comments about that? There was nothing specific, but identified that that was a success this past year by you all. Anything specific or comments there?
Well, this is enormous. And frankly, if we had not been developing and formalizing the relationship between the city and especially the university, but Santa Fe has always been a good partner and continues to grow in that relationship, we would be in a much more precarious situation because of COVID-19. Because of the bridges and the relationships and the close ties that we built for the last several years, the cooperation and mutual participation and planning for the future between the city and the university has been exceptional. So much so that I believe that we will end up serving as a model for many other communities that don't have that relationship but are facing the same pressures and stresses. And so I'm just very thankful. If we were trying to start figuring that relationship out now because of COVID-19 as a reaction, I'm not saying we couldn't get it done, but it would be much more difficult. But because we were proactive and started working through that relationship in response to things that weren't in crisis necessarily, but were opportunities to help build a more sustainable community, to go back to the previous term, we set a framework in place that has really facilitated and I think exaggerated the opportunities that exist between our two institutions because of this current crisis.
Comments from others? Harvey, you had your hand up?
Yeah, there's a picture, several pictures of a bunch of us shoulder to shoulder breaking ground at the new Santa Fe campus on 6th Street, or the rebuilt campus. And they are moving forward with that even in this crisis. That's going to be a game changer in Gainesville. There are multiple ways to think about how it will affect our city, but Santa Fe moving more of what it does and more of its focus into the city center is a big deal. And it didn't happen just by accident. The city has been involved in that, and I think that we have to remain involved in it to make sure that it is a positive thing for the people of Gainesville, and I think it will be. But we shouldn't just drive by that and say, oh yeah, that's no big deal, because it is. Thanks.
Comments from others? Any other comments?
Just on
David?
Just on this subject, I think the most important thing is, as we're acting as change agents for one another, and that needs to permeate through the organizations, because while we're trying to make changes within our own organization around our priorities and goals, the university has their own set of priorities and goals, and that's fine. We're two different institutions, two different missions, but where a lot of our goals overlap, or in some cases
Great point.
go opposite directions, the degree to which we're acting as change agents for one another is vital.
Good point. Any comments from others on that one? Yes, Adrian.
Yeah, thank you, Lyle. I think one of the big ones is University of Florida. I mean, this has not been the last year, but over the last few years is their complete change in mindset of they were always kind of going west and west and west and going that sprawl, and they've changed to where they need to invest going east and kind of concentrating what they're doing instead of kind of sprawling out. I think that's a massive change of them realizing they're not just a kind of the walls of campus, they are a part of our community, and that has something that I think has not been the case in, I don't know, maybe in the whole history of the university. But yeah, thank you.
Good points. Any others on this one? Going once, twice. The city's response to COVID. Comments about that as a success. We'll talk further about where you are short-term and long-term plans, but so far, has the city's response been positive? You all said yes. Comments there?
Thank God.
David?
Just, I'm thankful for each one of you every day about this response, because when we were, Harvey and I and Raina were all, literally it was election week, when the conversations were happening about whether to allow public events, and we weren't even really sure what we were dealing with. But we came together really quickly and made some very quick calls. And I think that it has saved a number of lives that we'll never know.
Good point. Comments from Harvey?
Sorry to keep dominating the conversation, but I'm excited about some of the stuff we're doing here. GNV Cares for a city our size without federal help is a huge deal. Hundreds, thousands of people, not everybody that needs help, but thousands of people in our community that found themselves without a paycheck or without income because of COVID, got the rent paid or are in the process of getting their rent paid. Businesses are going to stay in business because of GNV Cares, and it turned on a dime. We didn't, projects like this could take months, if not years, to get going, but it's proof that when properly motivated, the city of Gainesville can do amazing things quickly. I'm not aware of too many, if any, other cities kind of sort of our size without federal help turning this around. That's a success, and as is all the food programs that we've been able to support and actively handle. Gosh, there's a list of things that we have done as a city that we ought to pat ourselves on the back for as a community and as city government. Not everybody's doing work like we're doing in this, y'all. There are a lot of communities that, oh, this is horrible, there's nothing we can do about it, and just back away from it and wait to make a plan for a year down the road. We're doing the year down the road stuff, but we're also changing lives for the better in our community right now during this process. And we need to be aware of that.
And several of you pointed out some of those things that you two just brought up are going to have some enduring value and add further value in the future because it's brought about change very quickly. Comments from others? JJ.
Hey, Lyle. I just echo the sentiment of Harvey, and also our staff did a phenomenal job. They really stepped up to the plate, and everybody just did a fantastic job during this crisis. I think the action of our commission early on, I'm in agreement with Harvey. I think that saved a lot, or David, that saved a lot of lives. And I really truly believe that we didn't wait at all for the governor to tell us, hey, you guys need to shut down. We took the initiative on our own with great leadership and did just that. So my hat goes off to the commissioners, to the staff. We did, I think, during this crisis, of course, we're going to learn along the way. This is new. This never happened before, but I think, and I pray that this doesn't happen again. I just think we put something in motion for other cities to follow. We were just quickly handling business, and it was done efficiently. It also gave us another opportunity to be creative in other ways. And so it was in my opinion, I just think the reaction to COVID-19 was a success. And I think our residents really appreciate us. And we get emails all the time from folks saying thank you. So yeah, and the feeding program, I mean, we just stepped up with even the marketing, Lyle, you know, getting information to the people and going out into the communities and talking to the people. And that's where we're talking about those relationships, building those relationships. And I think during a crisis, during a time like this, that was key. So yeah, I'm thankful for the quick reaction the quick action that we took for COVID. I probably was a little quicker than most people. I stayed home, but I still love you guys.
Commissioner, you set a great example.
Gail? Gail?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm just going to echo a lot of what Harvey and Gigi said, is that our response was phenomenal. And I think that, I mean, I would say almost all of it absolutely had to do with staff stepping up to the plate and doing it quickly. And I think there's so much that happened behind the scenes that we were just not aware of. But we just saw the outcome of this. So I don't think, there was some, important policy decisions and direction that we gave at the very beginning, but it was absolutely staff that was creative, that worked overtime, many with children at home. I mean, our communications department was incredible. I was consistently amazed at all of the communications that were coming out in a timely manner and educating people. I mean, this is probably one of the times where I'm always appreciative of staff, but this is one of the times that I really, really had a chance to see like the incredible capacity of what they do without us even being involved. We have some really stellar, smart people working for the city of Gainesville. So yeah, that's what I have to say about that.
Other comments from anyone? Yes, Adrian?
Thank you. Echo many of the comments already given. I think that being proactive was one of the biggest things. We took action. And I think that's something we need to consider moving forward too, is if we believe in something, we should move forward and do it, and not, at times we can kind of drag things out and talk about them kind of forever, or have endless amounts of meetings, stuff like that. But if we believe something as a commission, that's what we're elected to do, is to be kind of the voice of the community. We should go and do it. And we were in an emergency crisis and we had to kind of act quickly, but I think we can do good things if we think we need to move forward on things. I think this was the show that our staff can get things done when they're given clear direction to go forward, and our staff did an amazing job. So I'm proud of us. Thank you.
Comments from others?
Yeah, Lyle. So I won't repeat. I agree with comments made, but I also want to just point out that this crisis has significantly strengthened our relationship with the university. It significantly strengthened the relationship with UF Health. It significantly strengthened the relationship with the county, and it significantly strengthened the relationship with the Gainesville Chamber of Commerce. All of those relationships were at varying degrees of where I think we wanted them to be. We are much closer to the strength of those relationships today because of our coordinated response to COVID-19. And the other thing I'm going to think it's really, really important to remember in this sort of short 3-month period that we've been dealing with this. When we worked with the county commission chair to issue the first, so I issued a state of emergency. The city manager then issued his executive emergency orders that allowed for a stay-at-home order. The county chair did the same thing. And we worked very closely on the language of that stay-at-home order. as you all know, it ended up being just a little less than 2 weeks before the governor took action. At that time, we had the highest per capita infection rate in the state. Alachua County had the highest per capita infection rate in the state. Well after the governor issued his order, we had gotten that infection rate significantly reduced, and now we're below the 2.5% threshold that the health experts recommend for a safe sort of reemergence from our shells, from our homes, and getting back to a version of normal. And so we will all, that's growth that can't be undone. The strength of those relationships cannot be undone because of where we started and where we are now and where we still have to go. I mean, all of it, we're constantly like, how are we going to get prepared for August and how are we going to get prepared for the fall? And I mean, so those relationships and the strength of those relationships will continue to grow, and that will serve us so incredibly well when we deal with other major issues like housing or transportation or environmental protection or anything else. And the proof of the success is in the data, right? I mean, it's not anecdotal. We can point to where we started and where we are now and show that our combined actions work. And so as phenomenal as our staff was, so were the staffs of all of those other institutions, and the coordination of efforts and work amongst all those people. We have just got to sort of cast that die right now, so we have something permanent to take forward with us.
Building off your point, Lauren, it may be an opportunity at some point for celebration with all those partners too, to reinforce, hey, look, we had a common goal, go back to the definite common goal. We played our roles and we executed in a timely way, and we added definite value and saved lives in our community. Other comments on the COVID response? Lee, do you have any from staff's perspective, since that was brought up, or Ed, or any of the charter officers?
My only comment is, and I think a few of the commissioners mentioned this, you give us the latitude. I think we can get your programs implemented.
Any other charter officers on that one, because it impacted all of you?
Yeah, Lee, not Lee, I'm sorry, Lyle. I think one of the big things that happened this past year was the commission's support of the cash balance policy at GRU. They also supported what was basically an historic pre-planning of some refinancings, restructurings, so that when the market turned around, we were able to ensure significant savings. So that was something that the commission in previous years had not necessarily supported, and we got full support from the city commission, which really added to the stability. You start talking about the foundation of the city. It added to GRU's financial stability and strength, and ensured our performance for years to come. So, they ought to take some credit for that as well.
The others? Rental housing ordinance development, is that a success for the year? Yes, Rena.
So yes and no. So I had hoped that this would already be in place, and that I wouldn't be voting on it at some point in the future. But I think having run through the gamut of the subcommittee and having all of you and Helen agree that it was the right direction to go and to do this massive overhaul project, I think that was a success. To delineate certain certain programs and issues that we wanted the ordinance to address, and now we're just waiting for a draft. But I think the timing of it was less than successful.
Got it. Adrian, and then Gigi.
Similar thoughts to Raina. I think one of the big ones was there were definitely two parties and two sides that were kind of very much against each other. And I think by being able to bring them in the same room and being able to talk through each of the items through the creation of the ordinance, I think people felt like their voices were heard. And I don't think there is as much pushback as there was in the beginning for it, because I think we let people have their voices heard about kind of the specific items of that. I think that the timing definitely is a major thing of we need to focus on how we can get things from a policy decision the commission makes into an actual action, but we're talking about successes here. So.
Good.
Yeah, thanks, Val. And I have to agree with Adrian. I think because I'm on the committee, and for us to be able to have various folks with different opinions to come into one room and just really talk about this issue, it was a great opportunity for me to be a part of that. We really listened, and it was just a great committee to be on. It is a great committee to be on, and I think it was a topic that we needed to address. And I think the success of that is being able to bring people from the community into one room and have a conversation and actually agree. You know, it was great, and I know that the timing is not where we want it to be, but with Gainesville Neighbors, we assisted those with rental and mortgage issues that needed help. So that's kind of a success, in my opinion, with the rental housing ordinance, in a sense that we as a body realized that there was an issue with rental and mortgage payments, and we did something about it. So I just think the success all around is just having people of various opinions come into one room because of one topic, and be able to listen and actually put something in place and just had that conversation. And you know what, Lyle? Folks had a lot of great ideas. You know, it just wasn't city commissioner. You know, it was a lot of different people with great ideas, and we listened to them, and staff went back and came up with solutions. So it was great. And, you know, we're going to get there, but it was a success just being able to have that group of people come into one room and have a dialogue.
That was good.
Yeah.
Comments from others? Any other comments on this one?
Lyle, I chaired
David.
I chaired that subcommittee.
Yeah.
And I just want to thank my colleagues for commenting, but I will disagree with them. This was a success. The subcommittee took how many months to go through, and it wasn't cut and dry. It wasn't straightforward. It seems easy to paint any movement that way or process that way, but it really wasn't. We were trying from scratch, and we sort of put it together as a community. So it lasted for many, many, many months. And so, you know, Mr. Mayor, I think now I'm beginning to after that experience running meetings, it's very easy for commissioners and all of us to complain about timing, but actually running and pushing the process through is a very difficult thing. So I want to give kudos to all of the support that went into that, and it's not a small lift. And so, you know, this is going to come before the commission. We're going to have an opportunity to discuss and debate it. And I think rather than you know, casting disparagement, let's just be grateful for everybody that put work into it.
Marina, you had your hand up.
It was a silent answer to, it was 6 months. The subcommittee was half a year long.
David?
I remember exactly how long that committee was.
But I think when you involve the community, the process becomes a lot less predictable because you've got complex issues and differing ideas, and doing it in a respectful manner for all it takes time, because some of them just getting them to listen and talk with one another and build some initial relationships becomes very, very critical for success. Other comments on that one? Yes, Adrian?
Yeah, I just want to be clear. I didn't have any issues with the length of time of the committee. It's that we're not going to have an ordinance a year after we probably voted on stuff. It's more on that portion. The later portion, I think that's one of the things we need to look at in terms of our strategic planning as well. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Well, that depends on whether you're counting commission votes or subcommittee votes, and I will not dive into my feelings on subcommittees on this moment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
We will talk about them before we leave. Any other comments? Going to the next page. Moved elections to state primary dates was brought up by many of you. Comments about that as a success? Harvey.
Thanks, Lyle. So two reasons that I feel like that's a success is, number one, it was overwhelmingly supported by the people at the ballot box. That's a big deal. Anything that gets over a 60% stamp of approval from the people, I'm pretty excited about. Second, that's a long-term success that we won't see all the benefits from for many years. We went through a long period in Gainesville of churning city commissioners all the time. Every year, literally every year, there were multiple new commissioners for a good while there. Right now, this commission has the most time in service of any commission in many years. That's a big deal. We are consistently working with the county commission on things, and consistently at a disadvantage working with them because they have so many years combined time and service. As we understand better how to work with each other, and staff understands how better to work with us, and the community understands how better to work with us and how to talk to us, and we understand better how to talk to the community, we can serve the community better. We can make a better city because we have more time and service. That's going to be even better in a few years when those 4-year terms are consistent across the board, so that someone who is elected to a second term will end up with 8 years of service. That's enough time to really know what's going on. If you get through 4 full years of service, you have a much better idea. And we are, I feel like even now, with 6 commissioners who have been here for at least 2 years, we're able to understand each other and do better work for everybody, and staff is able to get better product from us as a commission than has happened in many years in this community. I'm excited about where this particular success is going to take our community. We won't see all the benefits for many years, but when we do, it's going to be a big deal. Thank you.
Harvey, on that, my experience is it becomes then commission driven and less staff driven too, because of that stability you talked about. Comments from others about the election? Any other comments from any of you? Moving to the next one that was identified as park facilities upgraded. Any specifics there that you would feel you want to comment on during the success for the last year? Any other comments on that one? None? The Policy Research Office created in the clerk's office. Is that a success? David, did you want to make a comment? Your hand was up.
Well, I think this is an opportunity for us to give due credit to our clerk of the commission, whom is also a new mother. But I've told her and I've told members of our staff that, one of the goals that this commission early on, I think it was a discussion that we might have had in my first year, maybe it was a year in. But when we hired Omi to take the full role, this was one of the first objectives we gave her. And for this office to have come so far along in just the time that we have spent, similar to what Harvey was saying about the elections, we're not going to see the full maturity of this until, future commissions. But the groundwork that's being laid is a huge status quo changer for a Gainesville City Commission. And I just have to give credit where it's due. Our clerk did a fantastic job hiring the right people. We've now had Mr. Zariah Folston enter the position. So I'm looking forward to him continuing the role. But this particular objective is one that I'm extremely proud that our staff was able to accomplish.
Comments from other commissioners?
Yeah,
Yes,
well,
Lauren.
this is a major step forward for the commission. Over my long tenure, different commissioners come in with different levels of knowledge and expertise and experience in the policy process, most of which is slim to none. They run for a reason. They're active in their community. They see some opportunities or big changes that want to be made, but the actual process of turning an idea into a policy is difficult, and there historically has not been a lot of support. And that means that some people have had those ideas blocked from implementation because their colleagues knew the process better than them and were able to sort of prevent things from happening. This is going to empower every elected official to be better at their job. Now, I think we have to be very cautious right now because it's still in its infancy. So much of the success of the first year was because of the person who was in that position. She had a lot of experience doing that at a state legislative level. She had has a law degree. She was sort of like, if you were to craft the ideal person, that she fit that role. And I have a lot of faith in Zariah. This is not taking anything away from our current policy director, but she was able to come in and sort of stand up the value of that position immediately. Where I think the challenge is for us and for the organization is, how does that person interface with the other charters and the rest of the organization? There is already some pushback, some hesitancy, even some flat out barriers being erected. This was true of the previous policy director. This is true of the current policy director. We as a commission have got to make very clear to the other charter officers, and by extension, the rest of the organization, what our expectations are of this person and what our needs are. And that's fine because it's new and it's going to take some time to really make that clear. And for it to be accepted organization-wide. But there have been challenges with that. So yeah, major success creating it, getting it, as a FTE and getting some good work that has really helped inform our policy process up to this point in certain areas. But it could very easily disappear and go away by frustration or by the commission just not seeing the value in it and not being able to utilize it to its highest best use. So I'm as the cliche, I'm cautiously optimistic.
And we'll talk about some of the expectations tomorrow. Comments from others? Yes, Adrian.
Thank you. Pretty much verbatim from what the mayor said, Lauren said. I think we had I want to thank Ms. Gainey and Ms. Hoffman for helping to create that. And as we move forward. And I think the mayor talked about the barriers that were there too. I'm excited for where we can go in the office. I just want to make sure that we continue to move forward on it. And I think the mayor's right in points that like there was kind of blockades that kind of were put up and stuff like that, that our job as a commission is to create policy and to provide oversight over our charters. And I think we need to have positions like this. And I don't think this is just the kind of talking about to Harvey's point earlier, there's like, none of these are kind of the end of things. I think we need to continue moving forward and making sure that we as commissioners have support staff and things like that. Many other cities have aides that work directly for commissioners, allowing better constituent services, better research, and being able to push policy. I think we need to continue moving in that direction of us. We are very active commissioners, and I think we need support staff that work for us. And I think this position does that for allowing us to keep moving things forward. And I think this allows management to be able to do what they do best is to manage the day-to-day operations and to kind of move things forward. But it's our job to push policy. So hopefully it's just not not just the beginning, or not just the end, but the beginning of where we can kind of go with the city commission kind of office and what we do. Thank you.
Comments from other commissioners? Gigi.
Thanks, Lyle. When I first started the commission about 20 years ago, that was a joke, guys.
I got you.
When I first started,
there's smiles on their face. That's good.
Yeah, 20 years ago. I've aged a lot since then. It was a process that was non-existent. For new commissioners to come in and try to get in line or try to feel their way into, okay, I have a issue, or I have a program, or I have an idea that I really want to take to the commission. What are the steps? That was non-existent when I came on. Who or can I get an assistant? There was no money for that. What's the learning curve? What particular subject am I trying to look at and get information through? How does that work? What's the actual process? What's the protocol? So when you have commissioners that's been on the commission longer than the new persons that come on board, they already have an advantage. And so how do you help the new upcoming commissioner? How do you help them in the process in trying to figure out how do they get their ideas into play? How do they come up with potential policies that's going to help them and help their constituents? That was non-existent when I came on. So, or maybe it was existent, maybe I just didn't know about it. So I think when Michelle came up with a solution and said, you know what, I'm going to talk to each commissioner and see what are their thoughts about creating a framework that's equitable, that's fair to all of the commissioners. And I'm going to implement that and put that into place. That gives everybody, it should give everybody an opportunity to have research done on their particular subject. It should give everybody the opportunity to at least get some kind of knowledge of the process. And I think what it was when I came on, if there was a process in place, it was broken and it was inconsistent. So what this did, in my opinion, brought consistency in a process. Now, if that's being done currently, I don't know. If that's being done in a manner that it was created, I don't know. Right now, it's still young, it's relatively new, and we're in the process of trying to make that work and tweak it and work it and do what we need to do. So it's a fair process across the board for all of the commissioners. Because what we don't want to do as a commission is to spin our wheels, Lyle, because that's not in the best interest of governing, spinning your wheels. So when you have something in place, a process in place that's going to help you take those steps to get things done, it may not be the best process, but it's a process that we can learn from and that we can tweak it to make it fit the will of the commission. So I look at it as we talk about taking those baby steps and celebrating that. From my viewpoint, from where I came from, walking into the commission, this is something to celebrate to me because it was not existent when I came. If it was existent, it wasn't being carried out consistently in the manner that it was created, whatever the previous process was. So I think for me, this is a template, or this is a process that should be equitable across the board. It should be, and I think it was created to help assist us, whatever programs or whatever whatever the need is, that we're unfortunate we can't go out. We don't have we don't have the time as commissioners, period. We just don't have the time to do research. We don't have the time to go and look under rocks. We don't have the time to go out and do all these things. So when you bring something like this in place for new commissioners, for those who just don't know where to begin, don't know where to start, this is a first big step for the commissioners. And I know for me personally, I was able and I was thankful and blessed that I was always in the community. So I had firsthand knowledge of things, and it allowed me to work harder, work faster, and get things into play. But that cannot be, you cannot just do that by yourself. You still need to have that policy knowledge. You still need to have that person that knows, that can do the research and can assist you with that. One of the things that I was wishing for when I first came on, and things that I saw lacking, is that there was, maybe I didn't know about it, but it was very difficult to, we have our executive assistants, okay? And they have their role and their part to play. And their role is not to do research on something that I need research done for, as a policy, potential policy decision. For instance, if I want to look at my carts, grocery carts, I can't call my executive assistants and say, hey, can you go to Tampa and see what Tampa's doing, or Orlando and see what their ordinance they have. Maybe she will do it because she's a phenomenal person, but that's not her job. Maybe I could go and seek out interns from University of Florida or Santa Fe College, but that's 2 months at tops, 3 months at tops before they graduate and move on to do something different. So I just think putting something in place to help those that are unfamiliar with government, that came in fresh, don't know the process, having something in place, something they can follow, and just help them along the way in an equitable manner. So good. I want to say it was a success because when I came in, that wasn't available to me. So thank you, Lyle.
Any other comments? Oh, Michelle, do you have any? You there?
I'm here. I see Commissioner Johnson's hand raised. I'll defer to her to go first, if that's all right.
Okay.
Thank you. I want to agree with everything that my fellow commissioners said, but I just want to put some exclamation points with what Commissioner Simmons said. It created an equitable way for us to be able to understand how to get research done and make policy decisions. And I think that we still have a little bit of work to do with that particular office and how we do that, but I consider it a huge success. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Good, thank you. And I'll put the exclamation points there too, Jeff. Other comments? Now, Michelle, do you have any others?
Sure. I'll just say, I really appreciate the commission having the boldness to allow us to kind of blaze this trail. It's certainly something different for a clerk's office to engage other cities. And I feel with us having the ability to be independent and take a very objective view at the objectives of the commission and has been a very unique experience, as well as being able to help guide each of them as they are kind of learning how to navigate city government. I will say this, because the tone of things kind of has changed, it sounds, with the change in the position. And I just want to be very clear that, you know, everyone that comes into the city is going to bring a unique experience, a unique skill set. And I understand that change can be difficult, but I also want to just allow us, you know, some wiggle room when we're bringing on a new person in that role to put their spin on things and to help shore up those areas that can be improved, because everything that we do can be improved. And so I just want to kind of put that out there. I see and I hear some hesitancy in some of the commissioners' voices that does give me concern. However, I certainly want to not put a dark cloud over Mr. Folston and his efforts and what he's getting ready to do, and certainly make sure that the commission understands that with this process, it is still very much so in its infancy stages. And I think as Commissioner Ariola mentioned, that yes, it does have value added over time. And so keep us abreast of how you feel and what your observations are, because those are areas and things that we certainly want to make sure that we're considering and taking into thought as we help shape the program moving forward.
Yeah,
Gail?
Lyle, I want Ms. Gainey to hear clearly what I said, because I think, and I'm not going to speak for anybody else, but what she just repeated was not the intention of my comments. I have complete confidence and faith in Mr. Folson, as I did in Ms. Hoffman. It's not about the person in that position or the position. My concern is the barriers that they have run into when they are trying to do their job with the rest of our staff. I think both, you know, Ms. Hoffman was very knowledgeable and hardworking and driven, as is Mr. Folston in every conversation I've had with him. That person will never be successful as we expect them to be, if once they leave the conversation with each one of the 7 of us, they are prevented from doing their job because they are told by other members of staff that he doesn't work for them. This is not their responsibility, those kind of things. And that's happened. And that's happened with the person in the position previously, and that's happened with the current person. That was the point I was trying to make. It's not about how effective or well those individuals are approaching their job. It's about everything that comes after that. That's it.
Gail? Unmute.
Thank you.
There we go.
Yeah. I also want to reassure Ms. Gainey that I'm hoping that that was not the direction that, you know, that she thought that I was going in with Soraya, who's new on board. I'm really excited about what he's bringing to the table. My thoughts were more about, and I'm hoping that we will be able to get into this a little bit later, is that we have started on a path of the services that this office provides being equitable to our city commission, all of us. And, you know, if we ever get a chance to discuss this a little bit more, you know, I think that there's some ideas about how that could work even better specifically within that office. So it's not about the person, or it's more about some improvements that I think that can be made. So I want to say that I am thrilled that Soraya is here, and I'm excited to be able to work with him. Thank you.
And that's one of the governance topics for tomorrow. So we'll hit it. Adrian? And then
Thank you. I just want to repeat what the mayor and Ms. Gail said as well. Yeah, I'm excited about it. There was just a lot of, I want us to build off of what we had before, and I think there's, to the points of both of the fellow commissioners, there has been pain points that I think we need to overcome. to be able to better provide services.
Gigi?
Yes, and I just was speaking on the actual process itself, the actual template that was put in place, and the work that went into putting that in place. That's what I was speaking on, the manner on how we proceed within the process equitably. So, thank you, Lyle.
Thank you. Any other comments there? Harvey?
Real briefly, I appreciate what everybody's had to say on this. It is absolutely a win for the people of Gainesville to give the commissioners access to policy help. It is still in its infancy, as everyone has said. I think it would be helpful to us to make sure that we all have a job description for the position, for the office, so that we all know exactly what to expect from it, and so that we can collectively, as a commission, make changes to that if we deem necessary. But we need to make sure that we all have consistent expectations of the position and of the office. Thanks.
Any others? Any other successes that you all would highlight that I did not hit? Any others? Flipping to section 5, we're going to start now focusing on vision. So go to section 5, page 3. Go out 15 years, and I'm going to give each one of you a few minutes to share your thoughts, not about a comprehensive, but what are the 3 or 4 things that are most important for you about the future? Don't worry about it being comprehensive, because you'll have a chance to get into the details in a moment, probably right after lunch. But at this point, if you were to identify, I'm a neighbor, and I said, what is your vision? What would be the 3 or 4 points? I go out 15 years because it's a horizon out there. And if you look at it saying that's too far in the future, well, we'll get to the near term, but 15 years is equivalent to 2005. And how many decisions were made between 2005 and 2010 that really shape where Gainesville is today? So I'm going to give you an opportunity, I'll give you a moment to jot 2 or 3 things down that are most important for you. And then I'm going to go around, and each one of you are going to have a couple minutes to share what are your thoughts 15 years. If you went away and came back, why I'm rambling a little bit is giving you a chance to write some thoughts down of the 3 or 4 things that you would want to make sure, for sure, exists when you return in 15 years.
I have a question. Are you talking about like specific kind of policy things or broader kind of picture?
Whatever you would like. This, Adrian, is really your, it could be policy related, but I'm looking at more community outcomes. What community do you want to see here in 15 years? Because the vision is really the destination and preferred future for the Gainesville community. Hopefully that responded. And it's usually a combination of aspirations, dreams, as well as realities. And again, I don't expect it to be comprehensive, but 3 or 4 things that are most important for you. And then we'll go from here into getting into a drafting of a vision for your future. And give me a thumbs up when you're ready to chat. That works, Gigi. Lauren, my goal would be to get this done right, go through everybody and complete this and then turn it back to you for neighbor input around 11:30. Does that make sense to you?
Sounds perfect.
And then we could break for lunch and then come back and take it to the section on vision and we'll dive into the draft document and
Sounds
change the heck out of it and prioritize it. Thanks. Here's up. I think most of you are there. Who would like to kick this off? I'll let you volunteer rather than me. Gigi, you were first. You want to go ahead, and then I'll do. Rena, you raised your hand. We'll go there next. So, and again, focus on the 3 or 4 things. Gigi.
Hey, Lyle, I couldn't even focus on that. Because what you're asking me to do is just overwhelming right now. 3 or 4 things that I would like to see in 15 years, I should have been seeing it 30 years prior.
Okay,
so
fair enough.
Yeah, so it's a lot, Lyle, that I would like to see done, and the things that are just so basic should have been done. And I could give you several examples, but
Okay.
it's almost like a cliche in this community. And I can just start just basic, just having a grocery store, basic, just having having healthcare services, basic. So it saddens me that I would have to wish in 15 years in my senior citizen age, because I would be an old woman with grandkids in 15 years, that my hope would to be can we have a grocery store? Can we have some healthcare services for folks that need it? And it's sad. It's really sad. So I can't do this particular project, what you're asking me to vision in 2035, because
You just did.
Okay, well that vision should have happened 30 years ago.
What
So,
other things would be important for you as part of that 15 years, Gigi?
just trust in our building the trust and relationships in our community, building bridges, working as collectively, building partnerships, building relationships, understanding, having empathy, just doing away with systemic issues that plague our community. It's a lot, Lyle, and hopefully in 15 years, hopefully, some of those things will be addressed and we can move past it. But the things that I'm asking for or hoping to see, in my opinion, should have been done, and I don't think it's too much to ask to have a grocery store, or I don't think it's too much to ask to have healthcare facilities in certain areas of our city. I don't think it's too much to ask for us to at least entertain or consider industries that pay living wages, So I don't know what else to say.
Good. Comments there? Rena, do you want to go next? And then Gail.
So I agree with a lot of what Gigi said.
And Adrian.
I think it surprises no one. My first one was diverse and affordable housing. I want there to be a variety of options in housing, but I also want there to be diversity in the affordability. So just because something's affordable, not for the sake of affordability, but that is safe and healthy and that it's not a last resort, you had options in your affordable housing.
So you're attributing safe and healthy with that housing as well, is that right?
Yes. So just not affordable in only the sense of like, well, it's what I can pay, but that all of it be safe and healthy. And it's just I like this affordable option versus this affordable option for aesthetic or location, not out of sheer necessity of price. And the second one was accessibility of government and basic services. So like Gigi was saying, like, are there grocery stores? Are there medical offices? But also, do we have government services located in those areas? Are they accessible to everyone in terms of language, in terms of mobility, in terms of inclusion of different members of the community? And are they located throughout? Are they offering different cost options that make the services affordable to everyone? Then I put green and very big bold letters. And that means, like, I'd like to maintain our parks, our green spaces, but also our dedication to green and greener energy. The last one was a healthy and competitive job market with living wages, and diversifying our employers beyond the city and Santa Fe and UF.
What does that last one mean, Rena?
Just currently, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, the biggest employers in the area are UF and the city. And I'd like there to, so if, you know, we can say we're going to go towards a living wage, but UF doesn't, that still leaves, you know, small private companies that can't afford to, and a big employer that doesn't. So even though we've moved a percentage in the right direction, the rest hasn't. So I'd like to see, I guess, more of the pie be filled up by different companies and more either local or regional companies that are paying living wages.
So it's that was really helpful. So that's what I just wanted to clarify, what diversifying employers, and you're really talking about different new employers potentially providing that living wage opportunities. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Beyond the university and the city. Any others, Rena? Questions on hers or comments from others on hers? I've got Gail and then Adrian. Gail?
I have two that really mirror a lot of what Rena and Gigi said. And one is making sure that local businesses, services, housing, grocery stores, and healthcare are in all quadrants of our city. And I'm particularly talking about the East Side. Two is a high level of satisfaction, a high satisfaction level for most of our residents and with the way that we provide all of our city services, whether that has to do with safety, whether it has to do with arts and culture, whether it has to do with GRU, just a high level of satisfaction. If we can get to the point where most of our neighbors believe that we are doing a good job in serving them, then I think that we would have hit the jackpot. Thank you.
Comments there? Adrian.
Thank you. So I have three different ones, some overlap from other ones as well. A vibrant city core that has things to do and places to live for all, no matter your race, age, your income. Our downtown is a vibrant place where you can be and you can do things. Secondly, an equitable city where no matter where you are in the city, there are quality housing choices, there's amenities, there's transit options, it's walkable, it's bikeable, it's safe, there's economic opportunities, there's accessible food, and health as well. Making sure that's throughout our city, no matter what neighborhood you're in, there are choices of where, depending on, no matter what your income is or not. I think that's how we can deal with issues in our community. Thirdly, environmental sustainability, where we're meeting our zero waste, our renewable energy, and our climate change goals. And then we have trails and natural spaces that are connected together throughout the city. Kind of our creeks and things like that are in essence kind of our blood vessels that run throughout our city, and making sure that no matter where you are, you can get around through nature spaces as well. I think that's another major thing too. Thank you.
When you were talking about the vibrant core, I assume that's downtown. Is that right?
Yeah, our downtown areas.
What's going to make that vibrant from your perspective?
I think vibrancy comes from having people live there, and also having options. If you're very wealthy or if you're on the lower income threshold, there's places for you to live there. And also having arts and culture, and if you want to go out and drink, there's fun things for that. If you want to go eat, or if you don't want to drink, there's options there. And also, if you want to go spend a bunch of money, there's something you could do there. If you want to go out for a free show and you don't have a lot of money, there's options there. So making sure that I think that's when you have that connected space where everyone is welcome and there's things to do for everyone too.
No, that was helpful. So I want to make sure these things get captured in the vision that we'll be looking at shortly. Who else wants to go next? Gigi, you have a comment?
Yeah. Adrian brought up a great point about the downtown and vibrancy and being able to go out and have fun, and I agree with that. And also, I would like to hopefully in 15 years look at our infrastructure. In certain areas, we don't have sidewalks and curbs and gutters, and things are not. He spoke about the connectivity. And I would love to see that, and seeing everything connected and walkability, having that option where you can walk safely or go to a show or an event or dinner, and being able to walk to those locations. So yeah, he brought up a great point. Thanks,
Good.
Adrian.
Thanks for the addition.
Actually, one more.
I just added it to your list, so that's good. Adrian?
Yeah, another one too is I think that building out a new infrastructure, providing city-run broadband to every home and business and being affordable. I think that's the new infrastructure that has to be put in place, and something that we don't currently have as being city provided.
Good. Harvey, how are you? You ready to go?
I'm good. So I took this as a vision statement sort of thing, in and I'm going to take it in a couple of levels. If my kids wheel me back into Gainesville at some point in the far future, and I look around at some event, what do I want to see? Let me give you one sentence on that, and then I'm going to break down and give you, I think, 11 different broad topic areas from which I could go into hundreds or thousands of pieces, but I won't for now.
And you'll have that opportunity this afternoon to do that.
All right. So what I want to see in 2035, which hopefully my kids won't have to wheel me in at that point, but I mean, it's really not that far in the future, y'all.
No, it is not.
I want to see a city that has met the challenge of climate change and whose people are physically and financially healthy and can move and thrive comfortably and freely with confidence and trust in each other and in their local government. That's the overarching thing. And that includes all the other things as far as I'm concerned. And when I say the people, I mean all the people. My broad categories: climate change, parks, water, ethics.
Could you slow down so I can get them? So
Yeah.
It's climate change, parks,
water, ethics, housing. And by housing, I'm also including homelessness. I'm including home ownership and rental affordability, all the things that go in housing. When we say housing, we're talking about 50 different things, but that's a pretty broad topic area. And the same is true of all of it. Equity, public health, communications, through which I mean the website, the dashboarding, all that stuff, telling the story of the city. Transportation and transit, a strong city core, physical city core, and an arts community. And there's a lot to break down from every one of those.
I got 11. That's good.
All right.
Any specific ones that you would like to comment on at all?
There,
or we'll get into it later.
There are so many individual pieces of it. If we're looking at vision,
yep.
I feel like we ought to stick to vision as opposed to getting a checklist of all the different things that we all want to get done.
Okay.
I mean, I want to see everybody on city sewer. I want to see everybody have curb and gutter. I want to see everybody have easy public transit opportunities. I want to see everybody have an option to feed their soul through the arts community. I want to make sure that we're not all worried about what the next enormous hurricane is because we didn't get around to reducing our carbon footprint, et cetera, et cetera. There's a lot to take apart in all that. But I'll reiterate that one sentence. I want to see a city that has met the challenge of climate change and whose people are physically and financially healthy and can move and thrive comfortably and freely with confidence and trust in each other and with their local government.
I may have you email that to me, that
Okay.
short statement. If you would, that would be good. David, what are your thoughts for 15 years?
I'm trying to be as positive as I can because imagining 15 years from now for most of my adult life has not been all too pleasant given the very dire conditions of the world. So I'm just going to try and keep it very broad. Number one, I would like to see more community ownership in Gainesville. That goes for both public and private ownership. A strong community going forward is going to depend on people being able to count on their own livelihoods and being able to support jobs here in the community. And that segues into my second one, which is having jobs and purpose for everyone. Not everyone is, people come to Gainesville to go to school, and that's fine. But the reason I use purpose is I think our city should have avenues for people's dreams and what they want to do with their lives. And Gainesville's been growing in that regard. There's a lot of creativity and new businesses and new organizations and people getting started here. And I want them to be able to view Gainesville as a place where they can make that start and make that foundation. But the biggest thing for me is going to be safety and justice. Public safety is just one aspect of safety. When we think public safety, we think of GFR, we think of GPD, but it goes much, much deeper than that in terms of justice. And the fact that, here in 2020, we're still reckoning with the massive inequities in our community. If we don't bring justice to those, it doesn't matter what our city looks like in 15 years, it's going to be the same as it is now. So that means protecting our environment. If in 15 years, the carbon in the atmosphere has passed the parts per million threshold and we're at a point of no return, that's major. And how do we prepare for that? Public health is important. That was something I talked about a lot on my re-election campaign. It's something that we've made progress on as a commission. We've had public health projects be successful, but then this pandemic blew those doors wide open, and that needs to be a major priority going forward, not just in our city. And this is all tied to income and housing as well. People need secure housing. We can't have a city where people are one paycheck away from being on the street. And right now we do have a city like that. And I don't want that in 15 years. And then I guess the last thing is just more active civic engagement from everyone. It's sort of an adage that no matter what your political persuasion is, everyone seems to agree that it's a bad thing that so few people vote in local elections. We move the elections, which is one helpful part, but the civic engagement process is more than just voting. And so, when we have, and I'm not trying to name names here, but when we have large government institutions with large pocketbooks and large private corporations with large pocketbooks, buying up large swaths of our community. And if we're not effectively engaging with members of those community, it's almost like we're stealing their sense of community from them. And if that goes on for 15 more years, we're in trouble.
Gail, is your hand up?
No, she was giving me snaps.
When you talked about community ownership, could you describe that for me a little bit, David?
Yeah, I definitely can. So, we have data that shows us the geographic areas in our city where income is lower than our median in Alachua.
Right.
And what those communities need is the ability to have ownership within their community, the ability to own the businesses, the ability to be in charge of the major decisions that are being made directly in their communities. And I know as a government, we have responsibility for being sort of the neutral arbiter for making, decisions and upholding people's rights and all of that. But people have a right to ownership. People have a right to to property within their own community. It's just that for so long, this has been the way. If you have money, you do well, and if you don't, then you don't own things. And that's just caused so much destruction and distrust. And so we can make progress on that. So, one example would be, at the very top, we started talking about grocery stores and health clinics. That would be a great place for a community ownership to start, a community-owned grocery store, a community-owned health clinic. These are the things that are going to build, I think, ultimately, the purpose that we want to create in these cities, because there's a lot that's taken from a community when there's no ownership, and a lot of it is something that takes time to build up over time.
Thank you. That was very, very helpful. Gail?
I just want to put some exclamation points behind every single thing that Commissioner Ariola just said. Community ownership, I think that's part of being a sustainable city. I think that we have to really have some important discussions around the way that development happens in this community. I think it's all wrapped up in the same conversation. Thank you, Commissioner Ariola, for bringing those points out. Incredibly important. I so agree with you. Thank you.
Good. Lauren,
Yeah,
what are your thoughts for 15 years?
Thanks, everyone. One of the advantages of going last is usually all the great ideas have already been brought out, so it takes the pressure off me. But I really enjoyed listening to my colleagues there. I tried to just keep it to 4 here, but they're very broad. My first is a consistent and significant reduction in racial and ethnic disparities in education, arrest and jail, transportation, food, housing, broadband, and wealth. That's a lot there, Lyle. So basically a consistent and significant reduction in racial and ethnic disparities, and then in a wide variety of areas.
Right.
At least 80% towards our 100% renewable energy goal and zero waste goal.
Good.
Lowest rate of concentration of poverty in the state. And a thriving nationally and internationally recognized cultural and arts ecosystem.
So it's national and international, I heard. Is that right?
Oh, we're already well on our way. We just need to keep building on it.
And it's arts and culture?
Correct.
Good.
And Lionel, I don't know if you saw it, but Ginger has had her hand up for a while. And so I want to make sure we get her before we go to public comment.
Ginger?
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners, and Lyle. I just had a question about technology. So would technology be part of the 2035 vision? Because I'm thinking that to improve our control environment and to improve how we deliver services and to engage with our neighbors in new ways to become a smart city, it seems like technology would also need to be part of our vision. So just wanting everyone's thoughts on that.
It is now, Ginger, if it wasn't before.
And I think some of that is how that becomes a method for getting to where you address a lot of the things we just identified. So comments from commission on that? Yes, Gigi?
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up, Ginger, because that is going to be really key moving forward. So that was a great catch. Thanks, Ginger.
I think you'll see it in the vision.
Yeah.
Other comments? I'm going to throw it to you, Lauren. It's up to you now for community input.
Sure. Actually, just before that, I just want to give an opportunity for any of the charters to ask any questions for clarification or add any context up to this point. Don't feel like you have to, but I just want to make sure that we're, if there's something sort of on the front of your mind, you're able to bring it up now. And then that will also allow staff to get ready for any public participation at this point. That'll probably take them a second. Any charters? Tanisha.
I just actually wanted to echo something that Commissioner Sacco said when we talk about affordable housing. Because it's affordable doesn't mean that it's safe or it's somewhere that someone wants to live. So I just wanted to put that out there that when we start to talk about affordable housing, that it isn't always as it seems.
Yeah, thanks. And I think that's been a major focal point of the affordable housing conversation we've been having for a couple of years now, that safe, affordable, and equally accessible throughout all parts of our community. And that's important to consistently remind everybody. Anybody else from the Charter Coalition? Okay, then Madam Clerk, we'll go ahead and ask for any of our neighbors that would like to participate. We'll have another opportunity at the end of the meeting today as well, just to let everyone know. There'll be a second opportunity, but this will be your first.
So far, we don't have anyone that is here for public comment, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Gainey. And probably a good time to if any members of our community are watching or listening, there also is the e-comment function. So if you go to the City of Gainesville's website and you go to the button Agendas and Minutes and go to today's meeting, 6-2, there will be a little link or button you can push on that agenda item that will allow you to leave comments that the commission will all see when we look at this item. And so just another newer way that we have to communicate with us in real time. And of course, you've still got the email and phone calls and letters and the more traditional ways. Okay, Lyle, commission, everyone else on the meeting. I think we laid some good groundwork this morning. I want to really thank Lyle for helping guide all of that. We have agreed to go into the afternoon today. It's 11:30 now. Reconvening at 12:30. Does that seem reasonable to everybody? Any objection to reconvening at 12:30? Yeah, Raina.
I just had a question. So afternoon is vague. Can I have a number?
Lyle, you probably know the more natural stopping points and the expected pace now that you've spent the morning with us.
Right.
Do you have an idea of like how many hours you would hope to have be in session this afternoon if we get back together at 12:30?
I need as much time as possible with you. I know that's a vague response, but this afternoon, I would like to, if we're going to go all afternoon, is go through the vision and get a draft of that and a draft mission. That really, and possibly start into the plan. So I will take as much time as you will provide. And where we would start coming back is in section 7 with the vision. And we will go through that and see if there's any additions, changes, modifications, and we will prioritize that, and then do the mission as well. I want to try to see if we're not going to do Thursday, I would like to see if we can get also at least start on the plan, finish up the plan tomorrow, as well as determine your action priorities tomorrow, and the governance issues. So for me, if that's the agenda, and I think trying to get the vision, mission, and at least initials start on the plan is critical for today if you're going to avoid Thursday.
Yeah. Okay. So I mean, I would like to set a target for 4:30 and then no later than 5.
Okay.
Be done by 5. But I don't know if people already made other plans. I understand that can be a barrier as well. Raina,
I work around your schedule.
Thank you. Raina, is that helpful or not?
Yeah, that I was wondering if it's like a 4 or 5 situation or an 8 p.m. situation. And I don't think any of us would be useful after 5.
You will. If that happens, you'll be doing it without your mayor.
Or your pro tem.
Adrian, your thoughts?
Yeah, I just want us to be productive too. I mean, going 8 hours. I mean, I don't know. Like, I just want us to make sure, even if we did like a couple hours on Thursday, or I don't know. I just want us to. We start going like 8 or 9 hours of a day. It starts to.
I agree.
We're going to get a good enough product, and.
I agree.
And I know Commissioner Johnson was talking about or Gail on Thursday, not have, maybe we did like 2 or 3 hours on Thursday, maybe not a full 5. I don't know. I just don't want us to like put too much into one day, because Zoom meetings and we have another full 8 hours scheduled tomorrow too.
Yes.
So.
This chair isn't great.
I'll read the room.
Adrian, wholeheartedly with what you just said.
Yeah, I'll read the room and I'll read the level of hangry and subtle snippiness and all the other metrics for productive versus unproductive meetings. And I'll make if we're I think we'll be able to tell if we're sort of reaching the point of exhaustion where we're not.
If we can get through the mission and vision, those two things, that may be a very logical place to stop, and it could be around 4-ish, 4:30-ish. Because otherwise, many of our necks are not going to be, my shoulders get like bricks doing Zoom, because you have to be in positions, unlike in a room when we're moving, you got to be frozen on the screen. So your point is right on target.
So everybody eat a highly nutritional lunch, nutrient packed, get up and move around, get the blood circulating, get a scalp massage if someone's around to do that for you. And what we're going to do is be in recess, and we will reconvene at 12:30. So Madam Clerk, this meeting is now in recess. Let's call this meeting back to order. I was informed that we did have some people that were trying to get in for public participation, but were unable to do so. I don't know if the issue was maybe we were putting up the wrong number. Anyway, I want to start this session by giving members of our community a chance to do that, and let me just read a few instructions for that are following along and would like to call in. Again, there will be another opportunity at the end of the if you're not able to do it right now. To share verbal public comment, join the meeting via telephone, via Zoom telephone audio conference, dial 1-301-715-8592. Enter the meeting ID 826-6759-1559. I'm hoping we have that up on our website or something somewhere, but I'm going to repeat both those numbers. So the number to call in is 1-301-715-8592. The meeting ID is 826-6759-1559. The meeting chair, that's me, announces public comment. Dial *9 to virtually raise your hand to show that you would wish to speak. So if you want to speak at public comment, you just hit *9 on your phone. It'll get you in queue. And then when it's your turn, the moderator will unmute you and that will let you know it's your turn to speak. When you are recognized, please state your name. You will have 3 minutes to provide your input. At the end of 3 minutes, we will move on to the next caller. When you do that, please mute the sound on your device that you're listening to or watching the meeting on, because there is a delay and it will confuse you and will not come through well on our end. There'll be a sort of reverberation effect. So again, once you get in, dial *9 to get in line. The moderator will unmute you when it's your turn. State your name. You have up to 3 minutes to speak on whatever issues you want related to our strategic planning. And start talking, please hit mute on your device. Okay, with that, Madam Clerk, I'll turn it over to you. Do we have Larry with us today, or is it you?
We don't. We're running it ourselves. We do actually have one caller queued up. So caller ending in 9480, you may speak.
Hi, Nancy Darren. Glad I got through. I want to thank you for the thought, the care, the thoughtfulness of this morning. It gives me a lot of hope and anticipation. We can bring about the common threads that were shared. I did have one concern. I'll get that out of the way first, was Adrian's observation of why the GRU sheets were not in there. GRU is the city. It has to be integral, not separated out. So this was very troubling when I looked last night through the PDF. GRU celebrates local jobs, equity advancement, and diversity, as Gigi noted. We have to stop denigrating and change the dialogue and build appreciation for what a unique, amazing utility. Broadband is utility. I agree with Adrian there. Changing the rate conversation. We're not a natural gas utility like the rest of Florida, and we have made huge advances toward renewable energy security and electrification, and we have, if we want those things and move that way, and solar and scrubbers on the coal plant and all those renewable and reliability, etc., it's not going to be the cheapest thing in the world, and we need to change that conversation. David's comments on the visioning and Gail's agreement and follow-up, I mean, they just blew me away. It was so awesome. And I totally agree, looking at using measurements of genuine progress indicators, community ownership, which involves social determinants of health, especially around equitable food-oriented development. That's a hugely overlooked aspect of how we get all these things put together in one package. And I'm probably out of time, but thank you all. I really think this is an awesome process. Take care. Good luck.
Thank you, Ms. Darren. I appreciate you participating in our virtual workshop here. Ms. Gainey, did we have anybody else on the line?
No, sir, that is all.
Okay, very good. Again, for members of the public wishing to participate, opportunity later this afternoon, exactly what time that will be, but it will probably be sometime after 4 o'clock, but maybe before, or maybe after, we don't know. Such is the flow of business. Ms. Gainey, do we have that dial-in and a meeting easily accessible on our website? I think that's probably a little hard if people are trying to write it down as I'm saying it.
Broadcast is actually displaying it live as you're speaking as well when it comes to public comment. So viewers are able to not only hear you audibly get the number, but also those that are watching can also.
Okay, so if you're watching on channel 12, it'll be a scroll, and then maybe if we can put that up on our Facebook feed as well, that would be helpful. Okay, so Lyle, I will turn it back over to you.
First of all, I apologize. GRU pages are in your book now. They have been sent to you with page numbers. In the successes, those have been sent, and they are in section 4 and are now pages 36 through 47. Those were the raw data that I received from GRU. And then a brief, there's some that not all the pages are filled out, but they're in section 5 of the challenges, in progress, short-term issues, and COVID pages start on page 71. So all that data was used in the formulation of the rest of the document as well as the discussion. So thank you for bringing that up. You've got it now, and I believe it's on the website as well. So hopefully that addresses that issue. Any
All right,
comments
thank
there?
you both Lyle and Mr. Blarski for making that supporting documentation available for what was the final documentation in the binder we got.
So those are everything that I had received.
Great, thanks.
As well as there was additional things that came up in my session with the GRU leadership team that are not written here. They're in the text of the vision, the mission, and the goals and actions as you will see them coming up. So are we ready to move to vision? That is in section 7. David, you look like you're enjoying some sun now.
Was inspired by Gigi Simmons. This is a retreat, after all.
Yep. The vision is in section 7. This is not a draft. This is a working document. It is a compilation of all the interviews data that I got from the 7 of you. I prepared an initial working document. It was sent out to the charter officers, all of them. They had opportunities, and I talked with them individually. Their input is incorporated here as well. And we'll see some very specific things. Tanisha helped me on the equity and her staff in terms of defining some of the terminology for that vision element. It went to the management group within the general government and GRU, and comments were made, and they're incorporated into this working document. So this is a working document. The intent here is to look at these value-based principles, not a slogan like at this point. We will get there. But first of all, is this the principle that describes the Gainesville that you want to see in 15 years? We're going to look through, there were a series of principles that I heard. We'll see if it adequately covers your visions. I think it hits almost everything that you brought up earlier this morning. We're going to review, change, modify, add to, eliminate. We're going to play with this, and then I'm going to have you pick. And we're going to focus it down into what are the most important to the 7 of you as the mayor and city commission. It may be 6 on some, it may be 8, but trying to get it down so that there is a clarity of definition that can guide us and staff going forward. This is a vision for 2020, 35. It's in the future. So if you look at this, flip to page 5. I want to go through the principles first to see if this is the descriptor. The first thing I heard, or one of the things, principle 1 is an equitable community for all. And I'd like you to flip back to page 7 quickly. Page 7, when I was meeting with the management group within general government, they said, you need to talk to Tanisha and get her thoughts on what terms. She fired these back to me, and they're incorporated to help guide us. Equity is acknowledging that different people start in different places due to racial, historical context, and everyone, giving everyone what they need to succeed. Equitable community means a community in which all neighbors are given what they need to succeed. Inclusion, a process of creating a culture and environment that recognizes, appreciates effectively utilizing the talents, skills, and perspective of every individual. An inclusive community, a community in which each individual's talents, skills, and perspective are appreciated and utilized effectively to achieve the goals of the community. Accessibility, the quality of being possible to get into and use or make use of. Accessible community equals a community in which physical and virtual space are designed and built in ways that enable all individuals to use them. These definitions were used in defining this principle. Questions about the definitions or where they came from? Yes, Adrian?
Thank you. Just on the definition of equity and solely just putting it towards racist historical content, I mean, there's people who start in different places, and it may not just be the historical kind of content. And I mean, someone comes here from another country, they may not have historical kind of, right. I don't know. It seems very too pinpoint, and I think there's a lot of the historical racism
suggested
part of it,
changing
but
that?
I don't know if it's. I think it should be broader than just that, because I think that's too into the one area. There's a lot of other areas where people are left out, and they may have left out for a variety of different reasons.
Comments from others on
Yeah, I mean,
Adrian's point.
I agree with it in principle. I'd like to turn to Tanisha to see if we can make that definition a little more inclusive. I think there's ethnic factors. I think there's religious factors that have historically prevented people from achieving the sort of mutual goals that we have. So,
Tanisha?
Yes, that's fine. I think that when our office uses definitions, we're using them based on GARE's framework, which is built on always putting race first. But for this context, I understand that we're going to be talking about a multitude of things, so I don't see a problem with that.
Okay. I will rewrite that.
Gail had a comment.
Gail?
Thank you. I was going to echo some of what Ms. Marshall said. I think that if we are going to use the words equity, then we do at least need to be specific about adding in racial equity, because the primary problem that we have in Gainesville has to do with racial equity, and those are that's the specific issue that at least I think most of us are on board with tackling first. So if I'm wrong about that, let me know. But
So it could read and is racist and then other factors that you all just that Adrian and Lauren just talked about as well.
Well, yeah, I think the two other big barriers have been ethnic discrimination and religious. Yeah.
So we can put those out. Before we finalize it, I'll play with that so we don't end up doing wordsmithing today. But I think I've got the context of modifying that first statement. Does that address yours, Adrian? Adrian? And then
I think one of the other ones too is economic as well. I mean, generational poverty is a
good point.
Major factor in racial. But there's also in all different kinds of things, and that's probably one of the bigger ones too. Is if you're, yeah.
Good. So we got several factors. Then Gigi, and then Rena.
Thank you, Lyle. The sentence acknowledging that different people start in different places due to racist historical content. I think that's a very profound statement. If you don't address the history, then you cannot possibly acknowledge and move forward in the present and the future. So I think that statement in itself is very, very profound. I think that statement in itself is embedded in this community, and it needs to remain as we look at it in the context of what we're trying to achieve. Because if we do not acknowledge our history and deal with the history in the context that race played in our history in this community, then we can address the other issues when we're speaking about religion or ethnicity and other things that Adrian and Lauren just mentioned. We have to acknowledge our history and what race, how that was played out, how race was played out in this community. So this statement to me is very profound. It's the foundation of what we're trying to achieve. So.
And that's why I'm starting with these definitions here, because if we don't have that common framework, we'll wander around and have nothing in the end. Rena, you were going to comment? Rena,
got it.
Thank you.
Got it. Got it. That's fine. Two things, and it's pronounced Rena.
Rena,
which is the politest way I could put that. It's been slowly swerving into Rena, and it's bright like a ray of sunshine.
Sorry, I apologize.
You're fine. You're fine. You haven't had to deal with me for the last 2 years, so you're good. And then the comment is kind of echoing Adrian's point. And I say this as someone who gets called white a lot, but I had to come here and I didn't speak the language, and my mom may be fairer than anybody here, but she did not have the language, and because of her ethnic and national origin, she did not have the same. So I think either national origin or ethnic background has to be part of that inclusion, because as Adrian said, you come here from another country, you don't have that same foundation. And that makes it is also inequitable when you try to build up from there because you don't have the same footing. So I just want
to add that as well. These are good points.
Origin or ethnic origin.
Good. Thank you. Any other comments on this one? Yes, David.
Thank you. I don't disagree with anything that's been said. I just want to sort of help you all understand my thinking for this. I see our equity goals as a larger umbrella for intersectional programs. So when we talk about equity for the Black community in Gainesville, that's different than equity for our immigrant community or for any number of. So we can't, you know, I working with you all, we've tried a lot for the most disadvantaged in our community. But I think it's very important that each person who feels as though they've been disadvantaged because of the systems here in Gainesville realize that their particular issues are not being thrown into a catch-all, that we're paying particular attention with specific programs and specific initiatives for each one of those. And this commission does have the track record to prove that. The challenge is going to be, how do we implement some of these more ambitious programs going forward? And then how do we dismantle some of the systems which, you know, up until now have sort of been told, hey, that's not your job to touch that. This commission is very much changing what people think our job is.
Gail?
Or rather what we've been told is our job.
Thank you. I agree with everything that David and Raina have said. And at the same time, the problem, the most pronounced problem that we have had in this community has been with the Black community. And the reason why there is a kind of a race first approach in the GARE model is because once you understand what the disparities are in this, I'll say, city, and we deal with those, then automatically everyone else is lifted once you deal with those specific disparities. So I don't think it has to be an either or. I think it could be an and, but I think it's really, really important to state that we are literally dealing with the most disparities in our city right now, and that is the focus that needs to happen in order to lift everyone. And we've seen that, I think, just in some of the little bit of committee work that we've done when we've talked about procurement, and how if we just focus on a few issues, how that literally helps every single business in Gainesville. And is that clear in the way that I said that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Good. Any other
comments? I would, I think, I would like Ms. Marshall to maybe for a little bit and maybe come back to us with a new way to frame that definition that keeps in the forefront what you just said, like keeps that as the primary, but is inclusive of some of the other comments. Because I don't.
I will work on that tonight and have something ready for you tomorrow.
Okay. Because I think that many members of our community might look and see through omission that they don't believe that we're addressing those, you know, significant concerns. And I just don't want to. I want to make sure we don't send that message that we do take this seriously, and at the same time, what you have brought back from GARE is that if we take our most significant and most historically lasting challenge first, that helps us with everything else too. So I think we just need to find a way to like articulate that clearly.
Part of my job is to rewrite this to capture the essence and bring it back to you for your review. So my job today will be to do that. Any other comments on that?
Yeah, Tanisha does too as well.
So I actually had a comment. So if you actually look at the definition, it literally says giving everyone what they need to succeed. It doesn't just say giving one particular group everything that they need to succeed, but it's acknowledging that people are starting in different places due to the history of this country. So it's not segregating anyone. It's just acknowledging that people are starting in different places.
Any other comments? Go back to page 5. So what does
Gigi had a comment.
Yeah, Gigi?
Okay, so do we need to use the raise hand button or?
No, just that flash me like that. That's
Okay.
good.
Okay, I was just gonna echo what Tanisha just stated, that everyone that sentence, that giving everyone what they need to succeed. And I had a question, Lauren, you were speaking earlier about the message. So what message, and I guess Lyle can answer, you guys were having a dialogue and I was trying to understand, what message are we trying to get across in this sentence or whatever we're trying to form? Because I just need to know what message are we trying to send? What are you trying to create, Lyle? And Lauren, what were you talking about?
We're just trying to define equity. Since equity is sort of the number one goal of the commission, we have to define what that is.
Okay.
And what I said, Gigi, is I'm going to take a crack at this tonight and have something for you tomorrow to look at that captures that acknowledging that everyone starts in a different spot and that different people start in different places due to racial historic context, to economic historic context, to national origin or ethnicity, religion, or other factors, and that everyone needs to have that opportunity to succeed.
And so we were going to use that, come up with a message in addition to what Commissioner Johnson stated earlier, that because of the issues that African Americans have faced in the community and the historical context that racism plays in this community, in addition to that, we will use those comments as a precursor to what you're stating, Lyle.
Yeah, that would be included in that statement. Yeah, rather than trying to wordsmith it, I'm going to take and integrate these comments and bring it back to you for your review before you finalize it. My job is to synthesize and write. Does that respond?
I'm just trying to figure out what the message is. That it's a simple,
well, I think the message comes on pages 5 and 6. 5 and 6, if we use those definitions of equity and inclusion, in 15 years, what do you want to see? Equity and inclusion to top quality schools and education. Equity and inclusion to economic opportunities. Equity and inclusion to affordable housing. Equity and inclusion to city contracts and the ability to bid on services and projects. Means equity and inclusion to participate in the local economy. It means equity and inclusion to services and businesses necessary for daily living. It means equity and inclusion to healthcare and trust in the medical community. It means equity, inclusion, and access to mobility options throughout the Gainesville community. It means respect for all cultures, ages, and socioeconomic status. It means an inclusive community, all neighbors having opportunities and having the ability to use their talents and skills to participate and to become engaged. Flipping the page to page 6. It means 3rd grade students reading at 3rd grade level. It means city providing leadership and being a strong advocate for equity, inclusion, and access in the community. It means neighbors engaged in planning for the future and in the development of city policies. It means equity and inclusion to effective job and career training programs. It means a low poverty rate in the Gainesville community. It means sense of one Gainesville community moving beyond the community's history. It means equity, inclusion, and access to diverse cultural and arts locations, facilities, and programs, reaching out to and of interest to all neighbors, and all neighbors taking advantage of uplifting opportunities. These came from your interviews, from all the city charter officers, and it came from the leadership both in the general government and GRU. That was
Lyle.
Yes.
Based on what you just read, the 18 means of what we just said were based on our interviews, staff interviews, but that could very well mean that the word equity means something different for everybody that was interviewed and gave you these 18 principles.
And
so
that's
you're
why
going so you're going to define equity, redefine equity and give us a new definition for equity and include different things for equity tomorrow based on principles that someone else gave you with their own definition of equity and what that means to them. And you're going to apply that new definition to the 18 principles.
That is correct.
Okay, I'm kind of confused with that because when I gave, and I'm just going to speak from me, if I gave you several principles based on what I think equity is, then that's my opinion and that's my view. Now, if you go and rearrange or change it and put something in place to fit a certain definition, not really feeling based on what my definition is, then I think it's kind of skewed, or I feel like we're missing something because that's not collectively what I feel what my principle means equitable to me. Does that make sense?
That's why I started with the definition of what is equity. So that would be the precursor as well as inclusion. And that's the definitions that are on page 7. And on page 5 and 6 is where they get applied to. These are individual comments that came from the interviews. The process would be, do you want to change any of those? And then I'm going to ask the commission out of these 18 to give me 6, 7, or 8 of which ones you feel are the most important that should guide the city to the future. So that's the process. And then we'll go to the next principle and the next one, trying this afternoon to do an initial focusing of what is your vision for 2035.
Okay, you didn't answer my question, Lyle. That didn't answer my question. I understand the process. My question is, when I gave you my initial principles based on my thought processes of what equity is, that's what was created. So now we're going to go back and now define equity when we've already given you our principles and what equity definition meant to us versus as an individual, as a staff member, as a commissioner. Is that what we're doing?
We're trying to get one for the city. And it goes beyond each individual. And you as the mayor and city commission get to focus and define it. The equity discussion on the definitions is if somebody goes to page 5 and says, what does equity mean or inclusion? You can go back to page 7 and you could find the definitions of those two terms on page 7. So I don't know whether I'm responding, but we're trying to get to a collective that moves beyond all the folks that have provided input into this particular principle to describe what do you want to see in the future, not how to get there. We'll get to that tomorrow, but what is the type of community we want to see, your preferred future in 15 years. So we're at about a 10,000 foot level that tomorrow will boil down to what needs to be done in the next year to address that principle. I don't know, did that respond, Gigi?
We can move on, Lyle. I don't want to keep beating a dead horse.
But hopefully there will be a common definition for the commission and that will guide the whole city. That's our goal. And I know this is a difficult topic.
It's not difficult, Lyle, and it doesn't have to be difficult. I'm just trying to understand what we're doing here.
No, it's a good question. It's a great question.
I'm just trying to understand what we're doing.
Okay, that's fair.
Thank you.
My point of difficult is it's a very complex issue. What changes would you have to those 18 principles? or additions here? Gigi, do you have a
You
comment?
speak? No. You were speaking to me, or
Or
you
anybody?
oh, okay.
Anybody? Any changes to these?
I have a question. I think I heard you say a few minutes ago that ideally we narrow these down to what I'll call a manageable number.
That is correct.
These are going to be our priorities. And so at what point would you ask us to do that?
In about 2 minutes, if nobody has any comments.
So what you're asking now is should we change or add anything?
That is correct, for consideration at this point in time, given the definitions that we had before. David?
Yeah, can I just confirm we're on the right page?
We're on section 7, pages 5 and 6.
Okay.
The definitions are contained, and we modified one on page 7 in terms of equity that I will redraft tonight. Did that help, David?
Yeah.
So if there's any other, and then Lauren, if there's any additions or changes, then I'm going to ask you to give me out of this, the number that you want, that this group feels are most important, and I go with as we poll 4 votes. Any other comments on this one?
I'm sorry.
Yes, Gail. Gail.
I don't know where my thinking fits in with this, but I'll just tell you what I think, and then you can help me figure it out.
Okay, we can do that.
So to me, the process of operationalizing equity means a change and a shift in culture and thought process, meaning that my belief and the belief of GARE, and I think I'm going to preface this by saying that as a commission and as leadership, we still have a lot of work to do around understanding equity and what that means and how to operationalize that within our city. So it's going to take more than just this right now. I think that there's a lot of more discussions and a lot of training that needs to
you
happen
bet.
around this. So I'm going to say this maybe with the understanding that other people might not agree with me. I believe that systems are inherently racist. I believe that it is, if you don't actually question and do the work to think about that first, then everything that you do after that is not going to matter. Because what you actually need to do is you need to question the processes that we have in place that lead to racist outcomes.
And what's the outcome you'd like to see in 15 years?
The outcome that I would like to see in 15 years is that Black children are educated just as well as white children, that we are eliminating the racial, the wealth gap, that just as many Black businesses as Black-owned businesses as white-owned businesses have the opportunity to do business with the city of Gainesville, that there are just as many Black women, Latino, people of color in leadership positions as there are white people. I would like to see that there's access to the services that we provide that are clearly representative of everyone that lives in our city and not just a certain subset of folks, that we actually think about programming for everyone that lives in our city.
Can I try something on you, Gail?
And that's just a start.
I would suggest adding in 19, listening, because I think a lot of the specifics you've talked about, but let me see if I'm capturing a thought that you had here, is in 15 years that the community has a common understanding of equity and has addressed and shifted the root causes of racism. Let me try again. Community understanding, a common understanding of equity, and have addressed the systemic roots and by shifting the community culture, systems, and processes. Is that getting close?
That's getting real close. That's good, Lyle. You're good, Lyle.
But anyway, what you're talking about is that in 15 years, that there's that common understanding and that we've started, if not have addressed, that systemic root cause by shifting the culture, the systems, and the processes here.
Yes.
Is that,
but not
add that as
15
number
years, and 2.
Well, we can get that into the objectives for tomorrow.
Yeah.
But we're up here at this point. Tomorrow we'll get down to the specifics. So
yeah,
I'll make sure it gets into the objectives as well. So as number 19, folks, if you would write in the following in your books, common community understanding of equity. This is number 19. It's not only a common understanding, but also the community has addressed this. The community has addressed the systemic root causes by shifting the community culture, systems, and processes. I'll clean up the specific language, but I think it hopefully captures, Gail, your point, right?
It does.
Any other additions or changes? Any others? Give me the 8, and you do not need to rank them. Put up in the priority box a check by the 8 that are most important to you as you look to the out of the 19 over the next 15 years. They don't need to be ranked. Just give me the 8 that you feel are the most important for this community in 15 years as outcomes.
That's kind
You
of
got yours, Lauren? Fire off the numbers.
Oh man. Okay. All right. 3, 5, 10, 13, 15, 16, 17, 19.
Got it. Rena? Is that better?
Yeah. Yeah, that's better. Sorry, my calendar went off and was alerting me to things that I'm not ready yet. That's just me. I hear things and I react. Ignore the twitchiness.
I'm tone deaf, so I'll pronounce your name probably several ways. So what are your numbers?
Not there yet.
Okay. Fire away when ready. Adrian.
1, 2, 4, 11, 15, 16, 17, 19.
Got it. Gail.
1, 2, 4, 6, 7, 12, 17, 19.
Got it.
Okay, now I'm good.
Good. Fire away.
1, 2, 3, 6, 8, 9, 14, 17.
Got it. You ready, Gigi?
Yeah. I have 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 13, 14, and 15.
Thank you. Harvey?
I've got 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 12, 15, and 17.
Okay. David, you have yours yet?
Trying.
Okay.
Hey, Lyle or Lauren, just for my own records, because I'm a visual person, could I have Lauren's again?
No, I don't think I got the answers right. Are you gonna put up the key later, Lyle?
No.
Sorry, that's a teacher joke. 3, 5, 10. My problem is I started on the back page, so I filled them all up on the back page first. 13, 15, 16, 17, 19.
Thank you.
Yeah, you get all the, I don't identify who, I just go by the number. Once I get David, I'll see where we are and we may need to get some more priority.
Just having a hard time differentiating some of these.
Again, this is a first cut. You guys are gonna have plenty of time to revise it, but
Said
this
the
is,
magic. You said the magic number 4, and so now you know. I've been a part of enough of these to know how important this part of the process is, and I'm just having a hard time.
Well, these are not votes. This is to help us narrow down.
that is correct. This is polling.
We're gonna take more.
Well,
we're gonna take more specific action tomorrow.
And again, it's looking at most important outcomes from your perspective.
All right. Well, I have more than 8. How's that?
Give me 8.
Can't. Not yet, unless you want to wait, but I don't hold everybody up.
You got him? Nope.
I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8.
1, 2, 3,
11,
4.
15, 17, and 19. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 11, 14, 15, 17, and 19. I really did try to whittle it down, y'all, but
The ones that have a majority are, I'm going with 8 vote count, are 4 being the majority. 1 is equitable inclusion to top quality school education. These are not in order. These are the ones that got a majority. Equity, 2 is equity and inclusion to economic opportunities. In 15 years, equity and inclusion to affordable housing. Number 4 is equity and inclusion in city contracts and the ability to bid on services and projects. Number 6 is equity and inclusion to services and businesses necessary for daily living. Number 7 is equity and inclusion to quality health care and trust in the medical community. Number 15 is a low poverty rate in the community, Gainesville community. Number 17 is equity, inclusion, and access to diverse cultural and arts locations, facilities, programs reaching out to and of interest to all neighbors. And number 19 is the community having a common understanding of equity and having addressed the systemic roots by shifting the community's culture, systems, and processes. Those are the ones that got a majority vote.
Leo, can you just read the numbers without the statements?
Sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 15, 17, 19.
Thank you.
And yes, there's 9, but 9 got 4 votes. The reason I read them is for those who are watching, they would wonder what we were voting, what you had polled on.
I understand.
Going to page 8 and 9 and 10. Another principle was sustainable community for the future. What does that mean? Expanded natural areas in and around Gainesville. In 15 years, 100% renewable resources in 2035. I know some of you said 80% there. This one came up from one of you saying, I think we can try to achieve 100. Connected green space throughout the community. Support for and active use of alternative fuel vehicles. In 15 years, future high quality water supply. Number 6 is effective stormwater management system throughout the community. Superfund sites reclaimed and an asset for the community. The use of renewable resources in daily operations. Preservation of natural and sensitive areas in and surrounding the city of Gainesville. Public access to conservation and natural areas for active and passive enjoyment. Going to the next page, effective recycling program with a goal of zero waste, a community composting opportunities, national recognized programs and facilities as a model and best practice of sustainable, resilient community, a nature center and education facilities with a variety of programs and activities, 100% on sewers, no septic systems, recognized as a leader in energy protection innovation, new buildings and developments having sustainable designs meeting national and international standards, tree canopy with an effective ongoing urban forestation program, national and international recognition as a smart city, national and international recognition as a green city, and on the next page 10, is new developments near natural and sensitive areas having compatible uses. Those are things that I heard that define what is sustainable community for the future. Yes, Harvey, and then Adrian.
Thanks, Lyle. I assume on this we want to maybe split it into the top. How many are you looking for?
Probably into the 6 to 8 range again. We may
Okay.
end up with 9.
Okay.
I want to see if there's any changes or additions here, particularly.
Yeah, I'll let somebody else go with before I reel off.
Adrian?
Yeah, number 2, 100% renewable resources in 2035. Is that, are you talking about like electricity production, or that's a very kind of, I don't know what that means, I guess.
I was assuming
That came from, go ahead. Anybody want to comment on Adrian's?
I'm sure the intent was electric production.
Okay.
If we want it, we can clarify that in that statement if we would just want to.
If you want to make it electric, let's do it. Is that your question, Adrian?
That's one of my questions, yeah, because it's very broad. I don't really know what it means if it's just renewable resources.
So we'll put electric in there. Is that right, Adrian?
Sure, that would be better for me, I guess, yeah. I don't know if
Okay, that's what we're
2035 is
doing.
something
We're
that's
modifying this.
reasonable to meet that, though. Maybe like
Did you have another one? Point?
Number 4, support for an active use of alternative fuel vehicles. I think we put the same time we put a goal for going to 100% renewable resources, we set a goal for having our cars, all of our fleet to be renewable as well. So I think putting a percentage there, I don't remember exactly what the date was, but I think it should be a stronger statement than support for an active use of alternative fuel vehicles, since we've already set a goal as a commission.
So it'd be including city fleet, is that right?
I mean, I'm trying to remember exactly. I don't know if one of the commissioners can jump in. I remember we had a resolution that same time we did the 100% renewable energy production, we did all of our city vehicles would be 100% renewable by, I don't remember the date, it was 2035 or 2040 or something like that.
Would you want something like transition to?
Yeah, I think having or either a percentage like 90%. I don't remember exactly what that was, but I think having a stronger wording than just support.
Okay.
And then number 11, effective recycling programs with the goal of zero waste. I mean, zero waste is not just recycling, it's the whole broad culture and change in a variety of different things. So I think I think we have a goal of 2035 of 90%, 90% of the goal to zero waste. I'd like for us to change to that and not just be recycling, but to include all of the.
So 90% zero waste. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
15 years?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's it. Thank you.
Good. So we made those 2 changes. Raina?
So my question is more, because I feel like a lot of these could go hand in hand, or at least are part and parcel of each other. So my concern is also with 4. So if we move it to something like transition to an active use of alternative fuel vehicles, that then leaves me the question of on number 8, when we say city use of renewable resources in daily operations, I think of using alternative fuel buses. So I'm not 100% sure what we mean by renewable resources in daily operation, or if we use a specific type of paper product that we eliminate the use of plastic as much as we can. I'm not.
Good question. Let me respond to it in 2 ways. For number 4, it's not just the city. It would be the cities in the community supporting like electric vehicles. Like Toyota said in 10 years, they're not going to be producing a gas vehicle. They're going to go 100% electric. Or Rivian, the new truck company coming out this year. So it's both community, and that's why on that one, to make it stronger and to capture, Adrian, your comment is including the city's fleet with a percentage of use of alternative fuels. And so we'll add that percentage there. On number 8, it is not getting into how at this point, but that within the daily operations of the city throughout, that's all parts of it, that you're using as much as possible renewable resources. That could be anything from our paper or how we use paper or how we do things virtually and use technology to reduce like paper but it could be a variety of things about how we do workforce. Working from home can be a resource conservation as well. So at this point, we're not worrying about the how. This is saying what's the outcome.
Thank you.
Harvey, okay, I got JJ.
Hey, now.
Yeah.
Hey, so what's the definition of sustainable?
Sustainable would be these 21 things at this point.
But it's not limited to
That is correct.
so I guess my question is, I'm not
Want to add
seeing,
something?
yeah, let's add something like community gardens that's sustainable to the neighborhood, to the community. And that was just an example, just community gardens.
Add that as number 22. So what I'm writing here, Gigi, capture your points, community gardens throughout the city. Does that capture it? Does that capture it?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Mina.
Just a question to clarify with Gigi. So you mean like urban gardens? So like if there's a smaller lot or anything, to use that just for everyone, not owned, or like rooftop gardens, not specific to like front yards, you're allowed to by law to have gardens.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Comments from others? Gail, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
You look like you
I
went to the couch.
did go to the couch. I did. I am kind of piggybacking a little bit off what Commissioner Simmons said. I'm wondering if we can expand that a little bit more, or if we're more comfortable adding just along the lines of a sustainable food system and what that means for Gainesville and what we can do to kind of build that here, whether it's with working with our local farms. But
why don't we combine the two?
Yeah.
So it's maybe sustainable food system and community gardens.
Yeah.
Something to that effect. But
Yeah.
that's the concept of that one.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, we'll make that number 22. So write it in.
Cool.
What other tons here? Harvey, you ready to jump in now?
Yeah, thank you, Lyle. And let me preface by saying that the way I'm thinking about this particular topic is primarily about carbon footprint and water resources. Availability of what are we conserving, what are we wasting, and how much water do we have to work with? And what kind of water do we have to work with? That, and I'm trying to get the things that are kind of overarching themes before I think about, I don't want to say smaller.
What do you suggest on the carbon footprint?
Well, I'll give you my top 7 here. And I think those are the ones that matter the most. And then the other stuff kind of flows under that in my thinking. Number 1 is 100% renewable electrical, I don't want to say resources, but generation by 2035. So that's item number 2. High quality water supply, effective stormwater management system throughout the community. So far 2.
You want me to mark these for you?
Yeah, 2, 5, 6. Number 10 is my next one, public access to conservation and natural areas for active and passive enjoyment, with the thinking that people who are able to spend time in nature are going to value nature more. Number 11, effective recycling program with a goal of zero waste. Number 15, 100% on sewers, no septic systems. Again, that feeds directly into the water supply. Number 18, tree canopy with an effective ongoing urban forestation program. Maintains our lower carbon footprint. And I think that's all 7 of my top tier.
Those are 8.
Was it
I
8?
got 8 there.
There you go. All right.
Okay, Lyle, Mr. Bolarski wanted to get in here, and before anybody else gives their list, I did want to give him an opportunity to.
Before I get to, can I finish up with Harvey first?
Yeah.
Harvey, what about the whole issue of capturing your point about water conservation? Where would you see that fitting? Because that could be combined into number 5.
Which one?
Number 5 here, the high quality water supply, and get at the whole also with effective water conservation.
So basically combining 15 and 5, is that what you're saying?
No, I was going with water conservation, not that you mentioned earlier.
A high quality water supply, it can be defined lots of different ways. And we could certainly make it a conservation effort, as well as a, access to make sure we have good access to the aquifer, that all that sort of thing works together.
Okay.
And my thinking on these, particularly the high level stuff, is they're inconvenient. Getting to 100% renewable energy by 2035 is inconvenient and hard. But I'm pretty convinced that if we don't do all the things that we just listed there, or at least a lot of them, all the other stuff we talk about this afternoon is really not going to matter. And that should frighten everybody. So the hard stuff has to be done. So there you
Ed from space.
That's me. Yeah, I didn't want to step on any of the commissioners' toes here and interject while you all were going through this, but I just wanted to make sure that the 2035 is not a typo. I mean, is this a lost decade? We're talking 2035 here.
Well, Ed, it's the planning horizon we're using for all of these principles, not just sustainability. And so, I mean, I said in my statement earlier, 80%.
80% of that.
Yeah, but I mean, I think it's more about prioritizing what our goals are. We're not redefining what the commission's already said, which was 2045.
Got it. Thank you.
So Ed, I'll modify it as you and I talked about that one, because he was aware that one was coming, because I shared it with him that I heard it during my commission interviews, and then he had this little flutter, and then we had a good conversation. So thank you, Ed.
It was just a little heart flutter. Everything's fine.
Well, and we didn't say 2025, Ed. So
Good point. Good point.
Lee, did you want to get in here too before we ballot the rest of the commission?
I just wanted to do a record keeping. So I heard Harvey give 7 items. Lyle heard 8. So I just wanted
Yes.
Harvey, we just go give the numbers real quick. You don't have to read the statements.
You're on mute.
2, 5, 6.
Okay, I now I've got 7. I had him down for 4 as well. Thank you, Lee. So we'll get another one then.
4 is the second tier for me. I'd be happy to give you all 3 tiers if you like, but
No, that you did fine the way you were. Any other comments or changes here? Any others? Give me the 8 here. Yes.
Wait. Adrian's got another one.
Adrian?
I was going to get my list. Is that?
Oh, yeah, he's going to go around the horn.
Is there any other changes? Give me the 8 then. Adrian, you ready to go?
Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 11, and 18.
11 and 18, is that right?
Yes.
And Harvey, you get one more choice when you want it. So give me the 8 here, folks.
Okay, Lyle, I'm ready. 2,
Fire.
3.
2, 3.
Yes, 2, 3, 7, 9.
7, 9.
11, 13.
11. No, that after 11,
13,
13,
17,
17,
22.
and 22. Got it. Got yours, Harvey. Yes, Gail, ready to fire.
Okay, 3, 5, 7, 10, 15, 16, 18, and 22.
Got it. Thank you.
Can I say one thing while there's a little bit of a lull in the conversation? So I did mention I mentioned 16 recognition as a leader. So there are a couple of things that I am not particularly interested in getting recognition either nationally or internationally. That's really not the point of this to me. It's more about just doing the right thing. So I just had to mention that. It's not really about the recognition. It's about just actually being a leader. And it's not about the international and national recognition about being a smart city. It's about if that's what people choose.
Being a leader in energy production innovation.
Yeah.
Good. Rena. And then Gigi. And we can't hear you.
I don't like this.
You're doing
1,
well. 1,
2.
2.
Oh wait, I'm an idiot. I can't count. 4.
4.
6.
6.
10.
10.
11.
Okay.
18.
Yep.
And 22.
Got it. Thank you. Gigi.
Okay, I have 2, 3, 4, 5,
Yep.
11, 13, 17, and 22.
Got it.
Now,
Yes.
I made a mistake.
Okay, what do you want me to change?
14 instead of 13.
Got it. David, you have yours yet?
Oh, you know the answer to that's no. I've got some whittled down, but something Commissioner Johnson just said made me realize just how lost I am in this process. And I've been trying to sort it out as I read these means. But so she points out, you know, recognition, national recognition, international recognition, all that, that's not really the point. But I also thought that by creating some of these things that we wanted to create models that other people could recognize and replicate and use.
Mm-hmm.
And so where I'm confused is I'm not going to weigh petty recognition versus Superfund sites, but I'm being asked to in this means thing. I just can't sort it out.
Well, I think for me, it's some of the, if you do this, you are going to be best practice. You are going to be the model. Is our goal to be the model, or
Sure.
is our goal to do things within the community that really address that really serve as the foundation for that leadership?
I mean, the answer is both. We do things that are models for leadership.
These may result in it. Which ones are most important for you?
I don't know.
Well, he's doing that. Just to point out, I'm not going to change my selections, but under Principle 4, there is a community gardens item. It's under a different category, but anyway, I voted for 22. I'm going to keep it. I think food systems are important.
I've got it.
In that case, can I change my answers?
I would prefer you keep
once
it.
you vote, it's
Then
locked
you
in.
start looking at, I'd want to change this one because I got a closer vote on this one. I would urge you to stay with what you've got.
Well, it's because I have the option somewhere else, like as a priority in Principle 4. Like I still like it. I just, if it's under like living, like to live and thrive, it's fine. I'll just leave it.
Well, see, again, this is first cut. It isn't the final decision. It's trying to focus it down, and then I rewrite this and bring it back to you to reflect what you've said in this session. So that's the intent here. It's not aimed at being perfect, and we may shift things around when you eventually finalize it. So.
Lyle,
Trust the.
9.
Yes, David.
I'll give you 9.
What are they?
I got number 2, number 4, number 7, number 10, number 11, 12, 17, 18, and 22.
I'm just doing 8. The big winners here are, and I'm reading them all. I'll read the number and the title. Is number 2, which is really more achieving that renewable electric generation in 2045. Number 3 is connected green spaces throughout the community. Number 4 is support for active use of alternative vehicles, including a percentage of your city fleet. We'll fill that in when we come back. Number 5 is high quality water supply, including effective water conservation. Number 10 is public access to conservation and natural areas for active and passive enjoyment. Number 11 is that zero waste, that you're achieving it at a 90% level. Number 18 is the tree canopy with an effective ongoing urban forestation program. And number 22 is sustainable food supply and community gardens. And I think this is a little different than the community gardens because, as Gail, you talked about it, it's that sustainable food system is the key there. Harvey?
Yeah, let me just make a quick plug for the fact that stormwater and sewer management are kind of a big deal, and we're going to notice it when they don't work right. That's all.
The next one would have been number 6. You guys want to add it? You can tell me to add it, Lyle, unanimously.
Well, can I?
Yep.
Is there anyone at GRU wastewater who doesn't want that to be a goal?
Well, let's add it.
I mean, that's the normal course of the utility, right?
I didn't vote for it because it's embedded in our
Right.
SOPs anyway. That's
right. So
let's include it.
Same page. Same page.
Easy to do.
Just making sure.
Going to the print. So yes, Adrian.
What was the first one again?
2.
2. Okay. Thank you.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6 now, 10, 11, and 18, and 22. Going to world-class lifelong learning community. And it's on page 11. There were 10 of these. What does that mean? Strong partnership and collaboration between the community, city government, and school district. Strong partnership and collaboration between the community, city government, and Santa Fe College. 3 is strong partnership and collaboration between the community, city government, and the University of Florida. The University of Florida contributing financially to the city and to the Gainesville community. Inclusive community, international students and faculty feeling welcome in the Gainesville community. Destination for top quality education with opportunities for lifelong learning. And one of the things that several of you talked to me about, it isn't job opportunities, but the development of careers. Do any of you remember me talking about the importance of careers? A-rated public schools providing outstanding educational programs available to all neighbors. Educational programs that are linked to economic opportunities for neighbors. The University of Florida participating in urban redevelopment projects and technical vocational training or programs and certification, preparing neighbors for trade opportunities for 21st century jobs. Those are ones that I heard as related to a world-class lifelong learning community. Lauren.
Thank you, Lyle. I wanted to add one, number 11,
sure.
Creating a welcoming educational environment for our international community.
So restate that.
Creating a welcoming educational environment for our international community.
Is that different than 5?
Do you mean like not students?
No, well, this to me, maybe I'm reading it wrong. This to me spoke more to like UF and Santa Fe. I wanted to ensure that K through 12. If that's already embedded in there, that's fine.
Is number 5 address that international students and faculty?
I mean, maybe if we add and their family, because I think that's what Lauren's getting at, where the kids come here with the PhD student.
I'm talking about our K through 12 community. So this is our immigrant community.
Ah.
I mean, we have
So
lots.
let's add it as number 11. So it is welcoming. Is that right?
Educational environment.
Welcoming educational environment, right? Is that right so far?
Yeah, right. For our international
neighbors.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. And then just an editorial comment. Well, it might be desirable or aspirational to have University of Florida contributing financially to the city and Gainesville community, and the University of Florida, participating in urban development projects, which actually makes a little more sense. That's something more appropriate for UF's strategic plan. I mean, we can put it in our strategic plan. We can't tell them to do it or make them do it or what, I'd rather focus on things that we have the governance ability to implement, and not, just sort of tilt at windmills. Now, I think we can make that more likely by strengthening the partnership we have with UF, Santa Fe, and the school board. But I don't believe that belongs on. I know why whoever put that on there put it on there. I get it. It's an important point and can be very beneficial to our community, but it's not something that.
So you're suggesting 4 and 8 be, or 4 and 9 be toasted, right? Removed.
Well, I'm willing to leave. We can leave them both on there and just.
It may not make it once we prioritize it.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I think that 9 does have a place because we have to facilitate the ability for the university to engage in meaningful development. But so we do have a role in that. We don't have any role on whether UF decides they want to support the city financially. So anyway, how many are we choosing here, Lyle?
Probably 7.
So okay.
That means 8 will come out probably.
Yeah, I yield.
Comments or additions from others? Harvey. And we've added 11, right, everybody?
Yeah.
And that is welcoming educational environment for international neighbors.
So lots of comments, partially supporting what Lauren just said. I feel like I understand 4 and 9. I don't understand how they're in a world-class lifelong learning community section. They belong other places. And as Lauren said, we can't make UF give us money. So I don't think those belong.
All right, let me do a quick test on this. Give me a raise of hands. How many would drop 4 and 9 from this principle? Raise your hands. 1, 2, 3. And what is that? Is Adrian, you're in the middle? Is that right? But I think I got
leave them on there and just see if people rank them high or not. I mean, I don't.
We may not even rank these if we whittle it down too.
Yeah, I was just.
Well,
so let's
if I may,
sure.
On this particular point, I agree with the mayor, but just to remind my colleagues, we had a governance discussion of the UF partnership. I don't know how long ago. It was before the pandemic, so it's kind of hard to reach back into those cobwebs. But we had a pretty solid framework, I thought. And so the only reason why I raised my hand is because, you know, this commission is putting a lot of trust in staff members of our government and UF to piece together where this relationship goes. And if we start putting in our strategic plans very specific items, and we're giving, as a governing body, we're giving contradictory direction, which we can't be doing. That's my 2 cents.
I got 4 hands, so let's scratch 4 and 9.
Okay.
Continuing on, Harvey.
So I would like to see 1, 2, and 3 become the same thing. The city of Gainesville, the Gainesville community, the school district, Santa Fe, and UF all need to have a strong working relationship. I mean, that's a thing in my view, and I don't know how we can separate that. I know how we can because it's all separate and undone right now, but it needs to be the same thing in my view. If we're going to work optimally and actually have a world-class lifelong learning community, all that has to be a thing working together.
So you're really suggesting all we do is take 1 and add Santa Fe and University of Florida. Is that right?
Yes, absolutely.
Do others agree with that? Either nods or heads or thumbs up?
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
Oh.
I mean,
Adrian? Or
that point, I mean, I guess if we're setting goals, we may be successful with one and we not might be successful with the other ones. I don't know. And setting them as different goals, like UF, we seem to be on a good track. I mean, the school board is not, I think, as collaborative as we'd like to be. So I don't know. Maybe it's one reason why I keep them separate. And they take a lot of work too. It's not like it's a lot of effort to go in them. I did have a comment about just the world-class lifelong learning community.
I'm not done with my other comments, but
all right, go ahead, and then I'll get back to the heading. In fact,
okay. Number 7, I have an issue with the rating system in general. I don't think it's useful. You can rig numbers and rig systems to be an A-rated school. I'm not suggesting anybody's doing that, but it's possible to do that, and it doesn't really mean anything. My kids have been in a CB rated school that I felt like gave them a terrific education, and that's what matters to me, not how they're rated. We did a different.
So you're suggesting just take the rating out and say public schools providing outstanding educational programs available to all. Is that right? Do others agree with that? Looking at heads, yes. Thumbs up. So we'll modify. Continuing on, Harvey.
Okay, I'm good. I mean, I give you my list if you want, but
no, I want to get into Adrian.
Yeah.
Who wants to go back to the heading?
It kind of sounds like a retirement community tagline, kind of. That's what I hear when I see that. I don't really know if
Gainesville's retirement community is renowned.
Do you have a suggestion?
I don't have a suggestion. I don't know if we should change it. It's just that's when I read that, it feels like the Villages.
That was not the original one that I wrote up, but it was based on some direct feedback to me about we need to be a lifelong learning community, but I understand what you're saying. Do you have a suggestion, Adrian? Gigi, do you have a suggestion?
I'm sorry.
I have a
a thought. We have not addressed our after school learning programs at our community centers. This is something I think that we can add and make a number 12, providing after school learning opportunities for the after school children or school age kids. And Adrian, I wanted to when you just made the comment about the relationship with the school board, I think in the past it's been like that where we haven't really had that type of relationship. But after working with them on several projects, and it's been a great partnership and relationship. Just for an example, with the Skybridge program at the Porters Community Center. So I think as we work closely with them and just start having that dialogue, you may see a difference. But I think in the past we just haven't had that dialogue. But I think now we've started to see more openness and communication between the two. I know at least I have. I've had a great experience with the school board.
So you want to add number 12 then, Gigi, the educational, after school educational opportunities for all? Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah, and specifically in our community centers.
Okay, in community, thank you. Rena.
So kind of half of Adrian's point and everybody else's, I would do Santa Fe and UF as, you know, a higher ed kind of partnership and collaboration. But I see the school board, we don't get new provosts and new trustees every couple of years. We do get a new school board every couple of years. And I think that's a different makeup and a different mission than Santa Fe and UF. So I think the school board would have to be separate from collaboration with Santa Fe or UF. Those can go together, but I think it would be like 1 and 2, 3.
Yeah, I got it. Let me go back to yours, Adrian, about the world-class lifelong learning community. Let me push you a little bit. What suggestions would you have for this principle?
I'm not really worried about it right now. I'm getting tired. I don't think it's worth delving over the wordsmithing of that.
Does anybody have any suggestions on it?
Aging in place?
No, that's...
You go to school here, you go to college here.
David.
Thank you. I'm like waving for attention. So I can give you my 7. How about that? How about I go first?
Do you have any comments about the heading at all?
I have no comments.
You like it or not? No.
Can we?
It's fine, Lyle. It's fine. We're keeping it.
All right, go to 7.
This reading the Zoom, Mr. Mayor. I see that. So I just 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, and 8, and 1, 2, 3. Did we combine those?
No, we were keeping. I think we're keeping 1 and then 2, 3 combined.
Can we just in that first one, because if any county commissioners are watching, I don't want them for their feelings to be hurt that we didn't put the Alachua County government. Can we just include that as 1?
Well, they don't have to do with learning community. We can talk about that later, but that's not, this is about learning and education.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Okay, that's a good clarification. Okay, so then 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 8, and 10.
Okay.
And I think I'm just going to plug for 10 as being especially important because our community is already well known for its primary and secondary educational prowess. I think the part that doesn't get as much attention is our professional trades and crafts and vocational programs, technical programs. And I think that that's for a lot of people. I think.
Others, give me your 7. Adrian.
1, 2, 3, 5, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Clarification.
Harvey, are you ready?
2 and 3, correct?
2 and 3 are one.
Yeah, okay, gotcha.
Ready?
Are you ready?
Yep. 1, 2, 3, however you want to link those.
Yep.
5, 7, 10, 11.
You have one more because the way we combined 2 and 3. If you want one.
6.
You have one?
6.
6. Thank you. Gail, from the couch.
1 and 2 and 3 together.
Yep.
4.
4's gone.
4's gone. You're right. 8, 10, 11, and 12.
Got it. Rena?
1, 2, 5,
Okay.
6, 7, 11, 12. Is that 7?
DJ.
Okay, 1, 2, 5,
Yep.
8,
Yep.
10,
Yep.
12. How many
Okay.
more I have left? One more left, Lyle.
Yeah.
11. But I have a question. The number 10, where it says the technical and vocational programs, is that somehow, can we tie that into Santa Fe or not? Because
I think
Santa
you could if it that's more of a how, but I think that what you're saying, and a majority of it said, that we value in 15 years that are in place the technical vocational programs.
Okay.
I think I got everybody. Is that right?
No, me.
All right.
Lyle, me.
Yep. Fire.
Okay. 12, 11.
Oh, you're in that back. Yep.
8.
Yep.
5.
Yep.
2, 3.
And 1. Yep.
1.
Okay.
And I guess we'll go back to 10.
The big winners are 1, which is the collaboration and partnership with your Alachua County schools. The 2, 3 is the higher education, both with Santa Fe and University of Florida. Number 5 is an inclusive community for international students, faculty, and their families feeling welcome in the Gainesville community. Number 8 is educational programs linked to economic opportunities for neighbors. Number 10 is technical and vocational program certifications preparing neighbors for trade opportunities and to capture careers for 21st century. Number 11 is welcoming educational environment for international neighbors. And number 12 is after-school educational programs in our community centers. So those are the ones that got a majority. How are you doing? You need a break at this point?
Yeah, I think we do. It's 12:12. Let's reconvene at, I'm sorry, 2:12. Let's reconvene at 2:30.
All right, 2:30?
We are in recess until 2:30.
Okay, thanks.
to order now. And commissioners, before we get on to our next principal, the city auditor, Ginger Bigby, had something she wanted to either ask or share with us. Ginger?
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners, and Lyle. I had one quick question on Principle 3 when we were talking about world-class lifelong learning. We didn't seem to address the demographic of children ages 0 to 5. And for those children that can't afford or cannot go to Montessori school or private education, how do we teach them to learn to read? So learning to read before you enter school is a great opportunity to get out of poverty. And it seems like that could be a city focus. Even if the city doesn't fund it, we could get volunteers, get the university system to support it, or private businesses. It would be ideal for English as a second language and for all children. Being able to learn to read before you start kindergarten, simply learning the letters, then learning how to read, getting books from the library. How do we make that accessible for all of our children so that they don't start elementary school and remedial classes because they can't read, and then they get in a rut that they can never get out of?
Let me comment on that, Ginger. I don't want to get into the how, but I think you're bringing up, we could add with that after school program, but also early childhood. One of the communities I work with is West Sacramento, and they have universal preschool funded by the city initially. It has become a 501c3, and it's a model of best practices. And they have track records with tests that show kids reading at third grade level, 80% that went through that program. So is that it? Would you want to add that to maybe part of number 12 in terms of expanding the educational opportunities, not only after school, but early childhood? How do folks react to hers?
I'm fine with that. I think it dovetails with the Children's Trust goals anyway. So
it's easy to add that one there. It makes sense.
Yeah, and I think we could even just be more specific in supporting the goals of the Children's Trust, which is it's a local dedicated revenue source, and with an
put it that way. Then, Lauren, is there your suggestion?
Is that okay with everybody? That's just a little more specific, and whatever. We're not starting from ground zero.
I'll write it up that way. Ready to move on. Goal 4, or principle 4, not goal, principle. It's part of the vision. 15 years, a great place for all neighbors to live and thrive. We're on page 13 in section 7 and 14. In 15 years, well-designed, well-maintained city infrastructure. That includes streets, curbs, gutters, sidewalks, and medians. Quality homes that are well-maintained. Attractive neighborhoods, green and clean. Housing opportunities and choices for all. Convenient access to parks. As many of you pointed out, the goal being within a 10-minute walk of a resident. Walkable, bikeable neighborhoods. Convenient access to grocery stores and neighborhood retail necessary for daily living with no food deserts. Community gardens in neighborhoods. Trails connecting neighborhoods and community destinations. Quality, rental, affordable housing with diverse, affordable options. Going to the next page is preserving and celebrating Gainesville's history and heritage. Strong community partnerships with the faith community, nonprofit organizations, and other institutions. Before and after school programs and activities for all neighbors, consistent with what we just talked about under the lifelong learning. Safe community, neighbors feeling and are safe any place and any time of day. Housing options for all stages of life, including affordable housing options for seniors. Expanded opportunities for home ownership. All neighbors having opportunities to participate in sports, cultural activities and arts programs, and senior-friendly community with facilities and supportive services. Those were ones that I heard from both you and your staff. Comments, changes, or additions here? Adrian.
Thank you. To number 4, the housing opportunities and choices for all, I would like for us to add, no matter where you want to live in the city, so that's accessible no matter where you are in the city. Number 7, again, convenient access to grocery store, neighborhood retail necessary for daily living. I would like for us to add in there services as well, both your daily goods and services that you want, in essence, creating a complete neighborhood. Number 8, I guess I don't think we can strike that because we already added that, I believe.
Yeah, we've got that under that.
Yeah.
Sustainable food system. So
yeah.
we'll scratch 8.
Same for 13. I think we added that to the previous.
Yeah, we just did that a few minutes ago.
Yeah. And then the other one I would like to add, a 21, or I guess a 19, would be sustainable land use patterns and housing mix as well.
Sustainable land use patterns and what?
And housing mixes as well.
Good. And housing mix. Everybody add 19, sustainable land use pattern and housing mix. Other additions or changes here, Rena?
So just as, I guess as an attorney, that's where my brain goes, that words can mean different things to different people. On number 3, where it says attractive neighborhoods, green and clean, down on my road, there's a house that is basically a butterfly and bumblebee paradise. It has all these flowers, all these plants. Some people would say that's a nuisance because it's just overgrown, but it is green. It is not necessarily clean or tidy or well-maintained. So I think in that regard, that may be a matter of opinion of what I think it's my favorite house on the street. But
you want to separate the two?
I worry about something like attractive neighborhoods and protecting neighborhood character because it can go either way. So if I want to have plants all over my yard, but somebody thinks that's not attractive, how do you balance that? So I just think it's a confusing one, or unless we have a very clear defined a clear definition of what we mean by attractive neighborhoods that are green and clean.
Yeah, I think those would be in the how of ordinances. Would you suggest separating the two or adding something to that to capture your point?
I think like you can have green neighborhoods and that can fall under like maintaining our tree canopy and making sure that we have greenery and nature, that we don't have like Miami's let's pave over everything attitude. But I think the attractive and clean may fall into like.
So you're suggesting changing that to attractive and clean. But I also heard protecting the neighborhood character too.
Yeah, if it's a matter of attractive, clean neighborhood characters, I'm definitely against that because I've seen it misused.
So what would you suggest?
I would say like maintaining green neighborhoods, green as in like natural neighborhoods. But I think we cover that under our tree canopy earlier.
So you don't,
I would just
scratch it.
Yeah.
Anybody want number 3?
No, I can strike it.
Are we okay with that?
Yeah.
Thumbs up, nods ahead. Got it.
Thank
3's
you.
gone. Would you add anything else about protecting the character of the neighborhood? Because that was another thing that you brought up.
It just gets messy when you want to protect attractive neighborhoods.
I was talking about character, not necessarily attractive. What other comments or changes here do you have? And we've added 19 as well. Gail.
I am following some of the same thought processes that that Raina mentioned about what words that have different meanings to different people. So
Sure.
I'm thinking about number 14, a safe community, neighbors feeling safe and are safe any place at any time of the day. And I think that that should be included. But if we do include that, then we really need to break down what safety means to different folks in our community.
Yeah, that really becomes an action, taking it to the next level, saying what does it mean specifically by neighbor or the neighbors. Would you have any suggestions about 14 at all to help clarify that?
Wow. I mean, I think one of the most obvious spaces that we can kind of delve into, it's immediate, and what we're dealing with with policing and potentially over policing of communities. So what does police presence, what does being safe mean to people in our community? Just period. We can just ask the question, but I think it's important that we go farther and ask the questions of different folks in our community.
Can I try something on you?
Sure.
Like last time, maybe adding with police or public safety working with all neighbors. Is that getting at what you're talking about there? So it's.
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, so it would be what's there, but then adding on with either the police or public safety, you want to include fire, working with all neighbors.
So could we use it through like the equity toolbox? So community safety through the lens of the toolbox?
I think that's a fantastic idea, Raina.
Because I agree. Some people may want like security cameras and like police cameras set up all over the neighborhood, and other neighborhoods might think that's just watching them, and you put them in to catch them at like jaywalking.
Yeah, and you're going to see in other areas where you have that equity lens. So what you're suggesting, would be through an equity lens. Is that right?
Yeah. So addressing community safety through and with the equity toolbox through an equity lens.
I like that.
Yeah, because you're going to see that equity lens being applied in several things in the mission. Okay. Does that capture yours, Gail, then?
It does. Thank you.
Thank you. What other points are out there, suggestions? Harvey.
Thanks, Lyle. It feels like, and I know that we can be more specific, but it feels kind of like 4:10. 15 and 16, I think that was it, are all kind of saying the same thing.
They're all related to housing, but have different outcomes.
Right, but so depending on how inclusive we want to be, I mean, we could make the whole thing, we could make a list of housing that can be its own separate category, but housing opportunities / choices for all.
And no matter the location, as Adrian pointed out, as we modified it.
Right. I don't know.
I wouldn't vote for the others, just vote for that one.
Yeah.
That's the easy way to handle that one.
Right.
Let's see. Gigi.
What about
Yep.
having street lights, smart lighting?
What will you want to see as the outcome there, Gigi?
Well, I know some neighborhoods, a lot of neighborhoods just do not have adequate lighting. And I know that would be a great place for all neighbors to thrive if they had sufficient lighting that thwarts all possible criminal behavior or deviance. And I just think that's something we shouldn't overlook.
Let's add it as 20. Well,
Gigi, we can add that to 1. Just add it to 1.
Okay.
Just add lighting to 1.
And infrastructure, okay. That's good.
So is you comfortable with that one, Gigi? So I'm adding neighborhood lighting as part of the city infrastructure. Gail, you want up again? Yes.
Yes.
There we go.
Okay, here we go. So I'm looking at 11, preserving and celebrating Gainesville history and heritage. And I think that we should be, I think we're going to need to define what that means. What does Gainesville history and heritage mean? And I say this because it has been really important to me that we preserve the culture and history of our predominantly and our historically African American neighborhoods, which are fast disappearing in Gainesville. And I think that needs to somehow be brought into the conversation when it comes to number 11, or if it even needs to be a different number.
Would you like it separate? We can add it as 20. Or do you want to include culture as part of number 11?
That's a good question.
We do either, whatever your preference is.
What do you all think?
I feel like 11's inclusive of that.
You do?
I do.
Yeah.
I feel like that's why whoever put it on there.
Yeah.
So we'll be specific and add the word culture there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we could add specifically
That's the easiest
African
way to
American
deal with
heritage
it.
and culture.
Okay. Yes.
So I think we got it covered there. We'll just modify 11 to capture culture as well.
African American culture or Black culture. Gail, your preference?
Black.
Black. Okay.
Capital B.
Got it.
Okay.
Any other comments or changes? Rena, another one.
Confirm, we're scratching out 15 and 10 and keeping all of the housing under 4?
Nope, it's your choice. If you feel the other things are need to be separated out, you can do it. Or if you feel it's all captured in 4, just vote for 4.
Okay, thank you.
That's the easy way to deal with it. Because I know some of you have different feelings about elements of that.
How many do you want?
We have scratched 3 and 8 and 13 though. And we've added 19 and we've modified 11 and 14 and 7 and 1.
How many are we picking?
Depends on if we got any others to add. Any others? Comments? Give me the 8 here that are most important for you.
Lyle, I'm ready.
Yep. Adrian?
Okay. 1, 4, 6, 7, 11, 14, 17, 19.
Got it. Harvey?
Okay, 1, 4, 5, 7, 9, 11, 14, and 19.
Okay. Adrian?
1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 14, and 19.
Got it. Gail?
4, 7, 10, 11, 12, 17, 18, and 19.
Got it. Gigi?
What was 19?
19 is sustainable land use patterns and housing mix.
Okay, I'm ready.
Fire.
1, 4, 7, 11, 19, 9, and 10.
Got it. Raina, you got yours?
I have 7.
Okay.
Okay, wait, no, I have 8. Okay. 1,
Higher. Yep.
1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 14, 17, 19.
Got it. David.
I have 1, 4, 5, 7, 10, 12, 14, and 17.
Okay, the big winners here are 1, the well-designed city, well-designed, well-maintained city infrastructure, and that would include neighborhood lighting. Number 4 is housing options and choices, no matter the location in the community. Number 5 is convenient access to parks within a 10-minute walk. Number 7 is convenient access to grocery store, neighborhood retail, and services. We added that for daily living with no food deserts. Number 11 is preserving and celebrating Gainesville's Black culture or history and heritage. Numbers 14 is safe community through an equity lens. Number 17 is all neighbors having opportunities to participate in sports, cultural activities, and arts program. And number 19, a sustainable land use pattern with appropriate housing mix or with housing mix.
Lyle, before we go on, y'all, can we please add walkable, bikeable neighborhoods to that? That's a universally accepted metric for neighborhood quality, like measured by everybody everywhere.
Can I try something?
Sure.
Combining number 6 and 9, since they were both close, and me doing some version of a walkable, bikeable, walkable neighborhoods connected by trails or something, and community destinations. Does that make sense, Lauren?
Is there any objection to that, to adding that? Okay, go for it, Lyle. Thank you.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
What I'm going to do is write them up by combining those tomorrow.
Yeah, okay. Gail?
Gail?
Yeah, would you mind just letting me know the world-class lifelong learning opportunities, which ones we chose? I didn't get those.
They are number 1, combined 2 and 3, number 5, number 8, number 10, and that would include careers, number 11, which is the welcoming for the international neighbors, and the before school, after school opportunities.
Thank you.
And support for community children's trust. Is that right? Including the support for children's trust.
But we were specific with community centers.
Community centers is in there. In community centers.
Okay.
I did the abbreviated one. Sorry, Gigi. Ready to go to number 5.
Yeah, Lyle, I don't want to be the guy that wordsmiths the titles, but I would like to change memorable to meaningful. Memory has a whole.
Oh, on the next one?
Yeah.
Oh, no problem.
Memory has a whole bunch of pitfalls, both in accuracy.
Oh, yeah.
Also, you could have traumatic memories. We don't want to create traumatic memories for people. So if we could change memorable to meaningful experiences, is that okay with everybody? Okay.
You know what that is? That's something on your website, Lauren. It's throughout
Good.
a lot of your documents, particularly those in the Parks and Rec area.
Good. I'm sure
Memorable.
we'll get it changed in 3 to 4 years.
So is everybody okay?
A little
with
friendly banter.
That's good. So we're gonna. Is
more of it,
everybody
Mr.
okay
Mayor.
with that? A thumbs up would be good if you're okay with changing that.
Yeah, don't stop there. Keep going, Lauren. You're on fire.
We still got a whole nother thing to do this afternoon. So.
We
All
may
right.
not get to
So,
it this afternoon, depending
Yeah.
upon how your guys are doing. So it's meaningful experiences for everyone. That means affordable, accessible, diverse, and expanded recreational programming and activities. Strong, diverse community festivals and events bringing neighbors together. Top quality parks throughout the community with convenient access for neighbors. A variety of cultural programs and events serving the needs of all. Quality sports fields for tournament, competition, and recreation. A variety of specialty parks and park venues responsive to leisure trends and community needs. Many of you brought up like splash pads, dog parks, and others. This would be all of those specialty parks. Playgrounds for all abilities and all neighbors. Quality pool with a variety of aquatic programs. 15 years, a quality golf course for all to experience. Public art throughout the community. Multi-purpose, multidisciplinary arts center. Expanded and diversified cultural arts programs, events, activities for all to enjoy, and regional partnerships supporting sports tourism. Changes or additions here? Rena.
So question, I guess, just about what the difference would be. So when we say playgrounds for all abilities and all neighbors, how is that different from accessible, diverse, and expanded rec programming and activities? Or can we like?
One is programming and the other is actually a facility
Okay.
or venue when you're talking about, it's a physical thing.
Okay.
So the programming is different than the actual facilities. And 7 would
physical
get at
aspect.
that facilities.
Okay.
And they'd be funded under different activities too.
Okay. And for the expanded rec programming and activities, I think rec and culture is all under the Parks Department because it's park rec and culture. Is there a reason why we separated cultural programming from recreational programming?
They may have very different focuses. That's what I was hearing from particularly the staff.
Lee, that's more an operational thing. You want to respond to that?
Sure. I mean, it's, again, this is, the vision that we're working on. And so if, where it actually happens within the city, I think is not really part of this discussion as much as where you want us to focus to get you to a place in 2035. So if we need more emphasis on culture, we need to include that here.
Okay. Thank you.
Adrian?
Thank you. So I'm not exactly sure how to word this, but I do think that with what's happening with the COVID crisis, we're going to see a significant impact to private and non-profit event places and programming and music places and things like that. I'm not exactly sure how to do that, but I'm very worried that we're going to lose massive amounts. They're not going to be open for a year or something like that, and they'll go out of business. So I'm not sure how to.
So it's private,
falls into some of the things there, but I guess programming may not just be what the city is doing, but how can we ensure that there's a private side as well as putting on music stuff and different things like that.
Is it primarily in the cultural area or does it go beyond that?
I guess it would be in the cultural area, yeah.
So maybe we add that as number 14.
Yeah.
And you're talking about private and nonprofit, right?
Yeah, I'm worried about we're going to lose a bunch of venues and and cultural activities because of what happened to COVID, because no one's making any money. So maybe
Good point.
Support.
The key is you want to have
I want to be
public
on just with our city programming
and
support,
opportunities
yeah.
for cultural programs.
Yeah.
Add that as number 14. Gigi?
And this is almost to Adrian's point. We have a foundation, the Gainesville Arts and Parks Foundation, that supports our Parks and Recreation and Cultural Affairs Department. It's a financial arm of the department. We also have advisory boards and committees. So how can we put some statement or something in the effect that we would utilize those as resources to help us with our future planning or implementation of certain things?
It would be in the mission statement, and it's captured there, and I think it is in there now in the next section if we get to it today. So it's captured in how, and that's in the mission of city government by utilizing those groups in both planning, policy development, and programming.
Thank you.
Good point. But I think we'll capture that in the mission. What other additions do we have here? Or comments? Adrian.
Yeah, I think we can tie in what I was thinking into number 4, if that's possible, a variety of cultural programs and cultural, like maybe venues and events. And that.
So Adrian, just say, we can say both public and private.
Yeah.
That is where I would.
Okay.
Were you reading my sheet of paper, Lauren?
Of course.
Well, you
That's
did
how
a pretty
I,
good
that's how I
job
look
there.
good by
hold it up.
That's how I look good by cheating off smarter people.
No, I doubt that. No, I was adding it there as you were talking. So, and we'll add venues as well. So it's venues, programs, and events serving the needs provided both by the public and private sector. Well, we ought to put nonprofit too, to be capture the nonprofit community organizations too. Gigi.
I wanted to address maybe having something that speaks about disabilities and our seniors. I don't see anything that specifically talks about our seniors and those who are disabled.
What would you see as the outcome that you want to see there?
I would like, for instance, at the Sweetwater Preserve, or the Sweetwater, it may be difficult for someone in a wheelchair to access certain things. And that's just an example. And some things that some facilities we may have that may be difficult for certain folks with disabilities, physical disabilities, to access. So I would like for us to at least have something to acknowledge that, or at least to be inclusive in all of our parks and our facilities.
Yeah, if you want to be more specific, maybe go to number 14 and add something like facilities, venues, and programs accessible for individuals with disabilities and seniors.
Well, I think we struck 14 because we added it to 4, but also
right, I was redoing another 14.
Yeah, well, number 1 has accessible, affordable, accessible, diverse, and expanded recreational programming and activities.
Yeah, but what I was hearing
accessible
from Gigi
to me was like
very specific about individuals with disabilities and seniors. Is that right?
Yeah, I just wanted to be more specific to
that's why we'll add it as 14. We'll see if it makes it. So it's individuals with disabilities and seniors. Is that right, Gigi?
Yeah.
Okay. Others, comments? Any other comments or changes or additions?
I have a question.
Fire.
So, again, by public art, I may make an enemy doing this. There are statues throughout our city that I still can't make heads or tail of, regardless of what the little plaque says it is. So do we mean installations like that, or do we mean murals, or what do we mean by public art, or is it just like anything goes?
Comments from others, and then I'll jump in if Adrian, and then Lauren.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Adrian, and then Lauren.
I mean, for me, public art is sculptures, it's murals, it's sidewalks painting, it's creating a museum throughout our city that's accessible for everyone.
Lauren?
Yeah, we absolutely don't want to get into the business of deciding what is and is not quality public art. It's more about creating a funding source and a sort of codified requirement that, like, in new public buildings or new public spaces, there will be public art, and supporting it that way. But getting into like what kind we prefer or whatever, I absolutely want to stay away from that.
And I've got Harvey and then Gail.
Thanks, Lyle. Yeah, I don't have an art degree, and I don't think I'm the right person to gauge what art goes where. We have professionals to do that. And some of it is stuff that I love, and some of it is stuff that makes me scratch my head a little bit. If it was up to me, we'd put Pollocks and Rothkos everywhere, but everybody wouldn't like that. So, you know, it's...
You got some thumbs up on that one, Harvey.
So yeah, it's well curated, juried art is what we want to create space for, I think.
Gail?
I need to add in there that I think we need to have the art be inclusive. My understand, I go to so many different. All of us has been to other cities where the murals and the public art are representative of the people that live there, and here it absolutely is not. And I think that it is important to have whatever group of people that are choosing the art, make sure that it is diverse and make sure that it's inclusive. That has been a huge pet peeve of mine living in the city. There we go.
Let me go to one Florida city here. Have any of you been recently, in the last 2 years, to Fort Pierce? No news in it. If you go there, look at all their park benches are painted by the Highwaymen, which is a long-standing Florida arts group, very culturally based in the Black community there, and they are really, really something special. And it's throughout the community, and it's to capture the history of the culture reflected in art on their park and even bus benches. That's how they've utilized part of their cultural traditions and put it into the form of art. If you have a chance, I would urge you to look at it. It's the Highwaymen's displays in Fort Pierce, Florida. So.
These are mosaics. They're nice.
What?
They're mosaics. I like them.
Anyway, but that's a kind of thing where, Gail, when you add the word inclusive, that's inclusive of the cultural traditions in our community, not some other community.
Sure, representative of all the people that live in our community.
Yep.
I mean, for example, like there's this beautiful art mural that was done, I think, by the visionary folks outside of Flacos, and that is one mural that I would say that yes is representative of, you know, certain people in our community. It just does not happen here. We don't have that lens at all.
That's good. So we'll add that to be part of that, the public art. Any others here? Give me the 7 that are most important for you as you look to defining meaningful experiences for everyone.
How many did you say?
7. out of the 14. Fire away.
1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 10, 12.
Got it. Thank you. Harvey.
2, 3, 5, 7, 8, 10, 11.
Got it. Gigi.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 13, and 14.
Got it. Thank you. Rena.
1, 3, 4, 7, 8, 10, 11.
Got it. Okay. Gail, you ready?
Yeah. 1, 2, 4, 7, 10, 12, 15.
Adrian.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, and 11.
Who am I missing? David? Gigi, did I get yours?
You hear me?
David, now I can. Yeah, I don't see you though.
Okay, well, I had to move inside to charge my computer.
Gigi, did I get yours already?
You didn't.
I just wanted to make sure. David, you got yours?
Yeah, 5, 6, 7, 10, 11. Here, I'm going backwards for you.
That's okay.
4, 3, and 2.
Okay. The big winners here are: 1 is affordable, accessible, diverse, and expanded recreation program. 1. 2 is strong, diverse community festivals and events bringing neighbors together. Number 3 is top quality parks throughout the community with convenient access for neighbors. Number 4, a variety of venues and programs and events serving the needs of all, provided by public sector, private sector, and nonprofit organizations. Number 5 is quality sports fields for tournaments, competition, and recreation. Number 7 is playgrounds for all abilities and all neighbors. Number 10 is public art that is inclusive of our community. And number 11 is a multi-purpose, multidisciplinary arts center. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 10, and 11. Ready to move to the next principle?
Yes.
Yes.
Actually, well, let's do this one, then we'll take a short break, and then we'll bang out the last couple.
Rena, do you have a comment?
I just wanted to make like a last plea for pools, saying that culturally, a lot of folks don't have access to pools or aquatic programs for a variety of historic reasons. And having an affordable and quality program that you can go through a city is a huge boon to a lot of lower income or middle income families. I can't swim myself, but I know people that find it very like important to their life. And maybe one day I'll finally end up at our city program.
Adrian, you have a comment?
Yeah, I agree with Raina on this one.
Yeah, the two of you voted. There were 2 votes for it. There were 4. Yes, Gail?
The reason why I didn't include it, and maybe this differs from other folks, is that I think that we have a really good aquatic program that tries to address some of those issues. and is pretty accessible and affordable. I mean, Zora's taken advantage of them many summers in a row. So that's the only reason why I didn't include it, because I think we're doing a good job on that front.
And also, TB McPherson is underutilized right now. We actually need to find ways to increase participation.
Which gets into tomorrow's
that.
discussion.
Yeah, we have space for that actual thing to grow at that location anyway. And I think probably anyway.
Okay, no, we're good. Thank you.
And Lauren, what did you suggest at this point, or did you want to?
Somebody finding a heavy blunt instrument and hitting me over the head with it. No.
In my head, you stopped at blunt, and I was like, what?
Don't read my social media feed. Let's do the next one, Vibrant Downtown, and then we'll take a short recess, and then we'll bang out the last couple. Okay.
Okay.
And I think that will be the total extent of our brain power today.
I believe it will be. Alive and vibrant downtown. What does that mean? A live destination providing a variety of experiential opportunities, choice of a variety of residential opportunities, types and price points. And many of you talked about that in your individual visions. Successful locally owned retail businesses, diverse restaurant choices, food types, and price point. 18 hours, 7-day living, working, and experiencing downtown. Equitable development in adjacent neighborhoods. Community gathering places to hang out or to have events and festivals. Well-designed, well-maintained, attractive landscaping and buildings. Additional mid-rise mixed-use buildings providing office and residential opportunities. Offices for professional services. The Center for City Government, that it's still here. Neighbors and guests feeling safe. Well-lighted downtown. University of Florida integrated into downtown. A live arts district with diverse businesses, performances, art, and activities. Diverse mix of small, locally owned retailers, national retailers, entertainment, and unique experience-based businesses. Easy access to downtown with and without an automobile. Business and property owners taking pride and taking responsibility for an alive downtown. Expanded boundaries for downtown. A pedestrian mall with expanded outdoor dining and pedestrian friendly. That's what I heard earlier. Comments, changes, or additions here? Rena.
So are we going by the 4 to 11 story mid-rise definition?
Lee, is a mid-rise considered 4 to 11 stories?
I'd have to check. I've always treated mid-rise as being 4 to 8 stories, but I'd have to check what our definition is there.
But definitely more than 4.
Definitely more than 4.
Most of the cities I work with would go along with Lee's is sort of 4 to 8, maybe 9, but there's a foot limitation of usually that would be about 8 max.
Okay.
Did that help?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions, or changes or additions here? Any others? Going once. Give me the 8 here that are most important for you. And again, don't assume it's going to be there. What's most important for you to see in 15 years?
I'm ready, Lyle.
Fire.
3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 15, 16.
Got it.
How many can we have?
8.
8.
Adrian?
1, 2, 4, 5, 9, 12, 13, 16.
Got it. Gail?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 11, 15.
Got it. Thank you. Yes, Harvey.
2, 5, 7, 8, 9, 11, 16, 20.
Got it. GG.
2, 4, 7, 8, 12, 16, 18.
Got it.
And 17 is what? 17 and 18.
Rena?
1, 2, 3, 7, 9, 12, 17, 20.
David?
Am I next on the game show?
Yep.
Yay. All right. Are you guys ready for my vibrant downtown picks?
Yes.
I got 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 17, 15, and number 12.
All right. The big winners here are 2 is the choice of a variety of residential opportunities, types and price points. 3 is successful locally owned retail businesses. Number 5, the 18-7 living, working, and experiencing. Number 7 is community gathering places to hang out and have events and festivals. Number 8 is well-designed, well-maintained, and attractive landscape and building. Number 9 is additional mid-rise buildings providing office and residential opportunities. Number 11 is neighbors and our guests feeling safe. And number 16 is a mix of small, locally owned retailers, national retailers, entertainment, and unique experience-based businesses. So it's 2, 3, 5, 7, 8, 9, 12, and 16. Harvey.
Real briefly, we should have asked this earlier, but who gets to decide what attractive means?
Mayor.
In the definition of a mid-rise is 4 to 6 stories.
GG?
Yeah, now number 18, where it says businesses and property owners taking pride and taking responsibility.
That is correct. And you vote yes?
That was not one of the 8 chosen?
No, you were the only one.
Come on, guys. You don't think the business and property owners should take pride and responsibility for an alive downtown?
I think they should, but I really was hedging my bets on the lighting, so I couldn't vote.
Okay.
But they should have pride. They better be listening.
That was one, GG, from where that came from was strongly your staff. They, we had probably a 10-minute discussion on that particular item. and said, and they were convincingly arguing that unless we have the buy-in by the business owners and property owners taking responsibility, there's only certain things we can do as a city. I think that's a fair discussion, Lee, of what we had during our time. Did that make sense, Gigi?
That's the way I was thinking about it. And I think, Lyle, if we could have worded that differently, maybe some of the commissioners would have had second thoughts, because I believe that if their business owners don't take pride in the environment and their property and what we're trying to do in downtown Gainesville, I don't know, that kind of leaves us kind of.
And that's why it was they helped me with the wording of
Okay.
taking pride and taking responsibility. Gail?
Thanks. There's very little that I've disagreed with, but there is one thing that I am very much opposed to, and I feel like I should say it and tell you why. It's number 16, a diverse mix of small, locally owned retailers, national retailers, entertainment, unique experience-based businesses. I agree with every piece of that except the national retailers. I don't believe that downtown is a space for national retailers. I think that we have enough places in the city for that, mainly Butler Plaza. I think the national retailers drive up rents. And I think that we actually have the opportunity to shape what our downtown looks like, that we should be focused on our small and locally owned businesses that help to really preserve the character of what Gainesville is and means to us. I am so opposed to having national retailers downtown. Starbucks is
Well, let's
fine.
talk about these.
They're fine. They're there already. But if we have the chance to build it, I so do not want to see national retailers.
Lauren,
say that again.
And then I've got
That's
Lauren, Harvey, and Adrian, and that one was added after, because that did not come from any of you. That was an add-on by another party. I'll just leave it at that. So Lauren, and then Harvey, and then Adrian. Lauren.
In principle, I agree with Gail on that last point. I mean, I'm happy to take national retailers out of there. It's also not the hill I'm willing to die on. So either way, I mean, I think everything else in there's good. For as far as business owners taking pride, yes. I don't see how we tell them to take. You know what I'm saying? Again, I believe that they should. I don't know if that should be where we should be expending a bunch of. We as a city should take pride in our buildings and facilities downtown and what we offer downtown. But putting that in our strategic framework is sort of like the UF thing. We can't tell UF what to do. We can't tell businesses to take pride in downtown. So I think it's important. I didn't feel like it belonged here. And then finally, I'm just a little disappointed that equitable development in adjacent neighborhoods wasn't selected. I think that's critical to having a really a successful downtown, that in the adjoining neighborhoods we have equitable development. I think that's one of the things that we are having trouble with right now, and it's going to exacerbate the problem if we don't really focus on that. So
let me we've got a couple of points here. Let me try to get closure on a couple of them. Let me go to Gail, your first point, which is the national retailers. How many would take that out? Raise your hand or give me a thumbs up. 1, 2, 3. I get 3.
Can I comment on that before we make?
Sure.
So if we want people to come downtown, and we want lots of different people to come downtown, then we have to allow people to think differently. I would much rather spend my money with somebody who puts that money back into the community, as a local business does. But sometimes I buy from national chains. Sometimes they have what I want and need, and I'd rather go downtown than go to Celebration Point, and I'd rather have a mix of things downtown. And let me say, it's if it is the case that large chains have run out small businesses, that happened before I was born. There's not a lot of local retailers being shoved out of business in communities like ours. They just aren't, it's not there. There's more of it if there's a larger anchor that can then be surrounded by smaller local stuff in communities like ours. I'm not talking about big cities. If we want people to come there, let's have a mix of stuff that is available for different people who think different ways. Just
other comments on the retailer before I get to the next issue? Gail?
If we are going to do that, Harvey, I would really love to see some examples where this has worked successfully, because that's not what my experience has been. My experience has been is that the large chains come up, drive up prices, drive up rental prices and leasing prices, and it's virtually impossible for a small business to survive around large. So if there are successful examples of that, I would love to see it. Like, let's send it to our policy research team. But
Winter Park, Florida would be an example of one.
Okay.
That would be one that would.
Charlottesville.
Anyway, that will be into the methods of how to get there. But I want to go to the next issue, which is the second one that you brought up, Lauren, and that is number 6. It had 3 votes. You're suggesting reconsideration of that and adding that. Is that correct, Lauren?
Yeah, I just feel like equitable development, period, is a priority of the commission, and it's especially important to a healthy, thriving downtown that we have equitable development.
Who would add that? You give me a thumb up. Assume your thumbs up.
Okay, that's a majority. Thank you.
Yeah, we got it. Does that cover your points, Lauren?
Yeah, and but I did want to say on national retailers, I'm not saying that I want to ban them either. I just want to promote the others. I'm not taking a hard line. Anyway, I'm ready to move on.
All right, Harvey.
I'm good.
And I had Adrian and then Rena.
Thank you. I was hoping that we could do well-lighted downtown into neighbors and guests feeling safe. One of the biggest complaints that people have of downtown
that's a good point.
Is the lighting, that they don't feel safe. It's dark. We have a very, very dark downtown compared to most other downtowns.
Okay, with that, give me a thumbs up. Combining that into done. That cover yours, Adrian?
Yeah, no, I have one more on the business property owners taking pride and taking responsibility for a live downtown. We already do have some funding available for, in essence, what staff is talking about is a business improvement district, and funding it through that. And I'm fully supportive of that. I would add it too. There's a lot of here that I want to add. I think our downtown needs a ton of stuff. So I would support us adding that. That's going to be going towards the business improvement district. We already have money set aside for it too, to help.
The property owners taking responsibility. Is that the one that you want to add?
There's another one would be a live arts district. I didn't vote for it. I voted for live downtown, but I don't know how many votes I got. I would support that too. But
let me go to number 18, the one Gigi you brought up. How many would add that one?
Fine.
I've got 2, 3.
Gigi, this is yours.
I didn't hear what he said. And what did you say, Lyle?
I said, how many are want to add number 18? The one you brought up about the owners taking pride and responsibility. And I was testing it to see how many, if I got to 4.
Guess not.
1, 2, 3. Does that try to get them to?
And I guess the other one would be a live arts district. I don't know how many votes. Did I get 3 votes or was it 2 votes? Or
No.
It was 1 vote?
Because we're starting to add a lot back in.
I voted for it, Adrian. I got you, bro.
All right. I didn't vote for it, but I'll vote for it now.
Oh, yeah.
I vote for the one downtown. I didn't win. I want that.
Any other comments here? Rena?
So 17 didn't make it an easy access to downtown with and without an automobile. And I don't know if that's we're trying to go car free, so we don't want easy access with a car, or if it was the combination of with or without, or if we just Because
And it may be addressed under the mobility option too. I'd
Okay.
suggest it's got a second one coming up under Principle 8.
Okay, that's important to me.
We'll make
as
sure that
I
it's
live
there. If not,
furthest from downtown compared to everyone here. But okay.
any others? Gail or Gigi?
So number 8, Lauren. No. Number 6. So did that pass?
Yes, it is. It's
got added,
included.
yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
And again, you'll see this tomorrow. Adrian?
Just on the mid-rise size of mid-rise, I think it's more to what Raina said about the size of the buildings, going up to like 10 stories and stuff like that, not just 4 to 6 stories. And I think we need to, we don't have to do this today, but I think we do have to come to some kind of definition of what we think of mid-rise.
So that would be an action item coming up to put meat on that bone. Any others? Did you want to take a break, 5 minute, Lauren?
Let's take a 7.5 minute break. It's 3:37.
Come back at quarter till?
At 3:45. So we are in recess until 3:45.
All right, good.
We have, I believe two principles left to discuss. And following that, we will take public comment. And so if you're watching channel 12, that public comment information should scroll across the bottom of your screen. If not, if we can also post that on our Facebook page, somebody, what the number to call, and then the access code for the meeting, and then I'll give you instructions on what you need to do to speak to us on these topics. Okay, so Lyle, back to you.
We're missing 2, 3.
Well, they're here.
Okay. Raina, I had Raina, Gail, and David. The next one is dealing with your economy, and I heard strong and resilient. The sub ones that I heard from many of you was the focus, the cornerstones would be medical, health, education, and innovators and entrepreneurs. So in 15 years, a world-class University of Florida recognized for research and academic excellence. The world-class Santa Fe College recognized both for academic excellence and serving the community. World-class hospital and medical services serving all neighborhoods and all neighbors. The University of Florida spinning off businesses and employment opportunities for neighbors. Reputation as a great place for innovators and entrepreneurs. Successful co-work spaces throughout the community. State-of-the-art information technology system and infrastructure for businesses and individuals. Fast, reliable, and affordable is what I heard. Successful local small businesses growing in Gainesville. Recognized as a high-tech business hub in Florida. Availability of capital resource, private sector investing in Gainesville businesses. Economic opportunities for all neighbors. Workforce development and training, preparing neighbors for 21st century jobs, and there should be and careers there. Add careers as well to number 12. Center for Innovative Energy Production. Retaining successful local business and supporting their growth in Gainesville. In other words, if they grow here, if they start here, they need to grow here as well. Expanded manufacturing businesses and employment opportunities. An emergency clinic or emergency room on the east side, and expanded business investment on the east side. That's what I heard during my interviews and discussions with staff. Comments, changes, or additions here? Harvey.
Thanks, Lyle. So there's nothing that's not laudable about all these things.
Yep.
But I feel like we should focus on the things that are actually things that are city, that are the responsibilities of the city of Gainesville. We can't necessarily make Florida be recognized for research and academic excellence. I mean, they already are, but that's not our thing really. We can provide infrastructure. We can, there are things that we can do, and there are things that really aren't for us on here. They're great, but they're just, the private sector investment isn't something we can direct, and probably is something we should direct. So I would hope that we can focus more on things that are specific to city government things.
Okay.
Instead of things that are just awesome.
And again, this is a description of what kind of community you want to see in 15 years.
Yeah.
Who wants to go next? Gigi.
Yes, Lyle, I agree with Harvey. And for 16, we have emergency clinic, emergency room on east side. I would also like to add maybe emergency room, healthcare campus or something like that. in addition to emergency room, emergency clinic, just a broad health care.
So health and medical and health offices there as well. Is that what I'm hearing?
Or campus or I wouldn't necessarily, yeah, just to put it under one big umbrella.
Okay. So the healthcare campus, is that a fair way of putting it, Gigi?
Yeah, and that could be broken down into this,
with these different elements.
Right. Thank you.
Comments from others? Yes, Lauren, and then Adrian.
Honestly, I feel like the one that Gigi just talked about, 16, fits into 3 world-class hospital medical services serving all neighborhoods and all neighborhoods. And if we want to make it more specific, we say including East Gainesville, but I do feel like that's a little.
Gigi, how do you react to that?
I think,
or you want to keep it separate?
I would like to keep it separate only because certain neighborhoods already have world-class hospitals and medical service within them currently. And so this is just something that's lacking in East Gainesville.
Okay.
But I see where Lauren is coming from. Yeah.
Adrian?
On number 7, and I assume this is broadband providing that. I think it's more important than ever. Businesses now are allowing people to work from home, and they're changing.
Yep.
And people are going to select where they want to live and where they want to stay, probably based on a few different things. I mean, the education system for their kids, the quality of life, and how good the internet connection is. Those are probably going to be the 3 main things that people are going to, and affordability too. But that, I think, moving forward, that's one of the biggest things that we can do, both for economic development, but also for removing inequities in our community as well. Thank you.
Gigi?
And also to that point, where we look at the reputation as a great place for innovators and entrepreneurs, I would like to see something where we're actively, they're staying here. Our children are getting the education that they need, and we're retaining qualified folks. I don't know how you would word that, but I would love for us in the next 10 to 15 years, the students that go to high school here, graduate, attend our colleges, be it Santa Fe, UF, we retain them because they love this place. They want to stay.
Why don't we add that as number 18, is retaining our graduates. And that could be anything from high school to community, to Santa Fe, to technical training, as we had talked about earlier, to university. So It's retaining our graduates through business and career opportunities. Is that getting close?
What you think, Lauren? You looking
That's
like
fine.
you're thinking. Yeah.
No, that's fine. I'm good.
Okay. That's good.
Because some of those may find business opportunities where they do a startup and then they grow their own business here as well. So it's business and career opportunities.
Yeah.
So it's retaining our graduates through having opportunities for business development and business development and careers. Does that capture it, Gigi?
Yes, that's great.
Okay. Comments from others? Raina?
Sorry, I had to go find my inhaler for a moment, so I missed the last 5 minutes. Which ones have we taken off or merged?
We have a number 12. We added and careers. Number 16 starts off with healthcare campus, including emergency clinic and room on the east side. And there was discussion whether to combine that with number 3 and just say including, but there was a preference to keep it separate. And number 18 was added, is retaining our graduates, whether they be high school or college or university, through business development and career opportunities.
Thank you.
Did that help you, Raina?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Am I doing better on your name? A little bit? Up and
It's
down.
fine. I've been called Rihanna before, so this is fine.
No, Raina, I'm trying. What comes out here doesn't necessarily match here. Comments from others? Any others? And the other comment was that Harvey brought up is we already got 1 and 2 here. Do we need to focus on things that the city can control and influence as we talk about our vision for a strong, resilient economy? I think that was the point there. Anything I missed? Out of this, give me the 8 that are most important for you. As you look 15 years as the cornerstone of your economy.
I can go.
Lauren.
3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 14, 17.
Got it. Gail.
3, 4, 8, 12, 14, 15.
3, 4, 8, 12.
3, 4, 8, 12.
Yep.
14, 15, 17, 14, 15, 18.
Got it. Harvey.
3, 4, 5, 7, 11, 13, 14, 16.
What was your last one?
I'm sorry?
What was your last one?
16.
16. Thank you.
I mean, primarily because they're all great. Again, those just floated
Understand.
I mean, I think some of the ones that I listed covered a lot of the other ones. So,
yep. Adrian.
4, 5, 7, 8, 11, 14, 16, and 18.
Got it. Raina?
5, 7, 11, 12, 14, 16, 17, 18.
Gail?
I went.
All right. JJ?
Oh, 7, 8, 11, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18.
Got it. David? David? There we are.
I have 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12, 16, and 17.
3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12.
16 and 17.
Okay. Big winners here are 3, the world-class hospital and medical services serving all neighbors and neighborhoods. University of Florida spinning off, number 4, spinning off businesses and employment opportunities. Number 5 is reputation as a great place for innovators and entrepreneurs. Number 7 is state-of-the-art information technology system and infrastructure for business and individuals. Number 8 is successful local small businesses growing in Gainesville. Number 11 is economic opportunity for all neighbors. Number 14 is retaining successful local business and supporting their growth in Gainesville. Number 16 is the healthcare campus on the east side. Number 17 is expanded investment on the east side. And number 18 is retaining our graduates through business development and career opportunities. And yes, there are a lot, but those got a majority vote. Ready to go to the last one. Any further comments on that one? Mobility for all neighbors, and I apologize, the next page, it should be the same title for the principal. And that is on page 22. What does it mean? Connected by trails and paths for biking, walking, running throughout every neighborhood and linking community destinations. Recognized nationally and by neighbors as a bikeable, walkable community. Effective public transit system serving a combination of fixed routes and on-demand services. Well-designed, well-maintained streets, curbs, and gutters and sidewalks. Number 5 is infrastructure in place to support alternative fuel vehicles and autonomous vehicles. Effective and used options for first and last mile for all neighbors. Effective, intelligent transportation system for effective movement by automobile. A pedestrian-friendly community, safe and walkable. Community accommodating electric and autonomous vehicles. It is very similar to number 5, but different focus. Expanded mobility options beyond the automobile. Affordable or free public transit service. And this one, Raina gets the one we were talking about earlier, is easy access and parking in downtown, and that would be both by automobile and non-automobile. And pedestrian-oriented downtown, no or limited automobile access or traffic. Changes or combinations or additions here. Harvey.
Thanks, Lyle. Isn't 6 included in 3?
You all tell me. Because a number of you talked about the importance of first mile, last mile.
No, that in fact they're really they're 2 parts to the puzzle, but if we don't have them both, they don't come together. So first mile, last mile is getting people to the public transit option.
Okay.
So do you want to combine the 2, Lauren? Is that what you're suggesting?
If it gets us more stuff, yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Are others okay with it? Give me a thumbs up.
That's
okay,
enough.
so I will include 6 as part of number 3. Is that correct?
Correct.
Other changes, additions, or combos? David, did you have a comment? Nope. Lauren.
I would like to strike no or limit automobile access or traffic from number 13. That gets into like the action plan part. So I would love to support pedestrian oriented downtown.
Okay.
Not define how we get there yet.
Are you okay with that? I see a number of heads nodding. So 13 now is pedestrian oriented downtown, period. Gigi.
What about for number 12, where we have easy access and parking in downtown? Could we also have maybe what was the services we were looking at providing, like a Uber, a drop-off service, or something similar to that in this? Does that make sense? Because you have people, maybe they want to visit downtown, go to a restaurant, and we have a designated drop-off spot for those.
So a designated ride share.
Yeah.
Yeah. What I think, is that capture it, Gigi?
Yes.
Because the one frustrating, if you go to some major downtowns, they're hunting for where to go, and they back up like on Las Olas Boulevard in Fort Lauderdale. They'll back them up for a long way. So we're adding designated ride share area. Many cities are taking it to the peripheral to promote the walkability. Lauren?
Can we make that plural? Designated rideshare areas.
Yes.
It's not
Done.
the downtown thing. Thanks.
Yes. Adrian?
Yeah, I guess on that one, I don't know if we should be having Midtown on both of those two. On 12 and 13, those are both kind of
okay.
Major.
So it's both?
Those are the kind of two major places where people go in our community that have.
So
those.
you would like to add Midtown to both 12 and 13, is that right?
That's what I would like, yeah.
Are others okay with that?
I'm okay for now. I'm thinking maybe we put in there in university context area, because I think that's important between university and downtown too.
Yeah, it's all kind of interconnected now.
So what would you call it there, Lauren?
Strike downtown and put in university context area.
I guess one thing about the university context area, that's been expanded to like 43rd Street. It's like become massive. It's like 2/3 of our city almost.
Okay, let's use that as a placeholder, and as a commission, we can talk about what that geographical boundary means when we talk about this stuff.
Another thing is I think we can cut number 4. We've already supported that, I believe, on another one, right?
Four's gone. Okay.
We did support that on a previous one, though, right?
That is correct. Yeah, because we added, that's included the neighborhood lights too. Any others changes or additions here? Any others? So just to review, we've combined 3 and 6, scratched 4, modified 12 and 13 to use university context area, right?
Asterisk, yes.
Asterisk. Give me the 7 here that are most important for you.
Okay, I can go loud.
Fire away.
1, 3, 7, 8, 10, 11, 13.
Got it.
I'm ready.
Fire away, David.
1, 3, 6, 8, 10.
3 and 6 have been combined.
You get an extra vote.
3 and 6, 8, 10, 11, 12, and 13.
Got it. Thank you. Harvey.
The amendment.
1, 3, 5, 7, 8, 10, 11, 13, or 12, 13, whatever.
Which one?
13.
Okay.
I'll go.
Dale?
1, 3, and 6 together. 8, 10, 11, 14, 13.
What's 14?
Designated rideshare areas.
Oh, we incorporated that into the downtown.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Or now called the university context area, I think.
Okay.
I thought that was a separate.
The ride share, we can.
Yeah. Because I think some people that voted wanted to vote for that, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, let's put ride shares 14 throughout, and I'll get the votes. And it's ride share areas throughout the community, which is getting at what Adrian was saying earlier. Okay, who else ready to vote? Gigi.
I have 1, 3, and 6.
Yep.
8.
Yep.
10.
Yep.
14.
Yep.
11, and 13.
Okay,
Because that's not one and the same, right? 13 and 14
that
is
is
separate.
correct. You got it.
Okay.
Good.
So now let me ask a question. So for those who voted 13 previous, were they aware that 14 was
We got it
not
handled.
included? Okay.
It's Adrian.
Okay.
1, 3, 7, 8, 10, 12, and 13.
Okay. I think I got everybody's right. For the, oh, here we go. Raina,
You're muted.
you're muted.
Is it 7 or 8?
7.
Okay. 1, 3, and 6.
Yep.
4.
4's gone. We removed it.
Never mind. 8.
Yep.
10. 1, 2, 3, 4. 11. 13.
Did you get 14 was added as well as the ride share?
I did get that one.
Okay.
I have mixed feelings about that.
All right. I need a tiebreaker for the first time today and write down between 7, 12, and 14. Give me one of those. 7, 12, and 14. Give me one.
I think Raina has one more vote actually, because she voted for 4 and that got struck. So you get to pick between those 3 if you like any of them.
So 12 was my other one?
Did you choose 12? You already voted for 12, right?
Did I? No, I think I only picked 13. I don't think I got
12
12.
would be the other.
11, 12, 13. I
Okay.
have 1, 3, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Okay, then it would be 12. Thank you. So the winners are 1, 3, 6 combined. Number 8, number 10. I should read these for folks. So it's connected trails and pathways, effective public transportation, including the first mile, last mile. Number 8 is pedestrian friendly, safe and walkable. Number 10 is expanded mobility options beyond automobile. Number 11 is affordable or free public transit service. The easy access and parking in downtown, midtown, university context, we'll clean that up, asterisk, including their designated areas, and pedestrian-oriented downtown. Those are the winners. Tonight, I will clean this up and we'll have it for you to look at tomorrow. So with that, I appreciate your good effort and hard work today. Hopefully this made sense. Tomorrow, we'll look at the mission and then go into the plan. So thank you for some good work, and hopefully it was not too taxing and you've got a viable product. My perspective, it looks like a fairly solid, not fairly, it's a solid vision to start with. It'll be a draft and we'll continue to refine it. Now it's back to you, Mayor.
All right, thank you so much, Lyle. Thank you for all the assistance with facilitating this today. City Manager Feldman.
Yes, I wanted to again thank the mayor and commission for the hard work. Today was easy as compared to what tomorrow will be. So just wanted to give you that as a preface, and also give you a piece of good news. Today we were awarded by the federal government funds for another electric bus. We are the only entity in the state of Florida that received funding under this grant. So we received $1.2 million.
Awesome. Thanks to Jesus and Melissa for
Absolutely.
writing up a great grant. Excited about that. Okay, so Madam Clerk, it is now an opportunity for our neighbors to call in and share their thoughts with us. Let me read the instructions. Hopefully they're both on our social media and on Channel 12 scrolling as well. But if you'd like to call in, you can dial 1-301-715-8592. Again, that phone number is 1-301-715-8592. 301-715-8592. And then you enter the meeting ID number, which is 826-6759-1559. Again, the meeting ID is 826-6759-1559. And then once you're in, you hit *9 to get in line, get in the queue to speak. Once it is your turn, the moderator will let you know that and unmute your microphone so you can be heard by everybody in the world. When that happens, please state your name, and then you'll have 3 minutes to share your thoughts with us. When your 3 minutes are up, we will move on to the next caller. Please mute your device, whatever you're listening or watching on, because the delay will drive everybody a little bonkers. And so please mute before you start speaking to make everything nice and easy to understand. And with that, Madam Clerk, I'll turn it back to you.
So far, we don't have any callers for this
okay.
public comment.
Was so careful with all of that too. Okay, seeing no further business before the commission, we will see all of you back here at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and we will get right to work on, as Lyle just warned us, the hard part. But thank you. I really enjoyed the discussion today. Everybody have a good evening, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. This meeting is adjourned.
Thank you for good participation.